May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the fucking drum. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my pain, made it sound too clean. I'm a trailer, never thought I can't. Got $1 on me, what is life but a dream? I've been thinking about turn me up. I ain't even hit 10, bro, this shit lightweight. Let them feel my bass, finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. What do you rate it? I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel up, don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
I'ma spark that shit. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold.
I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark this shit. Don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying. I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got them thinking I'm man but purchase. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry central. Sign on the dotted, circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been this free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it's to Mars. I'm Steve with the Mac serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga.
I'm the same little with a got-to smile. I never backtrack. I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road, break ground. When I grow, I was kissed by a rose. Wouldn't go a mile if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit. Don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, I'm lying, more fire.
May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the fucking drum. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my pain, made it sound too clean. I'm a trailer, never thought I can't. Got $1 on me, what is life but a dream? I've been thinking about turn me up. I ain't even hit 10, bro, this shit lightweight. Let them feel my bass, finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. What do you rate it? I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel up, don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
I'ma spark that shit. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold.
I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark this shit. Don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying. I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got them thinking I'm man but purchase. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry central. Sign on the dotted, circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been this free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it's to Mars. I'm Steve with the Mac serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga.
I'm the same little with a got-to smile. I never backtrack. I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road, break ground. When I grow, I was kissed by a rose. Wouldn't go a mile if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit. Don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, I'm lying, more fire.
May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the flippin' drum. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my payment, it sound too clean. I'm a trader. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? I've been thinking about turn me up. I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit lightweight. Let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel it off, don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
I'ma spark that shit. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying. I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got 'em thinking I'm man but purchase. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry central. Sign on the dotted circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been as free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it to Mars. I'm Steve with a Mac serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga.
I'm the same little with a _2 smile. Never backtrack. I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road. Break ground when I grow. I was kissed by a rose. 𝘉𝘂𝘓 if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit. Don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, I'm lying, more fire.
May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the flippin' drum. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my payment, it sound too clean. I'm a trader. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? I've been thinking about turn me up. I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit lightweight. Let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel it off, don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
I'ma spark that shit. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying. I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got 'em thinking I'm man but purchase. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry central. Sign on the dotted circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been as free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it to Mars. I'm Steve with a Mac serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga.
I'm the same little with a _2 smile. Never backtrack. I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road. Break ground when I grow. I was kissed by a rose. 𝘉𝘂𝘓 if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit. Don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, I'm lying, more fire.
May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the drum. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my payment, it sound too clean. I'm a trader. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? Turn me up, I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit lightweight, let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 from the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel it off, don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke, I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge, I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
I'ma spark that I've been feeling on edge, I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying. I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got them thinking I'm mad but purchase. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry sexual. Sign on the dotted circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been as free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it to Mars. I'm Steve with the Max serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga.
I'm the same little with a _2 smile. Never backtrack, I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road, break ground when I grow. I was kissed by a rose. 𝘗𝘓𝑒𝘓 if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, I'm lying, more fire.
May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the drum. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my payment, it sound too clean. I'm a trader. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? Turn me up, I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit lightweight, let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 from the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel it off, don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke, I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge, I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
I'ma spark that I've been feeling on edge, I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying. I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got them thinking I'm mad but purchase. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry sexual. Sign on the dotted circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been as free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it to Mars. I'm Steve with the Max serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga.
I'm the same little with a _2 smile. Never backtrack, I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road, break ground when I grow. I was kissed by a rose. 𝘗𝘓𝘓 if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, I'm lying, more fire.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
out in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
𝘏𝐿 컴플렉 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist 𝐏𝑔𝐻𝑒𝑚. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special 𝐏𝑔𝐻𝑒𝑚 map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! Here with the shotgun around the side! PGC champion!
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing this bad. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey. In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
𝘏𝐿 컴플렉 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the 𝑚īnus Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! 𝘁𝑪𝑒𝑠𝑎𝑘 here with the shotgun around the side! PGC champion!
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember. I'm bringing the static. She sees the world, expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
Storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward. And all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! Here with the shotgun around the side, and a PGC champion!
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember. I'm bringing the static. She sees the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
Storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, not a thing I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the Update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward. And all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here. So drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! Here with the shotgun around the side. PGC champion!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome down over onto the program. You're watching the PUBG Global Series. It's the APAC qualifiers phase 2 here in 2025. And we are in with the play-ins. You're joining me, Keith Alicio, and together with YOLO Lee. Take us through the format, my guy.
Well, yeah, of course, naturally, this is going to be the rundown for our entire tournament here for the APAC 2025 Phase 2 for the PGS. Starting things off, we are currently broadcasting for this weekend, which is going to be the play-in stage where only the top 8 teams out of the 16 teams will be moving forward to the final stage, which is going to be happening in the following weekend. That's right, back-to-back action here. That's what we like to see here in APAC for this month of September. And eventually, the top 3 teams, the top 3 teams who win out in that final stage will be representing APAC in both the PGS 9 and 10. This is literally the second half of the year right now, ladies and gentlemen, where teams really are starting to step up, because this is the most crucial part of their PUBG esports career, because this is the only time left for you to earn enough PGS points to qualify for that PGC.
Yeah, just when you thought there's not enough entertainment as it is, so many noise going on in September, and we're here to add it back to back to back. Today, we're going into day number 1. It's going to be a series of 6 different matches. By the end of day 3, we'd have played 18 total matches. But remember, just like what YOLO Lee said, the name of the game isn't to be in first place, because it doesn't matter if you're first place in the play-ins. You only move on to the next stage, which is going to be the final stage that's happening the week after. So top 8 is the goal. But of course, having that first place means you've got room for errors, buffers, to ensure that you're in the best place possible to move on and go for the prize pool. That is 80,000 large, 80 racks here in the PUBG Global Series APAC qualifier.
I mean, of course, naturally, the prize pool is, of course, fantastic for a lot of these guys. Everyone's should be able to walk away with a little something for themselves. But, of course, naturally, this is going to be for the final stage, not for the play-ins, which is going to be what we're going to be broadcasting throughout this weekend. And if for you guys, if you're more familiar with a more different format, probably towards EMEA side or America side, region side, this playing stage could be somewhat considered a last stand kind of competition for a lot of these guys to make their way towards the finals. And actually, this is going to be the point system here, and this is based on placement alone. First place, of course, naturally going to be 10 points, going down to second, which is 6, all the way to 7 and 8, which has both have an equivalent of 1 point. Naturally, of course, kill points is going to be every kill is going to be equivalent to 1 point. And I thank God, Keith, just looking at it from this format as well, which is we have been practicing for a good amount of time now, is we have come pretty far from the days where we didn't even have a kill point. Back then, it was just like solely focused on not even just placement, it was just which team has the most chicken dinner. I can't believe we came from such an era for now.
Yeah, but take a look at that point system format, right? It's going to be absolutely brutal. After 8th place, no one else is going to be able to accumulate that point. But before I go into that train of thoughts, this one right here is the point that matters. It's the PGS points, the points that you need to collect in hopes to make it for the global stage or the championship, the PGC, towards the end of the year. Right now, if you walk away in the APAC qualifiers at first place or in a PGS 9, then you get yourself a total of 300 points, and it tapers down drastically, nearly half of that, or at least 40% of that slashed off from total 180, then 150, then 120, and all the way down to the 16th place where you bring home 5. So number 1 is where it's at. That's where you want to be, and these are some of the participating teams that we have on broadcast today.
Yeah, and especially since currently this is going to be the play-in stage, as these are the teams that qualify from their respective region qualifiers. For the rest of APAC, it was the Master Series. For Thailand and Vietnam, it was practically their own PUBG Thailand Series Phase 2 or Vietnam Series Phase 2 itself here. Basically, this was their third. It was, sorry, not their third. The third to sixth place, or the third or the fourth to ninth place for each of the respective series here. So naturally, the teams that was able to secure the first or third spots for themselves will naturally be able to play in the finals. As the team is turning head to head, we're in playing. This is what we're going to be blocking. Although this setting, there will be no prize pool for any of these guys, so there is no need for any of these particular 16 teams to be competing for that first or third spot. Is practically just try to get into that top 8 to qualify. And although it may not sound as harsh compared to our usual settings, where it's usually like, hey, only top 3 moves forward, top 4. I think before I heard today, usually top 6 move forward, top 8 is a pretty comfortable thought. But I wouldn't say it's going to be a walk in the park for a lot of these guys here for today's matches.
Yeah, walk in the park is definitely not the word I would describe their journey, at least for today itself. Now, thankfully, I'm going back to that train of thoughts, right? The points does seem pretty brutal. That means 1 to 8 are remunerated. Anyone below that still take away 0, which means what they're trying to do is create huge disparities for the ones who has found success and really deprive the ones who didn't, which means down in the bottom 8, it takes one good game to take over and the next person, which means anyone could end up in this top 8 position itself with one bad game or one good game. So I guess we're here to see that journey. Like you mentioned, it's not going to be a walk in the park, but good news though, because I did mention, saw and notice some of the teams from the first place finishers in their own respective qualifiers have already qualified in the final stage. So that leaves some room left. There's some pressure off those teams back in trying to make it for the next round itself.
True, but then again, at the same time, Keith, that doesn't mean they can't try to secure a couple of more points, a couple of more PGC points for themselves, right? Because that's going to be the name of the game here. There's no other tournament that's going to enable any of these teams to farm any more of those points anymore. It's practically just the PGS 9, PGS 10. We're practically done for the first half of the year here. So sure, the teams that has already been accumulating points from the first half of the year, whether it's during the PGS 7, PGS 8, or EWC, it is able to accumulate a couple of points on itself. That's great. You give yourself a little bit more of a head start compared to some of the other teams here. But looking towards our current, from our leaderboard so far in the teams for our APAC region, who has been accumulating amount of points, the point differential doesn't seem too far apart compared to other teams in the other region, like Freaks, for example. 480 points. That's a substantial lead for sure. But enough about the other region. Let's just focus about APAC side, right? So for these guys, if they really want to try to get ahead of the game, because at the end of the day, only 5 teams from APAC will be going to PGC here. So practically the top 5 teams with the most PGC points will be moving forward here. So now this is the time you got to farm as much points as much as possible. Sure, the teams that's already, like you mentioned, that has already been qualified towards PGS 9. Hey, that doesn't mean they can. Sure, there is the comfortable thought of the fact that, okay, we could probably slow things down. But that's just a matter of a perspective kind of thing. They can still farm the points here. Sure, it sounds like the gatekeeping another team, but just farm the points. There's nothing wrong about that.
That's great information about this phase later on, right? But my point was to actually towards the scope that we have for the entire weekend. That is the play-ins itself, right? Yeah, so the entire objective of the play-in is to make it in top 8 to play in the final stage. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, already in the final stage, there are some teams that already qualified into the final stage without even having to play today itself, if that makes sense. Yeah, so for those teams, I think it's denying the rest of the entire lobby. I'm not too sure. So we're looking at Alter Ego from who's made it in. Look at Theraton 5, the Expendables. There was a graphic that showed us, here's the pool for the play-ins, here's the final stage, and there was already teams within the final stage.
Right. Huh. But but with that being said, right, while some teams are already in there, but that doesn't mean they can't try to farm more points from this event alone, right? But But that just also means that also pits a little bit more pressure for some of the other teams, because now I'm looking at PGS 9 and PGS 10, right? Or for the teams that you mentioned that's already in there. Both of them being E-Arena and Expandables means 3 slots which is remaining, which is correct, which is following exactly from what our current PGS APAC Qualifier 2025 Phase 2, right? Only the top three teams for this tournament will be moving forward here. So a lot of things is a lot on the line for these guys. Like I mentioned before, this is the only 2 events where these guys can actually try to earn as much PGC points as much as possible. Sure, you could earn some from this event alone. I believe from the list here, all the way to the 1st to 16th place, you can still earn some PGC points, but it's such a minuscule amount. Even top 3 is only worth 140 points. That sounds a lot, but nothing compared to how much you could possibly earn during PGS 9 and 10. But naturally, of course, PGS 9 and 10, Keith, that's the internationals. It's not just APAC anymore. So the top teams from the other regions is also going to be joining in that horse race. So it's also another kind of challenge for a lot of the teams to be trying to earn their own respective points as it is. But, first things first, just focus on the play-ins here, where I'm more curious on what's going to be the mindset for a lot of these guys. Because if, let's just say, the condition to move towards final stage was just the top 4, then you can start seeing a lot of teams starting to be more calculated, right? Be more articulating the plan, right? Do we want to really burn ourselves out? Do we want to really go all in, right? To try to solidify at the top spot or not? But now these are more comfortable settings where only the top 8 will go through. So now I want to see today, are we going to be seeing like as much chaos as much as possible, where teams just at least want to try to get to that top spot and be more comfortable for the next following days of our weekends here? Or they just want to go with a more consistent route? Because they say, you know what, we don't have to be top 1. There is no prize. There's nothing like additional when we get to the top 5. Just need to get into that top 8. That's all. So I'm very curious to see what's going to be the philosophy for our top 16 right now.
I'll lay it out, the game plan for them here. If they want to accept it, great. If they don't, then, well, I mean, I'm just a voice talking behind the screen. They don't really have to listen to me, right? But if you are one of those teams already in the final stage, so last I checked, it was 3 teams from Thailand, 3 teams from Vietnam, and 2 teams from the APAC region, from the Master Series or their own respective qualifiers.
To make up the 8 teams, yes.
Yes. So those are, I'm guessing, top 3 within their own qualifiers as well. That's the reason why they're there. And maybe for APAC, the slots only open to 2. If you're already in that stage, then this is like by far the best chance you can get to pretty much go toe-to-toe with some of the competitions in real time, in full force. So it's not much of a scrims, it's the real deal, and try and theory craft and test things out, because the play-ins is just the play-ins. Like you mentioned, there's no points to be given away at the end of the play-ins. It's just who qualifies onto next. So this should be testing ground for the teams already in the final stage to see what works within this group of competition, to then perhaps comes the final stage, actually implement what has been working for the past 3 days. Because guess what? Comes the final stage, it's also a 3-day run. So it's an apple-to-apple carry forward of that knowledge per se.
Right. It's definitely good to really test the water, especially for let's just call it the rest of APAC, right? It's particularly for the rest of APAC. The Thailand, the Vietnam, practically they've been going head-to-head with each other, and that's also something to be a little bit of a cause of concern, right? Because outside of PUBG, right, let's just talk about the FPS genre, right? In the FPS genre, both Thailand and Vietnam has always been producing one of the most significant and strongest FPS team that we ever seen internationally. I'd have never seen in a year where not 1 or 2 or even 3 a Thailand or Vietnam team never made it to the international. There's always going to be a Thai or Vietnamese team in that international tournament without fail for any FPS genre here. So it makes no difference here for the PUBG scene as well. I see the teams. I recognize the org for the longest time. They've been here since let's be honest, way far back, whether it has been the same rosters or whether is it the same roster or having more consistent rosters as well. It's really good to see a couple of them back again, especially coming for, let me give you an example. Buram has been here all the way during the PUBG Continental Series days. Sure, the roster is not exactly the same now, but some still retain, like Eddie, for example. Banana One and then the rest of the gang pretty much has moved on to their future endeavors in other teams and in other orgs, but they're still in it. They're still here. So, and I'm just looking at in terms of stat wise, like total kills, because in every series that we had before this, each team had there was a particular player who had the most total kills in each of their respective tournament. And then when I see Himas from Attack All Around, whoo man, that is 128 kills. That's not something you can scoff at, Keith. That's a lot.
No, I think it's well known within the APAC regions.
Anyone's legend.
It's well known within the regions here. Like, it's almost general knowledge at this point that Thailand and Vietnam, they birth out some of the most vicious of teams. Very, very competent in their own nature, and I guess we get to see them in action right here, right now, especially with the first match of the day being the largest, giving some sort of a comfort space or a buffer to some of the lesser teams to try and ease into this cold waters in the desert dune of Miramar. So that kind of contradicts each other, but here we are, the first match of the day. For the play-ins, it's Miramar.
Very, very excited for this as well. Interesting enough, we're not starting off with the classic Erangel maps here. I thought it'll be a very nice map for a lot of this team to actually start things off, because day one, day one, especially the first match of day number one, you kind of really want to try to get a feel of your opponent team. And especially when you get a map like Erangel, it feels pretty fair for a lot of these guys because it's the OG map. It's the first map everyone has to play on. It's very comfortable for everyone, so it seems pretty fair. But Miramar is okay. It's possibly in the same category, although the playstyle between both Erangel and Miramar maps is slightly more different. We do have a little bit more of a centralized flight path here, although it's a slight shift towards that northwestern side here. But hey, unless that circle really heavily shifts towards that southern side of that map, going towards Los Leones or Impala, then we're going to see some kind of chaos among the teams here, because it's still a relatively large map here. But of course, naturally, it does shift towards the north side. I'm doing a quick head count here, Keith. I think it's about roughly about 7 teams currently in this current circle. Almost half of the lobby is currently in that circle.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first circle, so I guess it's wide enough to fit half the lobby within it. But Cruz de Vel is the mark of interest. I guess I feel sorry for some of the teams who cut in the later end of the diagonal pathways onto Monte Nuevo itself. But it's something they're used to at this point. Obviously, you go in expecting the worst and then taking the best with you should the circle favors your way. Meanwhile, we're looking at the team that you've put under the spotlight in such high fashion here. It's Buriram United, one representing the scary region of Thailand. I mean that not in a geopolitical sense, in terms of their sheer prowess that comes out, the talent that comes out from this region alone is looking super fine, especially with that. You mentioned that their kill score on average is on the highest peak is 4 times what we've seen in the Master Series coming from the APAC side. So that's got to speak volume itself.
Yeah, it really was. Especially, I believe it was Himas from Himas or Himas from Anyone's Legend from Vietnam. 128 kills in their Vietnam series in phase 2 before coming into the mix here. But Buriram, as just we were witnessing just now, I'm pretty surprised that they weren't able to really get into that final stage directly. But hey, when you start seeing the other teams that was before them, E-Arena, Forest Natural Gaming, 35, Full Sense, also well-known teams with really solid and vicious, tenacious rosters as well. It's such a competitive region as well, both the Thailand and the Vietnam here. The rest of APAC here, naturally, they have their tangles with these 2 regions for these past few years now, but it's finally time. They're trying to break that ice here. But then again, it is quite a surmountable mountain for them to overcome, naturally.
Well, talking about the team who's named after the wind, Miramar should resonate within their skin here. Talking about senses, we've got Full Sense, Tigger. Now, we've seen during the test lobby himself, I guess they were maybe just playing for fun, but if it was anything like the real game itself, Tigger seems to be the ones who's able to pull out some of these clutches in a lobby that everyone's just playing for fun, for fun's sake itself. But hopefully that it's true to him mechanically so, and we get to see some of those skill sets being on display and on highlight for today's lineup of matches.
Oh yeah, I'm very excited to see how some of the Thai teams and Vietnam teams really go head-to-head in this kind of lobby settings as well. But particularly just currently looking at Shadows Esports, this was a team back in Master Series phase, which you and I we were covering, right? 𝐷𝐿 Esports was the only team who was having very consistent performance on the map of Miramar so far. It was also the only match where they managed to secure the most of their chicken dinners on this location as well here. So let's see whether they're going to be able to replicate the same performances here against the Thai and Vietnam teams naturally. This lobby has been pretty tight. So far, no hot drops. I was about to ask you whether is there a chance we might see early hot drops here on the map of Miramar, right? Since the flight path did slightly shift towards the north side, but I guess not. I guess the team just decided to just really, probably there were teams that they wanted to drop at a similar spot with another team, but I think they just decided to be the bigger man, secure the vehicles, find a safer spot here, because naturally, first match, you really want to try to get yourself in a good spot here to start off the day here at least.
Yeah, that day is going to be over in a flash here if Team Flash gets a knock onto the likes of JFT. It's apparently being gunned down from two angles. Armory Gaming was looking at him from one end from the hills, and now they've got even another team poking from their rear. So it's still too early within it. I don't think they will look to crash, but if that were to happen, remember the position for JFT right now, they're composed 2-2 separate compounds. So that could be detrimental if they're going to have to split out their resources thin. Meanwhile, another one from Oceania, it's Aurora, the ones who's got the top 3 finish within the Master Series right now, starting things real hot, shooting towards the enemy lines, and they're already making a move forward, pushing Sharper Esports back. That's a Thailand team, and not often do you get to scare one away without being harmed.
Well, I guess it's a little bit of their priorities, right? Because you really want to try to get into a nice angle as well. But do recall the flight paths, right? It was towards that northwestern side. It was slightly shifting towards that angle as well. But the circle was towards the northeastern side here. So majority of the teams actually dropped towards that western side of that map here. So, and we're talking about a majority of the teams at the lobby here, Keith. So a lot of these teams are going to be having a lot more run in here. We might even see even more chaos than expected here, as team will try to play around that edge here, because there's barely anyone towards that eastern circle here, because it was a heavy shift towards the northeastern side. So that western circle, that edge, I think a lot of these teams already suspect there's going to be a lot of chaos. There's going to be a lot of conflicts as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see teams taking a little bit more of a massive detour towards that southern side of the map, and then slowly make their way into the circle through the eastern side. At least that angle feels a little bit more safer. So far, we didn't see any emergency pickup so far. It's been a little bit more of a common tactic when we see an early emergency pickup on the map of Miramar, right? You get to a nice place. You get the loot, you get a decent amount of loot and resources, you get the E pickup this early, you drop into those mountain areas, and then you have this nice Hawkeye point of view, and you really can start peppering down on teams here. Whether it's popping vehicle tires, or at least try to force teams to waste resources, just trying to sustain in their current position.
Well, sustain is the name of the game with Miramar, at least for the first few initial rounds of circle. Try not to get caught out in your rotation in. I know it's a wide map, but we've seen time and time again how that may serve as an opportunity for some of these teams to get far pickings. And we might see that right here with 𝐻𝐆𝐒 Esports already getting some of these gradient hills within the map of Miramar, has eyes across the valley, but he's getting shot from the backside. The rear end, I believe that was FL, that would be Team Flash, just shooting them from the rear end here, and now they would have to address it or look to reposition a little bit more strategically, trying to maintain their point of control here within this compound.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to try to keep an eagle eye view on majority of your angles as well, because sure, you get into this nice mountain area, you practically have a good view of the whole valley, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to be easily spotted by another team from another angle as well. So this is probably just one of the few clear examples. But at least now 𝐻𝐆𝐒 Esports, they know for the fact here. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see coming, especially particularly from the Thailand and Vietnam teams. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them to be a little bit more greedy, trying to go for the 2-2 setup here. Maybe even a 1-1-2-2 setup, just to try to be greedily covering more ground for themselves. We already see, at least from Team Flash, or at least from the distance just now from Iconic Esports point of view, already having this 2-2 setup. One of the first pair at 𝘗𝘓𝘍, while the other team's probably on the other side, at least within sniper or at least a DMR point of view. Currently, we're looking at 𝑟𝑒𝑎LHOMie, one of the few newer teams that came into the tournament here. Very excited to see them here. Can't wait to see what kind of potential or at least what kind of interaction they can bring for us here. But so far, the circle from the initial phase, it did shift to us to the northern side here. So this is what I'm talking about, Keith. Teams just decided from that western hemisphere, they just went straight to the southern side, try to do a massive detour, just not to have any running with any teams on that western circle. But it seems like with how the circle shifted towards the north side, I think that clash, that chaotic clash that I was mentioning before, I think that is going to be a little bit inevitable now.
It's going to be very, very good for the like of 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝑒 Esports. With that northern circle closing upwards, they eventually becomes gatekeeper to all the teams that's coming in from south side or southwestern side here, and they have the entire hills up onto their end, to their advantage, so they can look to shoot down at sight and try and pick up some of those kills and potentially send the award to the kill thief onto one of the members their way. But meanwhile, Sharper Esports Thunders gets knocked out here. FW makes the way onto high hills and shoots him in his own house. So now FW Esports taken over this entire hillside under the cover of smokes, and immediately BRU now capitalizing the situation, tries to drive on through, but the bullet's not connecting from Team Flash here. 𝘓𝑠𝑢𝑚𝑎 not getting the knock they want to.
True. But they did manage to get some decent tags in. But the priority right now is just try to park, not only to find a secure compound, but really ensure those vehicles are parked within the safety of the compounds as well. Can't really lose too many of your vehicle tires, especially this early into the phase as well. It's just phase 2 right now, but this is about how the circle looks like as well. We're going to be seeing a lot more of a cluster of a situation for a lot of these teams here. I wouldn't even be surprised, especially this is Marama. Crashing into compound is such a common tactic here on this map, as teams are just trying to find a more secure, a more better location for themselves, particularly like what we currently see as FW Esports crash into the compound of Team Flash. And I believe this is a 2-2 setup here. So you see Team Flash currently trying to reconvene as a 4-man squad to try to repel the invaders here as they hold down the line. I did see a good knock on one of the members of FW Esports here, but they're not really out of the clear so far.
They're right next to each other, though. This could be pretty tricky. Team Flash will have to try and balance things out, but they've lost another member. That'll be T-Dye. 𝐿𝑜NG_X now come in with the confirmation of the kill. Stop some of the reports or information that's being sent their way remotely via voice chat. Meanwhile, we're looking at Buriram, who's also within the vicinity, not too close to potentially come in with the upset, but they are nearby should they look to capitalize here. You know, there are incentives to come in clean and steal some of those kills. So we'll see if Buriram wants to respond accordingly, though. Meanwhile, Team Flash, I think that will be 2 members from them already down. They will have the rest to try and fight for their wits, but it is going to come down to the last few engagement for them, and it's the name of the game is going to shift towards placement points and survivability.
Yeah, it was also a little bit of an unfortunate situation for Team Flash as well, as 2 members was actually being based at towards 𝘗𝘓𝑑𝑣𝑎𝑙, which is pretty much why we saw 2 members being knocked down by Buriram members as well, as they were doing their mid-rotation to support the rest of the other teams that was currently being besieged by FW Esports as well. Sure, which is why I emphasize on that word greedy, right? When you try to go for 2-2s or 1-1-2-2 setups, right? Sure, you're covering a lot more grounds here, but in the scenario where if a particular team were to crash upon you as well, you really need to try to hold the ground on your own until the rest of the team comes in. But at the same time, this is just also one of the rare scenarios where when your team is actually coming to support you, they encountered another team nearby, Buriram being the examples here. But other than that, AG sticking it as a full 4-man, sure, a little spread out here, but they're still within the vicinity of each other here. So supporting each other in terms of reinforcement is not going to be a really massive issue here. 𝐿𝐻𝐻𝑒 Esports, on the other hand, they will be comfortable in this small compound that they have for themselves, but they did manage to drop at a really good spot initially as well. So they have a decent amount of loot to really go on for this trade for a good while, Keith. The real question now is, with this next circle shift here, how many teams is going to be implicated by that shift from this current position at this time?
Well, we'll have to take a look at the map again because I kind of missed out the count on how many teams there are currently. I just know that it's shifted north. That means in theory, all the southern teams will have to push on through south.
I'll paint the picture for you. We were looking at roughly around 3 to 4 to 5 teams around the west and southern side. They were like making their way in towards the northern shift there.
Then I think it's still wide enough to accommodate those teams. It's not going to be much of a bloodbath yet in terms of trying to fit and cram everyone in. Yeah, I guess that's the rest of the teams who aren't on the inside. Yeah. But yeah, they do have to be careful because 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports, again, they still hold that terrain within the circle, at least the southern part of the circle, which means they get to charge toll and pay, force you to pay some of those fees in trying to make it across. Meanwhile, talking about being savage in what you do, it's Savage Man Esports, who is quite of a hot and cold situation during the Masters Series, but they've come out on top big time, at least towards a day 2 and day 3 to follow with. So let's see if they can maybe go online much earlier this time around. 𝐷𝐿 already making advancement there, shoots onto some of the members of the opposing team within the next side of the block. It's Windy Esports, or Windy Esports, whichever you'd like to pronounce it, but that one, 6-7-89, now has gotten the entire top line for himself, but he's taking grenades from their faith. Meanwhile, Savage Lunlun gets knocked down by Icon. So they're one member down. That's a cover flank being paralyzed for the time being, and the blue zone to push on through. So pressure is going to increase, and I believe we're about to see a shift within the next few circles. And it closes down even the more towards center side here. FS smack dab in the center with only 2 members, and NHE now has to make the advancement downwards. Meanwhile, back into the house, that entry is there. Sapao gets knocked down, but of course they held their ground, and Savage Men, they bow out.
Yeah, they had the crosses perfectly set up for the hip fire sprays as well, really secured the fight. They didn't really lose a single member except for a single knock. So not much losses here, and all the loots to gain, which is pretty great for them as well. The only thing they possibly just lose out from this situation would be the fact that the circle didn't really favor them too much. It really went towards the center part of that phase 3 circle once more, which was pretty. I believe it was JFT and 4 other teams that was pretty satisfied with it in their respective compounds. Not a lot of hills here, just practically open fields, open areas here. I'm going to be expecting a lot of cliff plays, ditches plays. Hopefully, if they can find a crater for themselves, they just find sanctuary. That is also going to be something pretty great for themselves. If not, I wouldn't be surprised to see teams start crashing to the compound with some of the respective teams, because currently on that eastern side, you currently trying to see both Buriram and Shadow Esports trying to gain or at least secure controls on their end, so at least they can get the security for the fact that when they make their way into that circle from that eastern side, no one's going to be coming from their rear end here. Whereas to that north, same situation. Teams are playing around the edges, mainly because of the fact that they already understand it's too late for us to come to the to get to that center part of the circles. Most likely, teams has already accommodated themselves or already bunkered themselves down in those compound here. So no teams really want to take that risk to crash so far. They play around the edges, but good sniping coming in from Brian. That's going to be a nice free picking. That was the last remaining members of Iconic Esports here. So yes, this is possibly one of the new, not really new, it's just one of the few benefits of teams that's prioritizing like positioning, right? Or at least good centralized position for themselves. You're going to have the luxury to really just start peppering down on teams, especially since they're out in the open areas. They're not in compounds. So at least that way, if you get a knock, there's a high chance you probably can just go for the flush or at least go for the finisher here.
Talking about going to finish things off, Windy Esports, they had a little bit of an altercation, but they got the revive on the members. Okay. So they're 4 people strong, already 4 kills. But right now, finding it hard to get into the circle. They finally eventually, found a weak point within it, so that's not being gatekept, so they will reside there for now. But right now, Armory versus Sharper Esports might have quite the conflict, sharing this little town that isn't big enough for the both of them. Sprays on fire, he gets the knock here. Jedi gets 1 entry, tries to move on forward, gets a little bit too much damage from trying to advance forward. We'll have to back off a little bit, created space. Escalacia now pushing forward also slowly, but the circle has been updated. So the victors from this altercation can look like a clear path into this circle zone. As 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝑠𝑖A gets the confirmed knock, they understand it's only probably a few members left from that team, and it's a fight that they can afford to take here. Only one member coming up from 𝘗𝘪𝘳𝑢𝑟 Gaming. Blue Zone Grenade is there, trying to take him down a little bit, but the nade gets onto 𝘗𝘪𝘀's. 𝘗𝘪𝘀's now on his knees. 𝘗𝑝r Esports, they need to find out a game plan to try and close this match off real fast. This scrims or this altercation right here is dragging out a little bit too long. Also, that Shadow Esports is now eliminated by the likes of TDT.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Shadow Esports. They're not going to be able to replicate the same success they had on the Mamorama back in Master Series here. But hey, you know, this is the APAC qualified phase 2 now. This is where you're running with the other big boys as well here. So a whole new challenge here. But of course, this is not the end of the run for Shadow Esports. 17 matches to go. Much more rounds for that to really make up for what they missed out for, at least this first match alone here. So since day one, it's not really over just yet. However, the conflict between the two teams, 𝘗𝑝r Esports, hasn't really ended yet. Whereas, let's quickly take a good look towards our northeastern side, because I believe this is where majority of the teams is currently situated in. The phase 5 circle shifted down south. So the initial teams that initially had a really nice compound for themselves, 𝑛ewHouse Esports being one of them, now slowly making their way down, but they're also joining in the migration path alongside with the other teams that's playing around the edges here. 𝘗𝑝r Esports being one of them. They're getting some decent amount of tags here. No connection to get a knock, unfortunately, here. But hey, a good decent try. They have the ammunition for it. Probably not for Brian. 55 ammo left. We need to see if anyone else really want to join the fray. But 𝐿𝐿, the last remaining member of AG, not gonna let 𝘗𝑝r Esports get into the next circle. Not at least at full health in this case here. Try to go for the attempt, but looks like a knock is pretty much all he can do here. So 𝘗𝑝r Esports should be able to get back into the circle with full members here.
Oh, I think he got this confirmation kills onto that one member. So now 3 left from 𝘗𝑝r Esports, but nevertheless, it looks like a straight path for them. And oh no, they got the pickup. So 𝑛HE still looking strong as well. That they got caught out. Initially, they had first dips within circle, but now them joining the Great Migration itself has actually served them good time. Hey, 𝑅UW, he sneaking in behind enemy lines, going into the cart to try and mask his presence, but eventually there was an altercation within the smokes. I don't know what happened, but he wasn't punished in that.
Didn't respond, but this is what I'm talking about, Keith. A lot of cliff plays. The terrain here is just not safe. It's so vulnerable for these guys, but they just don't have much of a choice. JFD, on the other hand, who has not seen much conflict so far, by the way, now has no choice but to make a move in here. But hey, they didn't find much conflict, but they are trying to go for the places here. A little bit based towards that downhill, whereas on the other side of the map, 𝘂𝐻𝑜use Esports towards the northeastern side. Look at that, Keith. 5 teams literally smack down with each other here, just because of how the circle has been shifting so far here. And Buriram, Eddie, the last remaining member, by the way, really need to quickly try to close things out, because not too far behind, the Bloods in the Water and the Sharks are coming in. 3 other teams also converging on their location here, as team are just trying to find some form of security. However, unfortunately for Eddie, M will be the final nail on the coffin for their run, at least in this case here, as they slowly make their way in. 𝘗𝑝r Esports, they secured their fight against AG. That's great. They did get pinned down slightly by members of New Home Esports here, but now on the other hand, looks like 𝘂𝐻𝑜use Esports, sorry, not New Home, 𝘂𝐻𝑜use Esports here. They're juggling between both 𝘗𝑝r and also their neighboring team, which is soon to be Aurora and even Team Flash.
Yeah, 𝘂𝐻𝑜use Esports definitely getting comfortable enough within this match to call it a home at this point, to be honest. They're 13 points in, 10 of them coming from kills, and they're in the top 4 last teams that are standing with all 4 members as well, alongside with 𝘗𝑝r Esports, Aurora, and JFT, Justice for Tomorrow. Now, they have gotten warmed up. We've seen it within the kill score, so they are looking like a bigger victor, but can they close things off with a chicken dinner to set themselves up apart? Remember that point differential, it's 10-6 in first to second place itself, so it's going to go the long way should they be able to hold things out towards the very end. 𝘗𝑝r Esports, 𝐿𝐴𝑠𝑖A trying to traverse by the edge of the circle. Maybe he can go and look for a wraparound around 𝑛HE, but 𝑛HE, their positioning so far has been really on point, with always having that one constant member in the flank side to ensure that they're in the best situation at all given times. So right now they're spread up thin on towards the outer part of the circle. Perhaps it's a question of who makes the first mistake at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like, just look into this as well, right, Keith? You're playing into that kind of terrain where it's just particularly open fields and hills, right? So expecting a lot of cliff plays, or at least teams just trying to do a quick wraparound, which is particularly why you saw teams positioning themselves towards at least the edges of their current hills, right? So just to make sure no one's trying to do a quick number ahead and try to flank them for the sidelines here. So naturally, game sets are trying to pop in the line, but looks like Monty gets caught offline, gets knocked down instantly here, but not out for the count, and apparently out for the count as well. I suspect will not only get the knock, but also convert it to a finisher here. Now, still coming down to the last remaining 4 teams here. Naturally, 𝘗𝘁 Esports and 𝐿𝐻𝐻 Esports, sorry, they plan to actually try to secure. I think it doesn't really matter, right, whether they get first or second place, either between these two teams. They have earned a substantial amount of kill points on themselves here. So regardless of whether either these two teams get the first or second place, it's still going to benefit them for both teams. However, naturally, JFT, who hasn't seen much action at all. They've been pretty quiet, been pretty passive, prioritizing positioning above all else here for this first match so far. Naturally, this is the time to try to rack in a couple of points for themselves. They managed to secure 1 kill point. Now they got a couple of placements here. But Keith, like you mentioned before, the point differential between the placements between first, second, and the third and fourth place onwards, they naturally want to get that first place for themselves. It's such a huge amount of points, especially coming from a team who wasn't really farming much kill points, at least during this early phase of phase 1.
Yeah, I think the bigger point to that is, especially with bottom 8, makes 0 points at all. So 1 point itself makes a big difference between setting you apart from the bottom fraggers here. Meanwhile, we'll take a look again back onto these war zone that's being set up by the Oceania teams. JFD keeping Aurora back in place. Now, throughout the entire Master Series, Aurora would have eaten them for breakfast more times than not. But right now, JFD, they're the ones with the map control. They do have Dusky and Shoehorse further out into the back lines just to ensure that no third parties are coming in. Aurora seems a bit, with their positioning, it seems that they're pretty confident no teams are behind them, especially with the blue zone coming in close. But they got the knock onto NHE. T1 706 gets knocked out. So that's going to be a thorn in their progress here for the likes of NHE. And now Dusky opens fire onto 𝐴𝐻𝐻. Aurora just barely trying to jiggle his way through the bullets in Matrix style here. We'll have to go down into the prone position, trying to get some of those health back up, but the war has begun for his allies on the right-hand side. But another one bites the dust here. NHE, 𝑈𝑑irt, got hit by the nade, gets out, and is a confirmed kill at that. So NHE, despite a strong start, seems to shatter at the likes of 𝘗𝘁 Esports with the presence of a third party.
They got the high ground, and it was a really nice time for 𝘗𝘁 Esports to really converge in as well. They saw the kill feed, they're keeping track of the entire movement as well, and they noticed all the sound cues. They know for the fact that currently 𝐿𝐻𝐻 Esports is currently juggling between 2 separate teams. So this is a nice moment for 𝘗𝘁 Esports to really just come in to clear things up here, denying the additional points that Aurora could try to pick it up from members from, or at least against members from 𝐿𝐻𝐻 Esports here. But it looks like both Aurora and 𝐿𝐻𝐻 has been removed from play. So the last 2 remaining teams will be going head-to-head with this time. Now JFT, this is the moment of time. They got a nice good finisher on Thunders, bringing it down to a 3v4. They're trying to cover as much ground as possible. They are scaling up a hill though, so it comes out to who is able to spot who first. With this kind of positioning itself, sure, you're covering a lot more ground, but if you get one knocked down, you're pretty much down for the count. Nobody's probably going to be able to save you in time here. So, but the nades are coming in. It's not really much of a crater, but it is somewhat of a dish that they can actually try to play for themselves and slowly move their way up here. Shoehorse, naturally, the player that, especially doing back in Master Series, love to take point here. Always playing around the edges. He's trying to get on a really good flanking angle, and he might just find it as well.
Yeah, he's already edged outside the circle. That's the point where potentially 𝘗𝘁 Esports isn't even paying much attention to. However, I do see some of those markers over the minimap here. They are looking within the area, but I would say advantage goes to the way of JFT. Surely, understandably so, with the numbers advantage. But look, they got the low grounds, and in this position, that serve as some sort of a cover fire for the likes of JFT. Because if 𝘗𝘁 Esports were to push on forward, they're up into the flat opens here, and JFD can look to maybe go in with the poke. So it's going to come down to who makes the first hit as a point of entry. JFD spread open though, so Sharper Esports, they're gonna have to be careful. They might get knocked out unsuspectingly, and talking about that, Suspect gets a little bit of the tag, but don't want to overcommit. Meanwhile, Dusky looks like he's making an advancement forward. JFD 𝐶𝑢 does deploy some of the smoke, so that might give away his position there from his end. But better safe than sorry, they might say. Under the cover of smokes now, JFD tries to advance forward on top of the high hills. Now they got the high ground and a rock cover to play around with. 𝐿𝑒𝑍𝑎 behind smokes. Nades tossed on forward towards Earth. No, missed it by that much.
Yeah. JFT, good call for coming from JFT. Decided to reconvene, decided to group up as a 4-man squad here. Get that solid body system. You get 2 knocks, that's great. 1 member remaining, and that's 𝘂𝑪𝑎𝑏𝑙𝑢𝑧𝑎 here. He needs to try to pull in the win. Comes out through the smokes, unfortunately, will be greater than kind. And JFT will pull in clutch here in the first round for the first match of the day, securing the chicken dinner with a decent amount of kill points on themselves. Small across the board for our Australian players here. Absolutely feeling thrilled, securing and setting the pace for match number 1.
What a way to set things up for the rest of APAC here. Going in as the underdog region comparatively to the likes of the Thai and Vietnam, but here they are setting the pace, a good foot forward for the rest of the APAC here with the first ever chicken dinner here in the play-in stage. So obviously, sure, it's play-ins, but everyone was not looking at them to be the ones, or the entire region of APAC here, to be the ones to nail the first one here. But they are taking it 1 home in that chicken dinner.
Right, with that being said, let's quickly check out the highlights from match number 1. After this, it should be back to casters again. Woo! And that is match number 1, ladies and gentlemen, here for our PGS APAC Qualifier 2025 Phase 2 here for match number 1. JFT kudos for taking secure chicken dinner, our first chicken dinner of the day here as well here. And honestly, this is essentially a really good thing for them here, right? Especially since, I mean, it's not just them. Combat, they were playing a style where, at least for match number 1, was securing really good positioning for themselves. Sure, it's a lot more quieter than usual. Wasn't really farming as much kills compared to the other teams. But then at the same time, even though 𝐻𝐻𝐿 Esports, they got to top 4, they weren't able to secure that chicken dinner for themselves, Keith. But the fact that they actually got a substantial amount of kills, I think they got like 10 kills before they actually bailed out there. So even if they didn't get the chicken dinner, they earned enough points that was equivalent to a top 1 placement for themselves just from getting these good positioning alone. And they were just farming players after players. And this is, I mean, this is Miramar. This is exactly what we will be expecting, especially with that kind of circle shift and the flight path that we had.
Yeah, but I guess you could say patience does pay here in the play-ins, at least for day number 1 itself. Now, JFT, they're the team that they're known to be super aggressive, right? You make a fire, they're going to be knocking at your doorstep. It's almost like finding oil someplace else for the United States, right? They're going straight for it. But this time around, they were shot at earlier on into the entire game. Yeah, they didn't make much of it. They were split 2-2, understanding their current position. Didn't overcommit to anything. It's not till like the last few teams left alive. They prioritize rotations into circles and positioning, which is a complete new JFT. The same that I've mentioned about Aurora previously in the Master Series and how they play comparatively to Phase 1 itself. Now, this time around, JFT is the one who's making that change in play style to be a bit more smart with where they put their stance on and taking the fights that would lead to a winning position. Now, credit is given where it's due. Sure, Aurora was held back by some of the third parties that were around the area. It was not an easy final circle to play, right? There was top 4 teams, all with 4 members left alive in the entire game. It's rare to see that sort of, I guess you could say, commodity towards the last few circles where all these teams look as fresh as day. It's as if they just got born out, right? They've not been worn down, and for them to fend things out, obviously there's a lot of criteria or a lot of factors that may hinder some of these teams. But hey, JFT, in the end of the day, you can say a lot of things, but they're the ones who nailed it at that final point.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit concerned, especially with their initial setup, right? When when the final 4 came down, with how the setup they were going for as well, JFT went for this really greedy individually split out like 1-1-1 kind of setup. Sure, covering a lot of ground, practically covering majority of the phase 8 circle as well here. But here's the concern here: a lot of things, while everything did went right for them towards the end of the round, especially with the whole third party and how close a lot of the initial remaining, at least the other remaining 3 teams in that top 4, as how close they were, so they were forced to address each other rather than focus on JFT. But there's so many things they could have gotten wrong, because when you have this like really this massive split of a setup, you're covering more grounds, great. You're getting a lot more angles, you're getting a lot more intel for the team, that's great, sure. But in a scenario where if one of your members gets knocked down or caught out, right, that's practically a member that you have to forego already. You can't really do much about it as well here. So I really like it when it really came out to the final fight. Instead of splitting up, they decided to just reconvene back as a massive 4 and push into that final fight into Sharper Esports. That was really fantastic for me. But other than that, the whole flight path, really love how the teams, our 16 team, really addressed according to the circle, right? It wasn't really favorable for a very favorable circle, especially for the teams who rather dropped off much more later towards that flight path as well. Some decide to just make a quick headway through the western side, encountering 1 or 2 more teams. Sharper Esports was encountering Armory Gaming and 2 other teams, but the rest of the team decided to take a little bit more of a slight detour, which I mentioned before, from the southern side. Things worked out eventually. Then they encountered 1 too many teams. Then they made this massive migration towards the northern side, which is where they encountered new 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports. I think this is going to be one of the few teams that this kind of play style we're going to be encountering a Miramar, right? Where team will prioritize in prioritizing placement, or at least positioning above all else, right? It could be phase 1, it could be phase 2, but they're going to be the team that's going to be sitting at the center of that circle as more early than most teams, and they start really peppering them down here. And I think this is going to be a little bit more of a common trend, especially since this is day 1. I'm going to be expecting a lot more teams to be trying to get a good feel on what's the other team's play style in this lobby. That's when we get into day 2. That's when teams really starts kicking up into gear here. But anyway, with that being said, Keith, that's our first Miramar now. We're about to jump into our final Miramar for day number 1 here. Let's see whether teams are going to be able to farm as much points as they hope for, at least.
I like how you brought up a couple of things. One of them being center circle as an ongoing trend or something that we project or expect coming out from the rest of the teams. Did you know it was the center team that bow out earlier?
Oh,
At
yeah.
the end of the day, it was all the cornering teams that stood the test of time, right? Because the center, I believe it was 𝘓𝑒𝑣𝑒 at first, then it was occupied by Team Flash, and then they had a squabble with FW. Maybe
Buriram as well, yes.
yeah, maybe reverse psychology. Everyone's saying, I'm going to get the better part of the circle. I'm going to occupy center really early, and that's reflected through the rest of the other teams. And now they are coming into an early conflict that got them knocked out much sooner. Perhaps reading the lobby, if everyone's playing by the edge, maybe play by the edge too. I don't know. No, if everyone is playing by the center, maybe you'd like to play by the edge too. Yeah.
But I guess that really comes to how the circles initially and the flight path is like, right? Because if we get a very similar setting like what we had in match 1, where like majority of teams dropped towards that western side and the circle went to the east, you're going to see a lot of teams just, oh great, we have to make this massive migration on whichever how we can here. Although, sure, unless your scenario works out, if we have a really nice centralized flight path, regardless whether it's north to south or east to west, a really nice central flight path, everyone gets to go wherever they want to, no long dives, no contesting for hot drops or ideal location as well, and a very centralized circle in that central part of the map. And sure, I think we will see a lot of teams just got to be very comfortable with where they want to be, right? We won't see much edge matches, probably towards later when the phases gets a lot more smaller. Other than that, that's the only picture I can paint in my head from based on your scenario as you painted out.
I guess there's a part in the game that we don't talk about as often, that is a personality per se, or your level of composure, right? 3 things: prey, predator, scavenger. Which one are you, right? Are you mechanically sane? You get a little kick from the rush. You're able to execute such a high snappy movements that tends to favor you in close quarter confrontations. Then maybe you're a predator. Maybe you should be looking for some of these aggressive plays. Do you perform better with a clear game plan in mind, which means here we're going to stay here, we're going to shoot outside, and we know we're going to hold our point for the time being. We're farmers and we don't like the pressure on us, but we got the mechanical competency. Then you probably play scavenger, right? You just feed off the farm without having the pressure of people near you. If you're the prey, they just hide on for dear life towards the last few stages of a circle where they pick each other off. Then you got the scraps to pretty much feed yourself from.
I'm not sure about the whole predator and prey kind of thing, brother, but I can tell you this: there is. I do agree. There is like several. Not sure whether it's a personality. Yeah, it could be a personality as well, based on the play styles, right? But there are definitely a few types of players that we're going to be encountering, at least towards this day, right? The super aggressive players, where they don't really care whether is it securing good positioning or playing on the edges. The super aggressive players, especially who's very confident with their gunplay and fragging and their fragging capabilities, they wouldn't mind playing on the edges because they just want to farm players, right? I think this is something we have seen in the past, even in the international scene as well. They don't mind even if they missed out on getting a really good spot. They just want to farm kills. And we're talking about these are the players where they may not get a lot of placement points, but they get a lot of kill points. Very clear example would be like what I mentioned before, especially since not just Himas from the Vietnam side, but even the Thailand scene, their top fraggers had their total kills in total is in the hundreds already. Whether it's 100, 26 kills or 108 kills here respectively. That's a lot of kills. So you already can expect, especially since we are talking about Thailand and Vietnam, the two regions where it has birthed like really superior FPS players as well. I'm not too surprised to see them being a really frag heavy region here. Actually, no, it is a frag heavy region here. So I wouldn't be surprised if the team choose to be as aggressive and much as possible here. But with that being said, let's quickly check out the team post-stat situation, as they are our first winner chicken dinner of the day here. So let's just see what's the narrative that comes up for a lot of these guys. And naturally as well, you see the total amount of damage this is, by the way, the total damage of that's being accumulated by all 4 players individually wise. 300 damage, 400. Yes, it's not a lot, but it's like what we were talking about before. They were having really good circle. They were having really good luck with the circle as well, how it shifted as well, and also the scenario that really led up to that final 4 here. So not a lot much damage compared to some of the other teams that's been constantly really frying out, like Sharper Esports, for example, 1,900 here. 𝐿𝐻𝐿 Esports here, not as much damage compared to Sharper Esports, but this is what I'm saying, right? You get a good spot, high ground vantage point, good cover around all edges here. You're just going to be able to snipe a lot of these kills, whether you're stealing kills or securing kills. That's pretty much where 𝐿𝐻𝐿 Esports is coming in with 13 kills in total.
Yeah, take a look at that for NHE. Their full squad time is only 3 minutes compared to JFT 6. Meanwhile, the points they've raked in nearly doubles that. And it shows that, look at that, the prey, predator, scavenger theory, 𝐿𝐻𝐿 Esports, they were nowhere near in the top 3 finish. I think they were the first out of the 4 last teams remaining, and they were the first to bow out, if I remember correctly. Or that could be Aurora, but it doesn't matter. They didn't take first place. They took a placement point of 5. That means you're third. You came out in third. And here you are still taking the number 1 spot from sheer kills alone. The likes of JFT, sure, they got the placement of 10 points, but the 6 kill is just dolls in comparison, putting themselves in the back foot of second place. And well, Sharper Esports, needless to say here, they've got the 15 to match up with the second place itself. So you can see from game number 1 itself how crucial kills have become within this entire format, because we're not seeing the actual first, second, third finishers claiming first, second, third spot. Even the third place finishers or the second place finisher is, probably going to close up ahead of it, but you get the gist. Now, that is match 1. Obviously, the plan is to rest, reset, and go into another match 2 here. Another map of Miramar, which is going to be great. We got a little bit of a tough circle to play here with the match 1 in the play-ins for Miramar. Hopefully, match 2, the gods of circle, gives us something we could objectively call fair.
Objectively called fair. Let me tell you something. PUBG, in my experience of PUBG, there's never been fair for anyone else. Let's be honest. Yeah. But of course. Oh no, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Obviously, nothing's fair. Survivability is not fair, right? Whatever resource you get upon spawn itself, that's what you get. Unfortunately, if you're going to run around with your bare fist, then that's what you're going to do towards the end of the game. But you try to survive. You play the cards you've been dealt.
Yeah, okay. I mean, survival of the fittest, right? But it's that kind of thing. I mean, the only scenario we ever get to that phase with bare fist, I guess, would be a hot drop, right? So I don't think we haven't seen even Master Series. I wouldn't call it really a hot drop. It's just more the fact that a particular compound was being contested by 2 other teams in their initial drop, right? So wouldn't really call it a hot drop, but it's definitely an area where at least these 2 teams just choose not to, at least forsake or at least give out to the other, right? That kind of thing. But coming back to the points which you mentioned during the match leaderboard, right? Which is, I think this is also going to be one of the few problems which even the teams in the internationals team also faces from time to time, right? Where just trying to be consistent when they're farming points throughout the rounds, right? Where trying to get that nice balance between the number of kill points alongside with placement. When you get this, if you're being consistent and balancing out those kind of points consistently in each matches towards Championship Sunday, then you really put yourself in a really good spot where, hey, if I have a bad day, I'm not going to be too worried because I've been significantly and I've been consistently farming points here, so I'm not going to lose out too much. Especially currently for this format that we're currently casting or broadcasting for this play-in stage here or last chance qualifier, it's literally the top 8 will qualify. It's not top 3, not top 4, top 8 out of 16 teams here. It's a very comfortable thought for a lot of these guys. I mean, except for the one that's duking out at 8th and 9th place. That's probably not going to be a very comfortable thought for those teams around that area. But if you're able to just get constantly farm enough points, whether it's by balancing out both your placement and kill points, and be pretty consistent around all the matches, just to get to that top 3, top 5, then I think you're pretty in a good spot, a very secure spot.
Yeah, I think that being said, right, also, just to echo on that sentiment even further, if the bottom 8 of the team in every match walks away with 0 points, then you could almost say all you have to do is ensure you get 1 point every match just to keep yourself safe.
Yeah. I would agree to that if we were casting any other initial qualifiers, but we have long gone from those stages of that qualifiers, my friend. This is literally the big boys race right now. Sure, I get it. For those who's been joining us especially for the APAC region side as well, or at least for throughout these years now, it's a PUBG special for the APAC side, right? Where it's constantly qualifiers after qualifier. You're basically securing a qualifier to enter a finals that will lead to another qualifier, and that qualifier will lead to another finals. It's a PUBG special here in the APAC region, but we just have too many teams, too many regions here, and there's so many amazing teams here as well. Whether it's the rest of APAC, Thailand, and Vietnam, we're seeing new teams on the rise. Some come, some go. Some still retain. Some join new rosters. It's such a beautiful thing to witness and cast every single time. But with that being said, Keith, this can be considered the last chance qualifier for at least our 16 teams here. Sure, top 8 moves forward to the finals, but like I mentioned before, this tournament itself, well, not just the players, just the entire tournament itself for the PGS APAC 2025 Phase 2, right? APAC qualifier Phase 2, right? This is the one where we will determine which of our top 3 teams will be moving forward to represent APAC in the PGS 9 and 10, because that's the only time, or the only tournament left in this year, by the way, to farm or accumulate as much PGS point to try to earn your spot in PGC. There's no other tournaments after this. There's nothing else. It's just PGS 9 and 10. This is all these guys got, really. It's a very crucial tournament for at least each of these players' PUBG career.
Yeah, and if you need a summary of that, essentially all these teams are praying for a chance to earn points. That's pretty much it, right? Like the points you accumulate in this the qualifiers itself, it's negligible, really, because even at the #1 spot, the points you take back just dulls in comparison to what you can get in #1 spot in PGS 9 and 10. We're talking 300 points, 400 points large. So whatever you have here is negligible, but they're playing for the off chance to be able to even access the huge sum of points, the big payout. That's what we're here for in the play-ins.
But of course, with that being said, quickly getting a nice good mugshot of members of 𝐷𝐿 Esports. Now these guys, of course, literally contrasting from what JFT was going through for the map Miramar. These guys was scaling every single phases of that western circle, that western edge circle. They were fighting teams after teams, whether is it just completely annihilating the entire squad or just trading back and forth. I think the only team that actually fell into the hands was going to be Armory Gaming. They actually really tried to go toe-to-toe with 𝐷𝐿 Esports as well, and of course a well-fought fight naturally. But at the end of the day, 𝐷𝐿 Esports were just completely overwhelmed. The one member did get knocked in the process, but they were able to revive him, able to just, not to say safely move into the circle, but just slowly scale themselves in there to get to that final 4. Hopefully this time we're moving to our second match of the day here, and it's also going to be our final Miramar map here. Let's see which team is going to be able to secure this win for this round here, and looking for the fight plan for the mini map as well. I think we might just get a really nice centralized, although it will be a diagonal flight path, but it'll be a really centralized one.
Well, I mean, that's always the best case scenario. That's what we hope, but let's be honest, we never really get what we pray for at the very least here.
Oh no, sorry, Keith, let me correct you. I'm praying for a chaotic circle and flight path. Just letting you know.
If you guys ever need a hit, it's Lennon Yolo Lee. You're not gonna dox him or something. He's praying for the worst of situations, and I'm here as a spectator. I'm not gonna defend him, but I'm gonna do absolutely nothing. I'm part of the problem. Right now, that diagonal cutways for Miramar. Yeah, you're right. It does look absolutely fair with the path. Almost nearly center point here, at least from that diagonal portion. Slice of the cake. It's still accessible to most parts on the north, most parts on the south. What else could you ask for but a fair circle or a chaotic one? Hope it goes all the way down to prison. Oh, it does? Yeah, it does. It does. So we've got yet again another curveball of a game here in Miramar. It's the second match.
Yeah, and this is the, you know what's a really cool thing, Keith, is it will be the fact that a lot of these guys in their professional career, they're really great at really keeping track of the situation. Flight path, they're really ensuring like which team goes to where. Not too sure exactly who's the team currently at this moment. This is going to be their first day together. But they have a rough idea, okay, which team is going to be dropping where. So do we want to avoid them? Do we want to just at least contest for vehicles, then get out of there? Because so far we haven't seen any contested hot drop spots so far from the other team. Teams are willing to just have a compound of their own, or at least give up a particular compound to another team just to secure security for themselves. But just from that circle alone, towards prison side, every team know for a fact, no, there was no flight path near there. There was a flight, although there was some team will be landing towards the edge of that northeastern side, but no team is going to be at that center part, if I'm not mistaken, I saw a team already making headway in their vehicles straight to that center part of the circle through Death Valleys here. And one of them, of course, naturally is going to be JFT, and another one, I believe it was 𝐷𝐿 Esports, if I'm not mistaken. But regardless, everybody is making headway here, especially for teams who loves to play around with positioning. They want to get to that center part of the circle. This is the map to go for. I mean, this is Miramar. That's the play style as well. It's not like a Wrangle where you can do your casual playing around the edges, doing your drive-bys. This is really suited with a sniper fast look map design like this one.
I mean, luckily for Justice for Tomorrow, they've got decent amount of loot already, so they can look to proceed as the first few people to go on through. And chances are, if they're playing Edge once again, they might just go down onto the side of prison within that little island itself and loot over there, and then later on maybe then venture back up north. But we'll see how this one plays out. Meanwhile, we saw some teams, Shadow Esports over at Minas Generalis, which, in case you guys didn't know, has had a little bit of an update, 37.2. That's the patch note. You can look it up. Some terrain changes, which could be the difference maker here, especially when you're one of these teams who's so accustomed to how many structures they are that you can take advantage of. Well, it's been reduced. I think one of the cauldrons has been reduced into something else, and so on and so forth. Not a big deal for the viewing perspective, potentially for them, but I guess we're here to see how some of these teams adapt to said changes itself. Meanwhile, FW Esports also finds their way trailing behind, eating the dust that's left behind by JFT themselves.
Well, I mean, I don't know. We are looking relatively from the initial flight path as well, so they understand like the amount of headway they have to do it. So they just got decent amount of loot. I'm not sure what's the current state of it, but I think it's okay, an okay amount with the amount of loot that they have from the compound they were in. But they're not sparing, they're not wasting any time at all as they slowly make their way in. Because if you notice towards the stats, the phase 1 circle, right, it's either you get a really nice compound, a really large compound towards the cities or towards the prison area, or is other than that, it's just death valleys, long steep hills, mountainous areas here. So I think a lot of these teams just want to make a really quick headway just because they really want to have a little bit more options for themselves. Do we want to gamble on the fact that the circle is still going to stick around the mountain areas? Will another team try to contest for this mountain area? Or do we want the security of the compound, but later worry about how do we want to make our way into the circle should the circle moves away from the compound here? But for now, we do see TDT here although we do see at the same time Team FFL here having a 2-2 split here, so not too much to worry coming from if any team were to try to go for the knock here. But then again, this Van from TDT, it's all alone. Very greedy split, by the way, I'm going to say. Very far from the rest of the squad. He gets knocked down here. That's pretty much why you see him pretty much checking his rear end, right? He's making sure, like, all right, Venom's going to take a pot shot at me. Will it be enough to really get a knocked here? How can he retaliate in time? So it's a good check with the game sense here. Whereas we do see Boomerang, but I believe that's Khan currently on the glider. Getting a little bit of a high ground intel view here from the skies for the team.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned previously, right? You'd like to see some of these teams go 1-1-2 split. I'm on the position where if you're going 1-1-2 split, you better be on that trigger discipline right now. You cannot afford to try and take aggro because unless you're pretty confident your teammates can come in with the backup in time or the cover in time, that's just not something you'd want to take in. Earlier on, we saw one member, TDT, split out so far in the open. Right now is about a good time to call him back because Savage Men Esports, they are looking to have a little bit of a confrontation, but it seems like they're drifting further, TDT, perhaps understanding that nobody's in direct danger. I don't think Savage is aware of the position of TDT here, but Huang F, he is alone and he's got an idea on where the devil lies. Scout towards the right general vicinity, but does not see a little bit of a silhouette or any sort of indications of life. So he will have a vehicle to pretty much book an exit here before things gets bad to worse. Meanwhile, 777, actually lucky number, 777, tries to shoot on their way, but unlucky with those shots, does not clip.
I mean, it's all about that phase 1, right? Like just get that information as best as possible. Try to get some early good positioning as well. And when you try to secure those positioning, which is pretty much why we saw JFT, FW Esports, Savage Man Esports, even TDT, and the rest of the squad that's slowly making headway. Whether is it on foot or on vehicle, these guys are pretty much just banking on the fact that the circle just isn't going to be at a really bad spot. Which, by the way, statistically, it's not too bad of a chance right now. It's phase 1, so the chances of it going to a bad spot is highly unlikely unless it's a really ridiculous shift. Like, and I'm talking about a really massive shift here. But other than that, with this phase 1 circle and how it's currently positioned towards prison area, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem for a lot of these guys here.
Well, can't say the same for the Lions. Yeah. This team right now donning the yellow could be a bit too bright of a color. Sure, they don't see that, but right now it seems like they are sticking out like a sore thumb. That's one member from RUW being nubbed out. Neb 1 is the man that's being shot down under the crossfires right now. Aurora is the one who gets the confirmed, actually. More members fallen. It's Tan Bin. So 𝘗𝘓 Esports understand that his kill has been sniped up by the way of Aurora. Kind of tells them that someone else is within the area. The Predator found the Scavenger hiding in plain sight.
This is what I was talking about here as well, Keith. Just you get in a nice mountain, that nice high ground position, right, and you just start peppering down on players. And you see that's the difference between peppering down on players against players that's currently in compounds or in open fields, right? At least in the open areas like that just now against real homies, that is going to be a guaranteed conversion for a kill. Sure, it's not going to be an easy shot naturally, but these are the guys where they're very pretty proficient with their DMRs already. So securing 1 kill, that's great. But the fact that they secure 2, that's definitely one thing for sure. So it's going to be throwing a wrench at the plans for real homie for sure. That's a fact. But at the same time, it's 2 additional kill points that they thought they probably wouldn't be able to get this early into the round as well here. So phase 1's been pretty good for 𝘗𝘓 Esports here. But then again, all that tagging, all that gunfiring as well did join a little bit of attention for some of the teams nearby. So Connoisseur, then we got that intel into the rest of the squad. Hey, there's someone playing on that mountain region here, trying to be good neighbors as one mountain to another. And look at that, Keith. Everyone playing around that center part of the circle. And he went to the circle. Okay, this is what I'm saying, right? Statistically, the chances of it going to a massive stiff is mostly unlikely, right? If it does, it's going to implicate a lot of players. But if it doesn't, these guys can actually pretty much sit here for a good while. They don't really have to worry much about it at all until phase 3. Phase 3 is going to be a massive problem, Keith, because it didn't go towards the southern side of that circle or that map, Keith. It went to the center, which is practically mountains and hills. Very steep hills and very steep mountains. And that's going to be a problem, since there's not much compounds remaining for a lot of these guys.
Yeah, but I mean, one thing's good is that we at least I said, give them a 1 fair circle. And this time around, the teams didn't have to search their way into circle. Everyone just falls within it. So it's a perfect condition for most of these teams to try and execute the game plan they've already had.
So your logic is, so that means what you're saying is, I don't mind giving them a 1 good circle, but the rest should be the most horrendous thing ever.
Oh yeah, because the moment you get 1 fair game, that's benchmark right there, right? If they can give 10,000 different reasons on why they didn't play well, but once you get a good circle, there's really no excuse. And that same can be said towards some of these teams here. Iconic Esports already losing 3 members from this entire compound. And it's funny that they're losing members in a compound where they didn't even have to leave. So all they had to do was potentially even try and just defend it. Right now, only 1 member left. Mega has got the shield barricade placed down for the time being. Members still alive. They can still transmit some of those information gathered by the third parties in play. Savage, man, this is why I had one of those member. I had Lucky J as a potential thief in the night to try and secure some of those kills. And here they are, playing the playstyle they've shown during the Master Series. Like, they're the scavengers I was talking about. And this is a crucial POI to try and contest to for the likes of Iconic Esports, because they have a blue beacon to try and go in with the revive. Team FL, Flash have picked up all members now, so they lose out nothing in this entire transaction. Lunlun now under cover fire.
This is the definitely more reason for them to rejoin in this fight. Savage Man Esports has a really nice high ground about it. They knew this is the time for them. They should try to go for the punish. The only problem is, as they're trying to attempt to try the third party from a long distance round, FW Esports intercepted them as well. Since FW Esports doesn't really have a good view on it, I did see one of the members was actually scaling towards them, but I think in the end they just decided to just let it be and just wait for the fight to see what's going to be the final outcome here as they fall back to their respective compound here. Savage Man will be held back by FW Esports, so this should give Team Flash members a little bit of a breathing room for themselves here. And interesting enough, Keith, if I'm not mistaken, actually really well done from Team Flash. I believe they were being besieged upon by iconic esports as well. If I'm not mistaken, 2 members of Team Flash came in much later, and this is right after 2 members of iconic esports actually really got knocked down here. So really good defense foothold coming from Team Flash here. So a well-earned fight for sure. Whereas for Team TDT esports currently at this time, losing out, not really getting much from this trade so far. It's expending quite a bit of their resources to try to heal up here. Whereas Sharper Esports having their respective tags, I think this is going to be a little bit of a more common minority here. At the same time, I don't have to worry too much on their ammo resources at all. They had a good time they had a really good looting in their initial phase as well, with how the circle was positioned, with the fly path that they have, and the towns they actually landed in as well. Massive compound areas too here. So I'm not too concerned on the ammo supplies here. Just more concerned of their utilities here. There's not a lot of utilities here. They didn't make a quick getaway towards the circle.
Well, is it a quick getaway or a short or a long one? Buriram United, that member seems to take his time in trying to move the vehicle, or actually not. He's probably just using it for cover for the time being. Understanding that he's being shot by a car, so that fire rate's not going to be doing enough to pretty much let that one on fire. But meanwhile, Sharper Esports getting knocked one after another. I believe that's 2 members now. 𝐿𝑒𝑠 and Earth gets knocked out from the far side. That's a real far shot too.
Yeah, FW Esports, they're not wasting any form of opportunities. Good knocks, unfortunately. Great timing for the defensive utilities as well to try to go for the revives here. So I'm not going to be able to convert those kills forward here. And on the other side, I believe Buriram's vehicle, I believe one of the vehicles popped off here. So that's also going to be 1 vehicle down for the count there. I mean, Murama's the kind of man where you really want to have as many vehicles, right? Yes, they really forms really good covers for themselves, especially since it's a high. Just in case on the potential chance where you might be in a spot where you just need as much cover as much as possible. That's where the vehicle comes in. It's a large map too. You needed to really traverse the land without being easily pop up. But this vehicle is smoking TDT. You might just need to abandon the time. And thankfully, they did manage to find somewhat of a cliff here or a ditch to stay hidden in, but not for too long. Buriram actually managed to find one of them. Almost trying to go for the finisher, but Izzy gets retaliated back by Armory Gaming Shanks. Everyone is currently positioned on top of either one of these mountains so far, and has literally an eagle-eye view to actually retaliate back. Whether is it returning fire or at least just a third party from the long distance.
Now we're talking about judging players or teams on how they perform in a fair circle, and we see it right here. The only reason you get knocked out, or Buriram United for specific, is because he overpeaked a little bit, right? And when he gets knocked out, he's not really being killed confirmed because he's well within his covers for the time being. So Buriram could look to maybe reset some of those situations. I guess we'll see later on when we do pan onto some of those members to see if the revive has been administered onto their midst. But right now, Sharper Esports, again, playing like sharpshooters, they camp the high hills. And yes, to my suspicions, Buriram now picked up all 4 members strong. Maybe don't look to overcommit once again, especially with Circle still keeping you smack dab within the center side. And they get the loot crate box to drop, whatever you call that, drop box, the loot crates, a gift from God, whichever that may be. It seems it's swinging their way in terms of trying to tilt the stats in favor. They just have to play it out right.
Armory Gaming was really banking on the fact that Circle actually went towards the north side of Chumacera, because there's a lot of compound, a lot of decent covers for themselves. They're very comfortable with the foothold that they actually dig their feet in currently for themselves here, but unfortunately went to the southern side. Buriram still smack down in the middle of that circle here as well here, so very satisfied with the position that they have. Whereas for the rest of the squad here, Shadow Esports being one of them, alongside with Team Flash or FFL here, they will have to make headway into the circle here. It's just one mountain after another. Look at that. Look at that long distance here from Jaxie's point of view here. That's mountains that these teams need to try to secure for themselves here. Not a ditch in sight here. You can only hope that the fact that you win out those edge fights, so at least that way you don't have to worry about team trying to flank you from the sidelines here. But other than that, speaking of control for sidelines, it seems like teams are crashing to respective compounds here. Although not by intention though. They were just trying to make migration here, and Savageman Esports was able to slow things down, and that's currently against FFL.
Yeah, but how long can it hold this position? It's an open one in FFL. They're rotated in. Thankfully for the likes of Savage Man, this is open plane, so FFL could get punished by the likes of Armory Gaming, who's just sharing that compound barely by a little bit. So they have to be careful in trying to make and commit onto this push here. It's from the far side in the rear. So FFL, I think them stopping here to try and play the rest of the map out might bite them in the back ever so slightly soon. Unless they can take out the likes of Savage Men, then it's going to be clear pathing their way. As I say that already, more members, they've already spotted out those rotation from Shadow Esports, who's now occupying the space of FFL. FFL immediately scrambling. They're under gunfire and they don't know what to do. It's kind of a mistake, but the retaliation is there. 𝘗𝘳𝑠𝑒, barely by the skin of it. Under the cover of smokes, he's got more, so he will live for the time being, but the circle is now pressuring them in ever so slightly. 𝘠𝘠, also at 2 HP, will keep their position for the time being here. It will break into a stale, but right now, all eyes within this area.
It's not really much of a mistake. It's just more like they just don't really have much of a choice as well here. So we're going to be expecting a very chaotic side as well. They can't really head towards that north side because it's just too much hills for them to deal with here. As you can see from the map, too many steep hills for those vehicles to climb over. So might as well just take this one step at a time, secure those edges from themselves. Although we're talking about that eastern side, we have respective corners that's being trying to see his team trying to form some form of control. Again, the circle goes pretty centralized here for all these guys. Buram's pretty satisfied with this. We also see FWE or at least Team Flash also pretty happy about this. But then again, coming up for the sidelines here, one of the edge battles here. Fight for life, currently Brownie trying to secure as much of this fight as much as possible here. We do see Shadow Esports trying to contest with another team here on the other side, but it's getting third party from Fight for Life here. Long day, even Brownie finding really good shots here, but also being retaliated back by other teams that's also possibly going to be trying to third party here, as they're so close to each other as well.
All this commotion, I'd be absolutely disappointed if Savage Men don't play the Predator scavengers they are and try and get some of these kills. Look, Shadow Esports is now out. And Shadow Esports and FFL were supposed to be under the gunfire of Savage Men, but it is TDT that picks up the kill now already. 2 points onto their names. They only have 2 more members left. But Savage Men, come on, Lucky J. I've got you as the thief in the night here. Don't come in with a disappointing stats. You're going to be able to do it. He's got flank side onto the guys of FFL. All 3 members of Savage Men is going to take their attention for the time being. But, oh, nice shot. Just gets it by a little bit. This one small frame is all it takes. And Windy Esports gets the knock on 2-1.
Yeah. Full Sense is having an absolute field day here. They have probably one of the highest peaks for themselves here as well. Really having a beautiful high ground view across the entire valley. So they have really a field day on really trying to pick up players as much as they want here. Whereas Team Flash will encounter Windy Esports here. It looks like control for the southeastern sides will come to the hands of the Windy Esports here. Whereas Sharper Esports not having a field day at all here, as they went for a 2-2 split here, which is pretty surprising for me as well. But I guess they just really want to try to deny Buriram United. As you can currently see, each team is currently juggling 2 teams at the same time. Whether it's Sharper Esports against Buriram United and Armory Gaming, or Buriram juggling between Sharper Esports and I believe it is Team Aurora as well here. It's just third parties on top of third party as well, okay? Everyone wants to fight for control. And I believe no one really wants to get to that center part of the circle because it's practically a ditch here. It's a really massive ditch here. You stay at that base of that hill, you're gonna be bombarded and rained with all kinds of utility and gunfire here, which is practically why we see a lot of teams fighting for that north edge side currently. Sashman Esports, it seems like they were able to clean things up against Armory Gaming here, so now they're slowly making headway to see if they can become the kings of the north, as teams will slowly duke it out here. Sharper Esports 2 members down here, Buriram still 4 members strong here, and they are contesting against Aurora pretty well so far. The circle has shifted once more here, and you look at that smack down in the center, it is JFT here, who hasn't seen much conflict so far. And I can tell you this for sure, they're also praying no one spotted them in that ditch at all.
Well, they can pray all they want, but Savage Men, you know what they say about being at the bottom. The only way is up, and they're trying to scale the hills right now. Great entry from Lunlun. Takes one member from Sharper Esports. Now they have the high grounds. The tide has been turned, but they have to be careful. The Thunders is within the area. Gets knocked out too. Great from Lucky J. Also finishing it off with Earth, whichever his ending of the name is. It's quite a mouthful, but Sharpay Esports, we don't have to try and pronounce them right now because they're out. Now Savage Man Esports gets the high ground, but is positioned outside of the circle. Will have to go against BRU. Buriram United still staying united for the time being. 4 members strong. 3 kills so far, but 5 for the likes of Savage Men, and they're even in head count.
Trying to juggle it out, trying to get some form of intel here as well, and it's not making it. And Buriram United is not making this easy at all, especially not without any form of vehicles to give them additional cover for them to siege forward here. You see 𝐴 here trying to get a better angle, to try to flank it from the sideline here, without a care of whether teams will be able to spot it from the eastern side. But it's just the kind of risk they have to take, because Buriram is not making this easy for them. And unfortunately for 𝐴 here, will be encountering the Lions side of Win Esports, the Kings of the South, was able to win out the fight against, I believe it was TDT if I'm not mistaken here. And now Win Esports will be able to get a knock alongside with Riz also getting another knock on Lunlun here. And now Savage Man Esports is standing at the crossroad between the fact that they're currently 1 member down here, 1 member lacking. More like 1 member eliminated here. The last member is gone. And now we're down to the final 5 teams here. And JFT still hasn't seen the light of any fight so far. He's still pretty comfortable here, but now Win Esports also following in his suit, sees the enemies that's currently in the distance here. Will try to clean things out before they make their way in. Is the most secure way to ensure of their survivability as they make their way into the phase 7 circle.
Oh, this is looking really good for the likes of JFT and NHE. There were top 4 finishers previously.
𝐿𝐿 Esports too, yeah, I forgot about them too.
Looking to maintain their stance here. Even if they don't get much kills, if they get the placement points, that's good enough to kind of secure themselves, at least for day number 1 itself, comfortably. Understanding that no points go below the 9th place onwards. So the circle will update itself. JFT smack dab in the center, and this is what I say. It's giving prey vibes from JFT right now, or at least Scavenger. Right now, just poking from afar. Don't want to overcommit. And right now, the circle of the gods, or the gods of the circle, favors upon thee. They smile.
Full Sense has a really nice high ground here. It will slowly become a powerful Full Sense if they really want to descend that hill. But for now, they can really buy the time, because you see how close that circle is towards that blue zone. So it's going to take quite a while for them to really be pushed up by the blue zone itself compared to the northeastern side. Both Buriram and even Win Esports will be pressured by the blue zone eventually here. So Full Sense should be able to slowly pick down on the players here, since both of those 2 teams, they have no vehicles. And speaking of which, it looks like JFT will finally be flushed out by Win Esports here. They caught them up here. Fresh vehicles for them to play with as well here. It now comes down to the final member of JFT to try to hold down the line for the rest of the team here. Sorry, not the last member. Oh, yeah, it is the last member. My bad. Forgive me. But it looks like he will go down from the spray coming from 𝐴𝑚, and they will secure it, as JFT is currently down for the count.
We've gotten our top 4, and right now, Windy looking very, very breezy with their movements here. 4 members strong, 11 kills. This is just reflective of the likes of the talents that come out from the side of Vietnam. We've seen NHE pulling set numbers in the previous round. Right now, a fellow compadre, Windy, with 12 kills and looking to close it off strong. Unfortunately, with 1 member, AirPods gets knocked out. Surely, at this point, it wouldn't matter. That's information transferred onto the side of Windy Esports. 𝐴𝑚 tries to go in with the trade against Full Sense, but they are playing against a high ground here, and the gravity just doesn't like going to be gone against in these sort of situations. So the bullets will hit towards the downside from the top end here, and let's see if Full Sense can maybe get some of these damage transferred across some of the more formidable forces like NHE.
Yeah, 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports, they wouldn't mind. They wouldn't mind like really waiting this out as well. They just really want Full Sense to really be forced into the fight against Win Esports. Because right now Win Esports, the only thing that's on their mind is the team that they currently have eyes on, which is currently Full Sense. And they know for the fact that Circle is going to slowly push them slowly out into the Circle Hill, which is pretty much why you see one of the members of Win Esports is playing around that ridge, that hill ridge here, to see if they can catch even a single head or a pixel of a head here to try to a little bit of a pixel displacement to really try to go for the spray control on. But for now, just really waiting things out here. They do have one of the members is checking towards that southern side for anyone that's going to try to go for the flank here, but the priority is still towards the north side. They know Full Sense is currently above their heads. It's just a matter of time before they scale down that cliff here, and that's exactly what 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports is currently banking on. They're just waiting for a Full Sense member to come in, while at the same time, you do see 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports having this 2-2 setup. Two players, two pairs prioritize in literally trying to prevent any possible flanks, or at least try to gatekeep them from coming into the circle here. One pair keeping their eye towards Win Esports, another pair to try to greet Full Sense if they choose to go towards the south side of that hill, and will be greeted in kind. And I believe Full Sense, they already got the intel in, since I believe 𝘓𝑪 was the one that actually popped out one of the tires of 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports vehicles as well here. So sorry, not 𝘓𝑪. It was actually Flash instead. So intel has been given. They said, okay, there's members, there is a squad there. Not sure what's the whole arrangement, because I only spotted 2 players here. That's the only intel that he got. That's probably all they can really bank on for now as well, 𝐾𝐿 here. So unless Flash gets spotted out by this pair here, 𝐾𝐿, that's gonna be a different story.
Oh, that one's going to be an infiltration. Yeah, they see it. Surely they know that information is being transferred. It seems like that motion itself pretty much gives them a telltale sign, at least for us, who's not within the communication circle with them. That gesture right there, it seems like they do suspect some teams within the area. And you were talking about the lack of communications, lack of information.
Okay.
Not to 𝘓𝑪. 𝘓𝑪 gets that lucky shot. Well, not really luck, because that was spot on and on point. And right now he's looking like to get the second kill or a second knock here. They will have to play from the hard-5 side. They do see some of those deployables being shot that way. Surely they've seen the vehicles. That's information gathered on the side of Full Sense. The nades are being tossed on forward. They're getting retaliated in this process, so they cannot look to also overcommit here, as that would take away, deviate attentions away from some of the teams from FS side, who will look to make advancement during this time of occupation.
Yeah, Full Sense might need to try the full send it here as well. But with all the commotion that's happening towards the southern side, it's now slowly drawing in the attention of a member of Win Esports here. And if they also join in this third party, this might give the opening, or at least the comfortability that Full Sense is trying to look for here. So at least they can try to focus on the pair that's currently closest towards them as well. And it looks like it does work as well, as they also will be joining in this fight. However, they're also coming to the line side of Full Sense member here as well, and they were able to get the knock and even the kill, trying to kill secure as well. Now coming down to the tier 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports, last member standing. Unfortunately, just too low to continue on with the fight. Will lose out in third place, and that's still totally fine. You got the placement for it, but now comes down to our final two. One of these two teams is going to be walking away as our champion, our chicken dinner winner here. But then again, Full Sense, they still had the high ground here, and even the man advantage as well. Q.
They're neck and neck. 12 to 11 kills respectively. Full Sense with the high ground and the numbers advantage. And look to push on down, but Flash is the ones who gets traded. But eventually, that's information to the side of Full Sense to kind of close in the deal. And here they are standing proud, 13 kills and a chicken dinner.
Despite the whole situation, Full Sense played it perfectly as well. Juggling between the two teams, interacting, how they actually get those shots in, but more importantly, an exceptional sniping coming from 𝘓𝑪. You get that one headshot in, you're already putting 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports member in a total fits here for sure, because they're just trying to figure out, okay, I need to go for the save. They're drawing a lot of attention, and especially since those pair, by the way, they're long distance pair, those pairing coming in from 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports, their role was to keep members of Full Sense in check, to not actually try to berate all over their remaining pair that's playing close quarters with them here as well. So it was a crucial knock here. So other than that, really well done.
Look at them. I think that's their secret right there. Full sense. Everyone's wearing nose patches, trying to get that sense of smell up in order to smell blood, smell fear within the corner. But here we go. Some of the highlights.
Wow, and seeing that highlight again coming from Theo, getting that headshot knock sniping shot as well, that put in quite really threw a wrench into the plans here for new 𝐿𝐻𝐒. So because they were responsible for keeping members of full health in checks with the DMRs here as well here. So it's a really crucial kill. But other than that, Full Send played out that round perfectly and accordingly as well. Despite the situation in the head, should they had the high ground and everything here, but they're still being back against the blue zone as well here. So despite all that, well done for securing our second chicken dinner here. JFT, they were trying to follow the exact same plan that they have, but unfortunately they got flushed out by Win Esports with a barrage from nades, if I believe. By the time I was over shifted through Keith, I believe at least we saw 2 members or 3 already knocked out by nades.
Yeah, I mean, Windy, they immediately went in with the compound push, right? JFT only had that one small shed with 2 members on the inside. So obviously one nade is going to take 2 down and leaving Dusky himself. And again, it goes and echoes from the previous Miramar match, how I say statistically right now with only 2 matches in. So don't take it as a huge pool of studies. But the ones who occupies the center seems to be the ones who's dying out really, really early. So yeah, might be something to look over there. But maybe it could be just like superstitions and coincidence at this point. But really great stuff coming out within this match itself. Again, like you mentioned, the 2 regions, Thailand and Vietnam, seems to be absolutely showing their prowess. First, in the first game with NHE and their 13 number of kills. This time around with Windy Sports with their 13 number of kills. With Full Sense with the 13 number of kills, and Windy Sports with the sufficient number of kills to match with. I believe it was 11 or 12 at that point. So it's looking good for these 2 regions. Despite the great start from the APAC representative, we have still about 4 more maps today, or 4 more matches to be played here. And the APAC side, it's looking like, from sheer performance itself, not counting a chicken dinner finish on placement, the APAC region needs to be able to step up, at least match some of these firepower.
It's pretty difficult, right? Because even like when we were checking out the rest of APAC qualifiers, we were seeing like the kind of plays that we were witnessing as well. We only see conflict, or at least that kind of head-on fight, that kind of firepower towards the later phase of the circus. We never see it relatively early. We never see teams that really shy away from that kind of conflict. You already noticed Sharper Esports really pulling out those DMR. Buriram also doing exactly the same thing as well. The distance is long, but they're still doing it. And I remember we saw 2 members of Sharper Esports knocked out by members of Buriram from one mountain to another. Pretty much just sending out practically mountain neighbors against each other here. So, but I'm not too surprised with the kind of stats they're also bringing out here as well. With I believe in their respective series, whether is it the PUBG Thailand series or the PUBG Vietnam series phase 2, their top highest total amount of kills by a single player is in the hundreds. 128 kills, 106 kills. That shows that what kind of lobby each of these teams are practically going through. It's a frag heavy lobby, it's a frag heavy region in particular here as well. So I understand your concern, especially for the rest of APAC, to really start stepping things up in terms of firepower, because these guys, they're not going to shy away from firepower. They literally were born, they were born in it, they were forged by it because of how frag-centered region they are. So this is something to be taken into account as well. But Keith, this is day one, 2 matches down here. Usually day one, a lot of these guys is just trying to get familiar with each other in the lobby as well. And don't forget, we're not looking for the top 3 teams in this play-in stage or this last chance qualifier. We are looking for the top 8 to move forward to the finals here, to go head-to-head with our remaining final top 8 teams here.
It's going to open that conversation, right? Like, if you're not able to handle the heat within this lobby,
it's already a conversation. What are you talking about?
How are you gonna you mentioned about it's only day one, it's whatever, but if they can't match in the firepower here in the play-ins, moving on to the final stage, how are you gonna match into firepower there and then? And I'm
correct.
And what I'm getting at is in instances where you are in a position to take some of these things, like, where do you think the APAC team might be lacking? Is it within their risk assessment? Because we know for sure Savage Man was in a position to take out FFL, is in position to take out some of the members who were fighting against FFL within the same place. That was a third-party opportunity, a third-party haven for them. But it all went on the side to TDT, who was just one member right there within playing behind the entire hills. And when the moment that went down, it turns out that was the last member too. So where was Savage Man during that point? Well, London was in position, Lucky J was in position, but I think they might have, because of the frag numbers that come out from the other region, maybe they're overreading it and saying, no, we're assessing the risk, it's not worth it. So, but do you think that's the right mentality to take on moving into this series itself?
I actually felt like it was. I really want to chalk it up to just it wasn't really a good round for them here, because like even just seeing from past history, if we're on the topic of Savage Man Esports, right? Even back in Master Series, they had really bad rounds, but they also had really good rounds. Even though they weren't able to get the top 4, they still walk out the rounds with like 11 or 15 kills. So I believe in this case, in this scenario, especially since a lot of these teams probably need to take some time to really kick into the gear, especially with how frag-centric a lot of these teams are coming into the mix as well. I think once these guys really get into the groove, or at least get accustomed to it during day number 1, at least maybe after the 3rd or 4th match here, I think we might see a little bit more life, for at least not just for Savage Man, but for some of our other teams as well, because we're pretty much done with Miramar. Miramar is practically, it's a sniper fest. Not everyone likes to play on Miramar. It's not everyone's favorite map, despite how long Miramar has been here in the pool, the map pool for a lot of these guys, right? Tego and Rondo is going to be the next few one. We also see some teams who's usually pretty frag-centric also didn't do as well in those kind of maps. I'm looking towards Erangel. Our last 2 maps of the night here, Keith. This is the 2 maps where I want to see where does all the teams really stand here, because this is the most basic map. It's the original map. It's the first map as well. This is the map where people has literally everything down to muscle memory at this point here. So that's the one where we're going to be seeing where do the teams really stand in this kind of lobby here. And then day 2, that's when we see teams really kick into the gear here. So, but we'll talk about day 2 when we get there. Right now, we're getting ready to get into Rondo. I believe that's going to be our 3rd match after this final map after our match 2 here as well.
So long-term perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I guess if you're doing the math in the back end, you'd be pretty okay with the day 1 so far, because you understand that right now the only ones who are really taking the points are already the top few teams, at least in the first 2 maps, right? You have NHE in map 1 with 13 kills, and then a hefty finish, right? They were on top of the leaderboards. This time around, they get decent placement still. So it's going to be heavy towards the top 4 teams, which means that the bottom ones are all is still going to be very much surpassable comes in day 2, if we're looking at the brighter side of things. So in that perspective, yes, I kind of get it, but I do want to see some of these teams take a little bit more risk here in a play-in, because it really doesn't matter if you're first all the way down to the 8th place. I think you should try and capitalize things, and we've seen time and time again within this play-in series itself, risk pays off, because oftentimes than not, your number of kills can already surpass the number of placement points that you can earn. We've seen 12, 13 kills, 2 games back-to-back in the same map already.
Right. Well, I guess we just had to see. I think we did see some teams was pretty bold initially, but that didn't really work out as well as they wanted as well. It's that kind of thing where I remember I had this discussion with another caster, right, in another PUBG event. I remember it was a debate between would it be great to have an aggressive team in it? Would you join a hot drop or would you not, or would you avoid a hot drop, right? That kind of thing. If you succeed in the hot drop, great, you get a lot of kills, you're getting a lot of loot, if you're very confident with your firepower, right? But then at the same time, if you were to lose a hard drop, you'll be one of the few teams that's going to be bailing out early and missing out your chance to earn that amount of points, right? So to me, in this kind of scenario, it's really 50-50, and it also comes down to, you know, there are times where it's not really the team's fault when it comes to those 1v1 deals or lacking in firepower. It's just sometimes we see scenarios where it's just getting third party, which is a normal thing in Battle Royale, right? There'll be many times where teams just get third party without being aware of the surroundings. It's not to say not aware, they knew of their surroundings, but they didn't know about how long the fight's been drawn out. You tend to forget the small things here. But of course, with that being said, this is the match leaderboard for that previous round. Full Sense naturally taking rank 1 as they were the chicken dinner winner as well, with 13 kills, about 23 points, a substantial amount, might I say, and Windy Esports, who previously wasn't in the top 4 or wasn't earning as much points in match number 1. Now this is where they start making a statement for themselves in match number 2 here. Buriram United, they were already in top 4 in the last match. They were here again for the second match. But now let's look at the total leaderboard. But with the amount of substantial kill, Full Sense once more maintaining top 1 for themselves.
Yes, but of course, eyes down from 8th place all the way down to the 11th here. Very interchangeable. Only a few points apart, and we all know top 8 is the prize that you would like to play for right now, occupied with a lot of Thailand teams, a lot of Vietnam teams, and 2 of the Oceania regions here. So Savage Men, they're so close to breaking into that qualified position, but they're going to have to show us a little bit more. Shadow Esports, unfortunately for them, back-to-back, they've got 2 bad games now. Hopefully, third time's the charm, and Rondo is the place to be for them to try and come in with a lifeline of a game plan here and actually turn things towards their side and at least keep themselves up afloat, heads above waters, to be able to still be within comfortable running or comfortable pacing to make it into the top 8.
Still, with 2 matches now, that's going to be our last Miramar maps as well, Keith. So finally, we go into match number 3 here. It's going to be one of the more recent release matches. It's going to be Rondo following out with Tego later on here. Although here's the interesting thing, right? At least Rondo and Tego, the maps, the place out of the map, of course, is going to be a little bit more similar towards Erangel, right? Where you're going to be doing a lot more crashes, especially for the more aggressive and players who's a little bit more bolder, more confident in their gunplay. This is the kind of maps which is similar to Erangel. You can play around the edges a lot more. You can go a lot of crashes. You can do a lot of drive-by. You want to go for it. It's allowed to as well. But you might need to take into account of the bridges, right? I believe there is going to be a certain section of the map where, especially where there's going to be a cross island, depending how the circle shift, of course, naturally. Bridges control is also going to be another thing, another element that the teams need to also be prepared for. But you know, I guess we'll cross that bridge once we get that key. But for now, with what we've been seeing so far, I'm pretty excited we're practically halfway through for day number 1 here. So far, even from what we saw from the total leaderboard, not too much to say for now, because you know we only got 2 matches in. There's not enough points or matches to really like discern that kind of gap between each of the teams so far. It's pretty minuscule, the point differential so far here. So I think once we get to that final map of day number 1, I think that's where we can have a little bit more of a conversation here on where most of these teams stand. But currently top 5, I think they're pretty or at least top 3 at least, pretty comfortable with where they are for now with the performance that they did.
Yeah, I mean, it's 20. I believe it was like 28 points or somewhere around that. That
26,
number after.
28, yeah.
Correct. So, although it's not much of a high point, remember that's still twice of a chicken dinner position. If you were to just like negate any sort of kills, you still need to get a chicken dinner twice to be able to compete with that number right there. So slowly but surely they're pulling the lead and drifting further apart from the bottom of the table here, but definitely not over just yet. And of course, keeping in mind the long-term play here, it's all about a top 8 position, and it's only been 2 matches so far. So it's still anyone's game, and hopefully Rondo is that game that maybe show some life to some of the, I guess I don't want to put it in this term, but you would say lesser regions just based on performance alone, right? Like where Savage Man's representing, where Shadow Esports is representing, because they are kind of outliers in terms of the pool of consistency that we see right now in the top board. It's 3 teams from Thailand, 3 teams from Vietnam, and it's all the Oceania teams that is competing within the tournament, also occupying that spot. So for it to go to the side from Savage Man and also Shadow Esports, they're going to have to work extra hard to prove their place here within the tournament.
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. I'm not gonna really count them out at all just yet. I believe this because we only see that burst of performance, even in previous tournament and qualifiers, that burst of performance in day 2 and day 3 as well. I mean, day 3 naturally, I believe this is the same goes for most teams as well, because the pressure is on, right? But I think this is going to be a little bit of a different kind of pressure because only top 8, right? You don't have to think too much about it. It's not as punishing compared to the usual setting where it's just like top 3 moves forward, top 4, you know, that kind of thing. Now it's just top 8. So the teams that has earned their place in that top 5, they can be pretty comfortable. But the fight for that 8th spot will be somewhat determined for day number 3, of course, naturally, with how much did their effort really earn them for that when we get to that day 3 for that 8th placing. But you know, other than that, so far I guess I've been pretty satisfied with how the games has been going so far. Naturally, the circle did. The circle also did force a lot of players to somewhat change up with some of their original plan. The first circle, at least the first match circle, the initial circle was pretty crazy for all teams. Second one was pretty comfortable, at least for 2 phases, because the circle was pretty centralized, right? Everyone got to where exactly what they want to be. There were a couple of tags, a couple of knocks, but no real kill conversion except for 2 members who are real homie, right? They were making that mid-rotation. They got caught out by members of Sharper Esports. By the way, fantastic sniping, by the way. So that was the only fatalities that we had during that first 2 phases. It only came down to phase 3, when the circle started centralizing on a very specific mountain. That's when we start seeing teams really trying to make a chaotic control on their respective edges, right? Because they know for a fact this circle has been centralized for 2 phases here. Teams has been pretty comfortable in their position for 2 phases as well. That 3rd phase, when it shifted to 1 mountain, they knew for a fact we can't get to that center. It's going to be an edge fight. It's going to be a very chaotic one. It's going to be a very messy one. Let's see whether we can come on the top there. That's pretty much where we saw from that southern to north side, from that towards that eastern side. There was like 6 to 8 teams, head to head, third party. Whether is it being flushed out by nades or having a gunfire straight up as well. It was not a very easy transitioning for a lot of these teams here. So those that came out the champion from that fight, kudos to them. But eventually they end up hitting this massive wall, which is full sense, because they're literally standing on top of this massive cliff of a wall. So that was also another scenario for themselves here. So now we're going to Rondo and Tegos. We don't have that kind of, not many massive mountains like that in Tego and Rondo here. So a lot more compounds. Actually no, there is this one massive cliff and massive mountain. But we rarely get to that. That's one, right? We rarely get that final circles, that kind of spots either. So we should be seeing a lot more open fields, compound areas, especially for maps like Rondo and Tego.
Yeah, a bit more of a, I guess you could say there are more close quarter players than there would be sharpshooters, because sharpshooters, let's be honest, it's not the most exciting part of the game, having to shoot from afar, and when you get a knock on one, it's not a definitive kill, because then maybe you're too far to pretty much follow up with the rest. So I think statistically, based on interest, most people would be far more adept to close quarter combats than they would be in a far marksman sort of engagement. And maybe that's why Miramar, we see some of the teams that we know to be really good at the handling of the gun, just not showing up. But hopefully comes Rondo, we get to see more of those comfort engagements, crashing into compounds, taking over point control, and pretty much dishing out what they were supposed to moving on for the rest of the day, right? Because after this we get Tego, and then after this it's Erangel, and most of these maps are pretty much similarly to each other at this point.
Yep. Man, this is pretty excited as well to see like how the teams really interact with each other, and of course naturally interacting with teams from the other frag-centric regions like Thailand and Vietnam, right? Because it's no longer that usual really passive plays as they make towards the edges as well. No casual tag shots or pot shots with each other. It's really, when the team starts shooting at you, they really want to try to convert for those kills. They really want to crash into you. We saw a couple more crashes. I mean, I guess that's the norm for Miramar as well. But taking a Rondo, there's a lot of compounds, a lot of cities as well. Sure, there's a lot of open plains, but we see a lot more crashes into those compound areas. I want to see how the teams really play around within the city areas as well. How do they really want to interact? How they flush out their opponent team? How does the idea of third party into such a congested city area is going to be alive for a lot of these guys. Pretty excited to see how this is going to really pan out for them too.
Yeah. We're just moments away before getting into it, so if you guys don't already know, you're watching right now is, I guess, the least exciting part of the entire phase here. The journey, this is the PUBG Global Series APAC Qualifiers Phase 2 in 2025, and it is but just the play-in, which means they're playing to qualify for the final stage, or in layman's words, the phase that actually counts, that's happening next week. But don't turn off the stream just yet, because we've got so much more action to be played here, and it matters in the sense that which team is going to make off onto the next week. It's all predetermined here within the play-in, so there is still a reason to watch what you're watching right now, and that is to see who comes up on top of the top 8. This is it. We're going into the match number 3 here of the entire day. We're hitting the midway point. We're looking at TDT Esports with 777 deploying parachutes into compound. So this is going to be one of those matches where close quarter combat is going to take a majority of the action here, and we're definitely excited to pretty much accept that one onto our mids. Because it's always more exciting trying to see these high tempo plays as compared to maybe a long range like skirmish, which never really results into some sort of a fatal outcome. But we will see. I guess part of this entire game will be predetermined as well onto the side of where the circle might be. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports, definitely one of those teams who are on form today. And they live up to their name here. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports always occupying the kill feed because of their sharpshooting capabilities. And we talked about checking out first the entire drop, the entire circle area, and it closes all the way down into the south and east side of the entire map.
Man, what a circle as well. Just to point it out too. So a lot of these guys, as you see naturally, once more, very similar to like what we saw in Miramar, just making a quick headway into the circuit itself, because they understand there's like, this is what I was talking about earlier as well, right? Bridges like this is where teams can tend to camp along the sidelines here and begin to punish teams that was trying to make their migration into the safety of the circle whenever they can and whenever they could here as well. And Full Sense is also not too. iconic Esports also going back and forth with this. And TDT Esports, we saw them having their limelight, right, when they were third partying against Savage Man Esports on the map Miramar. 𝐏𝐿𝑒 Esports having a little bit more of a rougher run, especially still unable to replicate the same success that they have on the map of Miramar. But that was a very big something for sure. But that's also a very cool background, by the way, Keith. Very cool background. It's really fantastic.
Yeah. Loving the theme for this tournament today. Like, I mean, it can't go any better than this. You've got culture, you've got digital, cyber, futuristic theme and neons on it, which reflects the gaming language, but at the same time, you're deep rooted into the culture that is Thailand. In case you guys have never been, you're watching this, you're thinking of heading over to Thailand because a lot of the Western folks here says it's the land of many dreams. Well, they're not lying. There's a reason why people keep coming back, and not to mention, people there are really nice, like the ones we have talking in our ears ever so slightly whenever, as and when we're going into these scenes.
Yeah, no, seriously, kudos to our broadcast team as well, especially with all the graphics and the additional stats for us to really talk about. That's really great stuff. I mean, I believe every time I work with you, Keith, you always keep hearing me saying things like, I want to see the personal team stats. I don't want to see the total stats. I want to see the personal player stats, because that's a different narrative. And now we're getting it for this event. That's really cool, because at least now we can see who's really pumping in the numbers, right? Who's going to be doing the most amount of damage. Because sure, it's a four player per squad shooter battle royale, right? Understandable, right? But there's actually roles being assigned to each of these players. Everyone has a role to play in each of the squads here. Okay, let me give an example here. Probably would be Happy Squad, who's currently in the finals, by the way, who's representing the rest of APAC currently in the finals here. Happy Squad, 𝘚𝘧𝘧 is a player in that squad will be considered their win condition. He's the ball shooter, he's the aggressive player, he's the one that's going to be bringing the main fragger, going to be bringing all the numbers, putting all the damage for most of the team. 𝐿𝐿, his team member here, is the anchor. He's the anchor. He's the second win condition, but mostly he plays the role as the anchor. He's the one who's always scouting things out, making sure to set up the pace for 𝘚𝘧𝘧 to really make a way for the rest of the squad to come in to flush any other squads coming in here. So that's what I'm trying to say here. Every player in each squad here has their role to play, whether they're the win condition, they're the support player. I think naturally there's got to be that one player in each squad who will be holding more smokes or more utility than the rest of the squad here. I'm not going to call him a backpacker.
A hoarder?
Not a hoarder. Clearly not a hoarder, kid. But he's definitely the support for the team. He's the guy who's going to be bringing more utilities just to aid the rest of the team more than usual here. So
no, I definitely agree, right? I mean, don't take it from us, right? It's not just a coincidence. I think to a certain degree, publishers themselves, the game itself, are incentivizing you to do so. Why do I say so? Take a look at the format and how the prize pool is distributed. You've got individual awards right now for Grenade Masters. So the role that you mentioned just now, the hoarder, the guy who stays in a basement and, just pile up the bowls on the side of the table. Him. He's getting an easy $250 for being him. And so likewise with Field Medic and so on and so forth. Yeah.
No, technically Grenade Master, I don't think it's hoarding nades. Like, the one I'm talking about is holding smokes. But I think the Grenade Master, this award, this very specific reward, right, Keith? I believe it's the one who's doing the most damage with nades. The one that's landing the nades.
No, of course.
He's basically the bombardier, right?
Statistically, the more nades you have, the more damage you're going to be able to deal. And who better is going to have the most nades, if not the hoarder himself? It's not rocket science.
Oh man, no. The thing is this: does it only specify the HE grenades, or there's also is the Molotov also going to be coming into the mix as well? That's the thing.
Good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, we'll find out later on. Field Medic, I believe this category is the one who heals the most. It can't be the guy who hoards the most med kits, right?
Yeah, that's the one who's healed the most HP throughout the thing. Does it count for yourself, or is that on a revive basis? Because there's a difference. Reviving teammate, that kind of sounds Field Medic to me.
Yeah, that's correct. That's Field Medic. Yes, correct.
Because otherwise you're gaming the system and just healing yourself and accumulating the amount of health points, then that's just you surviving. That's not really being Field Medic. No one's relying on you in the field. That's just you surviving for year on year. This is one thing I like, though. The best voted moment. Now, during the Master Series, we've seen some incredible big brain IQ plays that was dished out, right?
Yep.
With the what's the word, hijack car with the C4, sending it on fourth onto the side of Alter Ego and have it detonate just in time to clip one member. It was a key member at that, which then that team took over and won that engagement itself. Things like that. I do want to see something a bit more substantial to move on to the Best Moments award here, at least for this run, the entire qualifiers. I'm excited for that. That's what makes me smile. That's what makes me think of the game. But here we are. We're going back into the game here. It is match 3 out of the 18 that will be played throughout the entire weekend.
All right. Finally getting hit with. By the way, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the time. Hope you guys are enjoying yourself so far. And of course, naturally, continue to support your favorite teams here. As any fans who's currently watching this game right now, give them a massive shout out, give them all the love, because they really need all the loves right now. And speaking of which, this is what I'm talking about, right? The early emergency pickup here in phase 1. utilizing in phase 1, especially since this is a very large map, right? So there, and I believe from the fly pipe alone and the compound that they landed in, decent amount of loot, just enough to equip themselves. You're gonna get a really good vantage point for yourself. I mean, whether is it getting a good compound, a very centralized compound in the center part of the circle, or actually just landing on one of those mountainous areas here to just really start peppering down a lot of players. It's not gonna be like Miramar, but it can be similar.
Similar might not be such a great thing for some of these teams here, because obviously Miramar is a game that you probably want to just forget, reset, and move on from, especially if you're 𝘗𝘁 Esports. Right now, haven't hit lucky in 2 strides, and they would have to make something work this time around. We see Sharper Esports already getting 4 vehicles onto their side, so greedy as it may, they understand some of the rotation requirements coming into this map. Like you said, if it's someone like Miramar, then you know a vehicle's going to be your best friend to try and survive this entire onslaught, because rotation is going to be tough to manage. Meanwhile, there's already the red zone, which means they might want to play undercovers, because they're going to get randomly bombarded from the skies here if they don't try and make their way undercovers real fast.
Yep, definitely for sure.
Oh.
Just a mech and a suppressor. That seems pretty nice. What the
level 3s. Vest and helmet.
Of course, naturally. The P90 is also going to be a really nice pickup here for if anyone was trying to go for the loot crate right now. But other than that, by the way, we just wanted to point out just now initially when we saw, I believe it was Full Sense who was taking the emergency pickup, right? There's only one con about it when you take an early pickup would be the fact that the risk that you have to take on whether there's going to be a team within the area that you're dropping in, or people's going to be able to snipe you out from the skies from a good distance as well. Yes, so that's the kind of risk that you probably have to be prepared for. I think a lot of these guys are pretty resolved about it as well. I think even back in the Master Series, we only encountered 2 scenarios, or at least like within 2 matches, right, where 2 teams didn't really have a really good emergency pickup. Like they got gunned down out of the sky without mercy. Although it was much more of a later emergency pickup. I think it was around like phase 4, phase 5. It gets pretty compact there. But other than that, phase 1, it seems pretty fine so far now. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. It looks like Brian actually gets knocked out already by Setsuna.
Yeah, we don't really know at this point, because I think we missed out the viewing of the map circle. So we just, the only recollection of our memory is that something happened in between, and now everyone's just making their way onto the point here. So that circle might be quite of a curveball if you ask me. But we speak on what we can see, and that is Dusky from Justice for Tomorrow. Nearly gunned one member down, and he nearly fell down for the count himself by RUW. It's the homies who's behaving not so home-like here. Shooting towards the guests inside. That's not what you call the Eastern courtesy.
Well, I mean, no warm and hugs from these guys, especially since they're trying to secure themselves in that top 8 right now. Not really clear cut so far, but a really fantastic trade. A headshot a really nice headshot to decide the duel between Van and 𝐴𝑒𝑒𝑒𝑎 here. So there's going to be a really nice knock here, but can they go for the finish here? We do see him slowly pushing in here, try to prioritize in picking up the rest of the survivable teammates here. As currently Sharper Esports, like I said before, they don't shy away from a fight. They don't mind taking it head on here, but at the same time, there's the risk. You might bail out earlier than expected here. Already losing 1. Thank God they were able to save Jadali here to go for the res. Although this UAV, I think it's going to be out of commission here, as I believe one of the tires got popped out here. So that vehicle is out of commission here. What's happening on the other side? FW Esports. We haven't been hearing much from them during the map of Miramar here. Let's see whether this time on the map of Rondo in match number 3, going to have a little bit more life in the sense here, because currently they're in 16th place, and that's not a really nice spot to be in currently at this point of time.
Yeah, 𝘗𝘁 Esports just escaped that just by that one one kills itself, you know. that's how dire it is. Like the 9 plays onwards, right? Like, or okay, not fair to say 9 plays onwards because we've seen some progression coming out from them. But the 11 plays onwards, you know that they've been getting on the 0 placement previously, and it shows. Because their points are really close up together, maybe inching it off with just like kill points itself. So Shadow Esports, formerly at 16th place, get that 1 kill immediately. Here they are, 2 levels up, which is good sign for them because that bounce back potential is always there. Yeah, but for 𝐴 Esports, it would be a shame to see them bow out so early because I think they're one of those teams who is actively trying to take engagement for themselves. They do lose 1 member already. They traded 1 in the process, so it'd be somewhat negated, the loss to benefit ratio. But we'll finally take a look at a circle, and that's why a lot of these teams were making a long distance travel down to the south side because it is a southern circle over at Ohiang, and it might close even deeper towards it. So we're eyes towards the western end here where a lot of these teams will have to come in contact.
Actually, I'm surprised there weren't much chaos as expected as well with that kind of initial circle. But more importantly, look at the flight path just now we witnessed as well. It was heavily shifted towards that western ocean side, right? There's barely any land there, by the way. So it's like I expected a lot of teams to be like literally be landing at similar spots, but I guess everyone just decided to go for a little bit more safer plan, go for longer drops, prioritize vehicles, abandon the initial compound that they landed in primarily, and just go for a more safer one as they secure vehicles for themselves here. I guess that was somewhat the play here. But other than that, that migration path, I'm not too surprised. It's so pretty chaotic. A lot of teams, especially the teams that dropped off relatively early, must have done the exact same thing on the second match of Marama, which was just making a quick migration towards that center to secure those combos. Because like I said before, this is Rondo where there's a lot of open plains here, a lot of buildings which you really want to try to get there first and really just bunker down here. A team so far we've been seeing not as often, but we have seen like a team or two who has been really solid once they really got their feet buried into the ground and bunkered down here. It's gonna be a really solid trench line, which is pretty hard to dig them out that we've been seeing so far. So let's see whether that's gonna be the same case for a lot of these teams, especially for JFT. It's literally stuck between 2 teams currently. One in the open plains and one is currently trying to be good names of them with the respective compound. Low G is a really nice headshot in. Also going to be we'll be able to convert it to the kill as well. But they're not too far apart as we see the following Team Flash in particular here, not going to take the fight head on and prioritizing and getting out of the situation here because it's just too out in the open for now.
Oh, Brownie spots ahead. Can he look to connect though? FFL, they've done damage to the likes of FL, which could be good for us that we don't have these tongue twisters. I'm trying to pronounce some of these try codes here, but Fight for Life finally showing up some signs of life from there and already 1 kill. They've not losing any single members just yet, but when you're down in 10th position, any kill or points going on your way is going to serve you big time. And right now they're looking to get more, especially after that pickoff onto Team Flash themselves. 2 members already down. They understand they've got the advantage in the numbers. Their strength within it, and Fight for Life is not trying to back down for the time being. Circle will be pressuring those movements though, so Fight for Life, if they overextend this engagement, it might just bite them in the back here as they try to rotate in a little bit far later than their opponents did. And, oh, is that 1 member within the grass? Not spotted out. He will bow out eventually. Koizama bleeded while pleading for his life.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate as well. I don't think he's going to be able to pick up his blue chip token in time as well to go for the revives here. But other than that, finally, we're getting ready to see what's going to be our phase 3 circle going to be like. Majority of the team is currently within the central area, but just look at the map, Keith. Oh, once more centralized, although it is slightly shifted towards the south or western side. But check it out, Keith. It's literally just flatlands. That north area, the north part of that town it's basically rice fields. It's just flat lands, open fields. You do not want to be caught out right out in the open without any smokes or even a vehicle to give you some form of cover here. No one's going to be playing around there, especially this is phase 3 here. And with how the phase and this many teams still alive, by the way, 16 teams still alive in this phase 3. With how the terrain is also light with this open fields, it feels more like a phase 7 or more like a okay. Phase 7 is a little bit far-fetched. Probably feels more like a phase 5 circles with how teams is just trying to find a good spot for themselves here, because there's not really much left here except for the compound here. I wouldn't be surprised if teams just decide to resolve themselves and crash into the respective compound, or at least try to look for fights against other teams who's currently based towards the forestry area.
Yeah, but talking about area, this one's going to be a point of interest or discussion. 𝐿 occupied by 2 teams, Iconic Esports, and one more from them, and I believe that was FS, Full Sense, who has had quite of a full game themselves, and they've been solidifying their position in the top 26 points. And Shadow Esports just trying to get whatever kills they can onto their way here. TDTA under cover fire, but nothing too fatal just yet. So there's more teams who's able to come through with the rotations and maybe share the same space and compound. I think everyone's expecting the last final few skirmishes to take place within 𝐿 itself, seeing as that 𝐿 right now stands 60% of the share of real estate within this circle.
Slowly checking things out. This is, by the way, the south side of the circle as well here as well. Looks like 𝘂𝑚 and Fight for Life did manage to encounter each other midway of the rotation here, but Brownie a little bit more quicker on the trigger. Will be able to find 80 here and should be able to convert it into that kill, as it was someone knocked out right in the open here. We do see Riz making headway, but not to try to go for the saves here. They want to flush out the remaining members of Fight for Life here, and currently they are fighting for life. As currently 𝘂𝑚 United, they don't intend to prioritize in trying to revive, not only reviving their teammates, but they also want to fight against their aggressors here. Now they're coming in, forcing out one of the members. That's good intel. They know one is there, but what about the right side? The nade almost just as good. Second one coming in. Will it be enough to secure it? I guess we'll just see in the kill feed later on. I guess that's not going to be the case here. But next, guess what, Keith? Phase 4 now. If it shifts towards 𝐿, we might have a game on our hands here. But no, it did shift at least partially of 𝐿. So I believe currently FW Esports should be pretty comfortable with the current spot that they have right now.
Yeah, went on to Barren Lands. It's going to be an outdoor skirmish, which is always exciting to see, which means the positions of vehicles or the what's the significance of vehicles towards the last few games is going to be paramount towards a team's success to be able to play for covers. Fortunately, they do have options with the dropping of barricades, those triangular spikes. They can deploy one for themselves as well if they have it within their arsenal. But as I say that, Team Flash, they're eliminated already. 16th place for the team that was holding in 7th position here. Only 14 points. So one chicken dinner could immediately propel the teams over in 11 forwards, 11 onwards to be up in contention to take over that spot. Shadow Esports, one of those teams, just barely scraping by, and Aurora, he's already spot one of these members that may look to bow out real soon.
Which is what I was telling you just now, right? Where I'm only going to we can really have a conversation about this once we actually get to that, at least that 5th or 6th match, right? Because right now, the point differential between each team is just so minuscule, right? So it's like you said, one team has 1 or 2 good games, and suddenly the ranking is going to shift quite differently after this for now here. Even though right now FW Esports, alongside with Iconic Esports and Shadow Esports currently in the bottom 3 here, if either one of these 3 teams have a really good game, their ranking, their position is so quickly, so swiftly, it's going to be switched instantly on that leaderboard here. So not too worried about that so far here. We're still in match number 3, halfway through, by the way. It's currently phase 4 at the current moment of time. It's definitely going to be putting quite the numbers in. So first stage is going to be coming in for one of the members of Savage Man Esports. 𝘂𝑚 once more doing his positioning extension maneuver maneuvering once more to try to see if he can get a nice flanking position. Whereas on the other side, Lunu also going to be joining in the fray here, as currently Team Flash, I believe it is Team Flash, is currently situated in a really nice compound towards the north side. Gets spotted out by 𝘏𝘁𝘓, by the way. A really good shot coming from them. One going to get a really nice knock and a finisher on 𝐶𝐾 here. There's going to be one member shot here for Savageman Esports. Unfortunately, the plays they actually crash into for some kind of a reset here. It's actually a compound where 𝘚𝘂𝑚𝑒𝑟 Gaming Shanks is currently situated in, and will be greeting two of the members in kind. Two players without sacrificing a single one. That's a really good market deal, if you ask me.
That was a good deal for the likes of 𝘠𝑚𝑒𝑟, but unfortunately, I feel that Savage Men, they aren't communicating. You saw that transition right there. He knocks one player, and the other player just perched in prone, not even aware that that's happening. Are these teams not talking to each other on if they're down and wherever these enemies are?
I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows that that his killer was so close by, actually.
Yeah, but he shot a teammate. A teammate could tell him, he's right here, I got shot. And and he's just like perched into the other direction. Oh well. Look to do better. Meanwhile, Full Sense, it's talking about doing better there. One of those teams are doing absolutely well. Thanadol now on his knees, taking a nade. Still not down for the count just yet. Can go in with a revive. Meanwhile, Windy tastes of the win right here. Full Sense eliminated Iconic, meanwhile, who were sharing that compound itself. Looks like we know who's going to get the better end of it. Obviously, the team who's currently performing. Aurora to bow out so soon as well. Right now, we take a look at the entire plains. 3 teams reside, but Armory Gaming, they're the ones who's doing the damage here and, well, building up that armory, the crate, the chest. Oh, getting shut down right there. Unfortunately, gets traded out in the process. UNQ will now drive his car forward, but the blue is ticking out fairly significantly onto his HP. 29 health points left, but will go down eventually. That would be AG. Stumbled by the likes of 𝘠𝘁𝘓.
I'm not too surprised. I'm really someone expecting this kind of chaos happening, especially during the phase 4, phase 5 circuit as well. As we saw from the map, from the circuit initially, from the map key, there was just not much good spots to be in. It's either towards the compounds, you had to crash to do the compounds, or try to gain control of the forestry area around the hills area, which we noticed towards the eastern side. That's why you see like 5 or 6 teams, they're going head to head with each other. Whether is it doing close range or mid range, they're just doing it because there's just no better spot to be in. If not, you can do similar tactics like what Full Sense or even Win Esports is doing right now, is basing themselves towards the open plains, but using vehicles as cover while setting up smoke trails. But smoke covers can only get you so far here. So those vehicles better be at a really defensive spot. So at least that way you do have a getaway vehicle to relocate yourself to a more better spot here. Well, it looks like it's not just Full Sense, but even FW Esports is currently playing on the northern sides. We do see, finally we do see our first BRDMs into the game here. Very cool vehicle, naturally, of course. Definitely tanks more better than most vehicles, but eventually it does blows up eventually.
Yeah, but it will serve, its carcass will serve and go a long way towards the last view. Of a circle. Remember that. We're playing in open lanes. You
just give him the honor, right, Keith? Can't you just give him the honor where, hey, you know, he would give us the cover they need, but no, his scorched carcass is
it's going to serve towards its end of the life, and it surpassed beyond its lifespan itself. But look, JFT smack dab in a circle again, playing in the open. Yeah, they do have those crates to maybe play cover from, so they're actually in quite the advantage position. But some of these teams will need to take each other out first for them to be a little bit more comfortable for the rest of the games. Northern side is where the war is at. Colors of orange and shades of it, FW and FS. They share everything almost down to the teeth, the color and the first letters of their team names. So this is going to be quite the challenge, at least from then on a commentary front itself. But we'll see how this one plays out. Both teams hailing from Thailand. Can they look to pretty much close this one out? More supplies being dropped down in. Slows down the tempo a little bit. Meanwhile, Windy on the other side of the map here. Over in the western south side, 3 teams also reside trying to fight for dear on life. Windy has right now, 2 kills only. JFT with the 2 of their own. That nade right there catches on to ePod. Then it's coming up from Shadow Esports, which could be great. This could be the resurrection they need.
Full Sense and FW Esports has a little bit of a, it was pretty much in the precarious spot with the open planes, although it's a little bit more concerning for FW Esports since they don't really have any vehicles to really get out of their spot here. But Full Sense just doesn't feel comfortable crashing into their compound despite them having the man advantage and the vehicle count as well. So they'll take a little bit more of a safer and open terrain option here towards the southern side because they were slowly drawn in by the gunfire by the respective teams here as Belmont plans to at least secure some of these kills for themselves as the third party here. Did try to go for the attempt, failed to do so, but hey, that's fine. Intel comes in.
Intel is everything within this game. Meanwhile, Buriram United having a spectacular time. 4 kills, 6 now, and 4 members strong. Looks like they're getting away with some of these steel thief moments right here that might go onto their way. They're denying the rest of the lobby from getting some of the secured kills. Newhouse Esports, surprise, surprise, found out real soon. Khan now going up against Windy. These are 2 of the top teams within this lobby. Now going at it. Mono, 8 mono. 2 members from Buriram United in position to try and address it, but they have to be careful because third parties are amidst. And they will try and stop them in the tracks here, but Windy Esports will fall down instead. Buriram United now focuses on a brand new foe.
Very solid body system coming in for Buriram United as well, between Dynasty and 88 as well. Really securing out the last remaining members of Win Esports. JFT, man, I'm not sure why, but it's 3 matches, man. I'm not sure, was it a really great call they've been making so far? Or they're just being blessed by the goddess of the circle right now? Because that's at least for as far as I can see. But these 3 matches, JFT has always been the center part of that circle so far. And the best part about it, that part of their positioning has a compound here. So this is a scenario where JFT, I can't see a world or a scenario where JFT really loses out this fight. Seriously, but then again, that's of course in a very unique. Of course, that is in a more normal setting. But we are not in a normal setting gameplay, Keith. We are currently playing against the best teams in both Thailand and Vietnam right now here. So JFT definitely has a lot of work cut out for them here. But the same goes for both FW Esports, Buriram United, and Full Sense, who's currently, by the way, Full Sense only have 1 member remaining. They're all currently at the open area, at the same side, by the way, too here, Keith. So whoever, and they're all going to be forced out by the circle, right? So it really comes down to who spots who first. That's pretty much why you see Buriram United started setting up the smoke trails. They really want to make sure they get the better part of the better positioning of this trade. So they make sure they're going to try to push themselves out to a more better positioning here. Although FW Esports, they do have the line of sight. They even have the rock to deal with here as well. But there's still the problem of the fact that they still need to flush out these players and also deal with JFT, who will be third partying from a distance here. Good spray coming in with 6 sacks. That's going to be the removal of the final player, Tanadol. We're now down to our third player. Sorry, our final 3 teams here. But Buriram United and FW Esports, they're going to be limping into this final circle here. Thank God for that 1 vehicle here. But they will be driving around the areas of Buriram United. A quick play, an individual skill play must be coming in here. And Colossi goes for an absolute spray here. Dynasty will succumb himself to the zone to not feed any additional kill point to the team. And now we're down to GFT versus FW Esports. I told you this before, Keith. I can't see a world where GFT loses this round here in this 1v4. And it seems like a beautiful volley will secure it for GFT once more as they secure that second chicken dinner in this day 1, match 3.
I'm absolutely loving it. From Oceania, representing the better half of the APAC, or the rest of APAC. The only team who's by far done it back-to-back again and representing that small region. Here they are right now. 2 chicken dinners and a decent amount of kills. And like I say, patience pays towards this entire series, and we've seen it come to their success time and time again. Happy for them. They're not playing for tomorrow, they're playing for today. Here are some of the highlights. Go check it out. Later on, at the very least.
Later on, yes, later on. But then again, at the same time here, sure, it's like this is a very good example, Keith. This is a very good example where I say this is just a good game for JFT. Like, really a good game here. Circle-wise and everything, benefiting them. They would absolutely love this. But of course, with that being said, let's quickly check out the actual highlights of match number 3. The Pip Boys scared me, man. I heard the countdown. I thought it was highlights. You even set it up perfectly, and then boom, Casas hit. I'm like, oh, I guess not.
This was Tego, by the way, the whole time.
Huh? Not Rondo?
Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was our highlights for match number 3. Completely action-packed because of how the map terrain was like as well with the circle. Even though, Keith, it was I believe it was around phase 3. We saw the circle, still a lot of land area for our 16 teams, but everyone realized that at least about 40% of that circle land area was literally just open fields and flatlands. No one wanted to be there. Everyone heavily shifted, migrated towards that eastern side, that right side of that circle, because that part at least has forestry. There's a forest, there's a slight hill for at least there's cover, a decent cover for a lot of teams to play with here. And then suddenly out of the blue, 6 teams were duking it out for that right side area. The north side was practically full sense in FW Esports in the open place. They set out smoke trails or they smoke covers for themselves, but it didn't last too long. So if you see full sense also started migrating away, and then naturally JFT. I'm very curious. I really want to go back and rewind just to see how long JFT has been sitting in that compound. Did they actually migrate all the way there around phase 3, or they have always been there since phase 1?
That's a good point, because we didn't miss out on the first circle itself, right? From viewing. That's a good point. Yeah. But I'd like to think that they've always been there, because for the past 2 games alone, they seem to be always smack dab inside the circle. And so, right. It wouldn't be such a crazy assumption to think. I mean, to be fair, in Miramar, they traveled all the way from north down to the south side. So right. They actively look for circle, but at some point, I guess they landed on the jackpot here and actually get the luck of the circle. I'm okay with this game, to be honest. Every team that played this game played it the best they could. Like, yes, yeah, it wasn't a situation where you're in this position and you go like, why didn't you do that instead? There was no question. Like that was all they could do. Then yeah. I mean, JFT just having the luck of the circle, all they had to do was spray on fourth, and so yeah. It's one of those outcomes where you go like, yeah, it was theirs from the get-go. What can you do?
Yeah, which is what I'm saying, right? Like, regardless of whether teams playing around the edges, which, by the way, we did see a little bit more life as well, since, like I said before, this Tego, Erangel, these are the kind of maps where you can just really do really nice, great drive-bys, just drive around, play around the edges, which is pretty comfortable for a lot of these guys, since they're pretty frag-centric as well, because of good kills, some good positioning, although it did get a little chaotic because of how the circle was like for phase 3, because there was just not really other good spots for a lot of these teams to be in, since they did come in slightly later, despite how the circle was originally placed during phase 1 as well, with the 5 path that they had as well. So, but then and naturally as well, when we get to it was that final phase, right? It always comes down to teams always banking on the fact that the circle loves me, the circle favors me, the circle has to be on me. If it's not on me, then that's a problem, which in this case, it was a problem for a lot of these guys. Buriram United, FW Esports, Full Sense. They were banking in on the fact that, all right, sure, we're very close to each other around this edge, on this western edge here. We don't like this, but we are banking on the fact that it has to be here. The circle has to play around here. So at least we still have a little bit more of a fighting chance. But guess what? It went to JFT. And the only squad by far was literally smiling with the biggest smile so far in this tournament from our player camps, at least from what we've been witnessing. Everyone was just like, great, now how do we deal with this scenario? And by the way, it was a very tough scenario for a lot of these guys. But despite that, each team, even the one that bailed out early, still went out blaze and glory style, right? They still got a huge amount of kills on themselves, probably not as much compared to some of the remaining teams towards the end, but they still managed to earn some form of kill points, setting themselves out here, because this is day 1. there's really not much to really talk about, right? Especially after 3 matches down. The leaderboard is not going to say that, oh, that's game over. You didn't do much in this round. That's game over. That's not the case here. No, there's still more matches to go. 2 more days as well here. So, but of course, if you set the pace for day number 1, your day 2 or day 3 gameplay probably wouldn't be as burned out, or probably wouldn't be as stressed, I guess you could say.
Yeah, but I guess one thing I'd like to say though to all these teams, it doesn't matter if you bow out early if you've done decently, if you played the cards you're dealt with and did, fairly well, right? Full Sense, I think that's one of those teams that maybe went out a little bit earlier than they should have. But hey, they shared a compound with Iconic, and in Full Sense fashion, they won that team fight. They wiped off the entire team of Iconic. So at the very least, they've got 4 points there, plus whatever placement points they've been able to rake in. Buriram United, towards the end of their run within this game, they've got 8 kills. They have 8 kills. They probably rival the likes of JFD, which I was afraid they were going to go down with not much to their names, but they did leave their homes towards the very end there to kind of get some kills onto their side. I think they came out with 6 or 7 kills itself. So JFD, they may get the chicken dinner, but they also pave in way or forego some of those kill points that could have gone their way. But let's take a look at the leaderboard, and enough with this guessing game, right? Here we are.
Yeah, no, but this is what I'm saying, right? It's also a good fact. It's a good point that you actually pointed out as well, right? Which is what we were discussing earlier, where it's very important for each team to come out of each round with some kind of points, right? And ideally, yes, if you can balance out between both your placement coins and your kill points in that round itself, it really aids you. It really aids you in the long run here, and trying to be consistent with that is also going to be another challenge as it is. But so far, Full Sense, Windy Esports, and Buriram United and New Home, they were so far, at least from what I can see, the only 3 teams so far who was able to balance out between both their placement and their kill points. I mean, sorry, not just them, even New Home Esports as well, and Sharper Esports too. As you can see right now, the placement points and their kill points not too far apart. It's pretty nice and balanced as they make their way through here. At least this gives them a little bit more consistency as they make their way forward towards the next remaining matches. But of course, moving forward, we're currently halfway through day number 1. Next upcoming match is going to be Tego here. That's going to be another interesting map. Before we get to the OG map, which is the final 2 matches of the day, it's going to be 𝐸
Yeah, always excited. Midway point is where we see some of those narratives being painted out right now. JFD, again, this team, I can't stress it enough. I've said it in the Master Series Phase 1. I've said it in Master Series Phase 2. And I'm going to say it again in the APAC qualifiers for the PGS in Phase 2. And that is, they are day oneers. So JFD, they need to do as much. They have to do as much damage as they can, accumulate as much point as they can here in day number 1, so that they get a comfortable day 2 and 3. Because we've seen how far they could fall from grace. Hopefully, this isn't the case here. But since the playstyle has changed, I don't think they're as reckless or trigger happy. Not to say they were reckless, but they were taking a little bit more risks coming in the Master Series. Now they're playing a bit more tactical. As you can see, they're always finding place within the center of the circles and playing it slow towards the end of the entire match. Hopefully, this new game plan doesn't crash out comes day 2 and day 3, because, come on, day oneers can only get you for so far, but you need some sort of consistency, at least during the play-ins.
Oh, yeah. If you do ask me, since you're talking about JFD, I would prefer they can replicate the same performance that they had in Master Series Day 1, because not only were they getting chicken dinners, they were getting a lot of kills with those chicken dinners. It was like, I believe they were like, after 4 matches, they had around like 30 to 40 points in the leaderboard. That's like a pretty significant amount. That's pretty much what we were saying, like, JFD, they're literally stepping out, and it looks pretty great for themselves here. But other than that, it's been quite a run for the first 3 matches so far. Whether is it going for placements or going for good positioning or getting a lot of kills, teams will eventually find their groove in this day number 1 to try to rack as much points as possible to secure at least get a good, at least leave day 1 night in a very good manner.
I agree, right? And setting up the pace, the tone for tomorrow is always going to be more exciting because we're only predetermining parameters here in day number 1. For the audience's context, why are we saying the things we're saying? Well, it's because these teams, they don't typically verse each other within their own jurisdiction, right? Thailand has got their own scene. They have their own qualifiers. They've not dealt or dabbled into the likes of the APAC teams until this similar occasion right here, where the champions from each country or from each jurisdiction finally gets rooted in to be able to play each other again. So for some of these teams, this experience or being exposed to different playstyle, different meta, different mindset, or even attitude for some of these teams is going to be a first timer, right? So right now they're setting those parameters, seeing who's running away with like huge successes, who's struggling within a process, and identifying some of those strong points or key identifying moments. But without further ado, I believe we have a break first before we get into next game. So we'll see you in just about a bit.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember. I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey.
In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I don't think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 𝐏𝑑𝑟𝑎gon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist 𝐏𝑑𝑟𝑎gon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special 𝐏𝑑𝑟𝑎gon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the 𝐏𝑑𝑟𝑎gon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some 𝐏𝑑𝑟𝑎gon hits.
Well, the break was short, but guess what? I couldn't wait to get back into it anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PGS APAC Phase 2 here, 2025, for the APAC qualifiers here. I'll let also know as you're a great series of the casters desk. It's going to be 𝐾𝐿𝐶 here as we bring you guys the second half of our, at least the second half of our day 2 matchups. Oh, sorry, day 1 matchups here of the PGS APAC qualifier. Keith, how are you feeling so far? It's been pretty action-packed here across the entire APAC regions here. I'm pretty excited.
I'm ecstatic, man. I think the pacing today has been, well, spectacular. Honestly, if you ask me, could I go on without a break? I say we could have done it. We could have done it to get the momentum rolling. But of course, these players, they're man, they're not machines. Unlike us, we're built different. So hence we're here on the mic. Excited for match number 4.
I'm rusting, sorry.
We do have Rondo to look forward to within this match itself. So it's going to be somewhat of a larger playing field. So similarly to like the likes of Miramar, and I guess no more wasting time because the start sequence is already on its way. And here we are off to Rondo to play in match number 4, second half of the APAC qualifier, phase 2.
Oh, I am so excited to see how the teams really want to play around this. We have seen teams been pretty aggressive with those EPICs. Of course, naturally, if you actually manage to secure the EPICs for themselves here, but since some teams been pretty aggressive and positioning themselves on top of those apartment buildings here and really raining terror across the whole map here. There's also another main mountain for a lot of these teams to actually drop on top of as well. But that really depends on how the circle really dictates for a lot of these guys. So far, I see the flight path. I guess we'll get the full view now, which is pretty nice straight down here, although not slightly. It is slightly shifting towards the western side here. So teams that's going to be dropping to the left side, it's not going to be able to contest with much teams, as teams are most likely going to be doing long dives towards the eastern side. It will be pretty chaotic once more, Keith, if that circle goes all the way to that top right. If it goes a hard shift towards 𝘂𝘂𝘂 at the northeastern side here, it's going to be a problem for a lot of these teams here, especially here. A lot of teams contesting for those ages for themselves here. There's a lot of waters for a lot of teams to deal with too, if it goes towards that direction as well. So currently the teams praying is how they really want to duke it out here. We do see teams slowly shifting flight paths, most likely just to either secure vehicles for themselves. It's a large map, but hey, not too heavily shifted. It's pretty centralized, especially particularly for Shadow Esports, smack down in the center alongside with Team Flash, and Armory Game is currently within the circle itself alongside with Team Aurora. Although we do see majority of teams currently at the outside of the circle, it is a good intel for all these guys where at least that circle is going to be hugged within the northwest into the southern side. I wouldn't be surprised to see teams, if they want to take a little bit less contested routes, I wouldn't be surprised if they go do a massive migration towards the eastern side and make their way into the circle.
Yeah, I think some of those teams that I'm more worried for are the ones occupying currently in the southwestern side of the map. I do see some teams laying there, and I believe
it's a lot, yeah.
JFT was one of them. If I did not misread their location, that could look like the small compound of Lanpo itself, or so. I could be mistaken. It's a new map, and I'm quite hazy on it, but meanwhile, not the only ones here, because Hanzi actually gets a knock onto one member from Iconic Esports, but they're the first movers within this compound, so they're looking to retaliate more so than letting it go. Right now, already moved on to this little shed here. Hanzi's got allies within this mix that could look to maybe hold this one out, at least in time for the rest of his members to try and come in with the cover fires. But Iconic has got 2 members already in play, in sight, looking to push and flush Shadow Esports out, cast a light upon their fate here.
Actually make that 3. There's actually one currently at the southern side of this building, so they have a really good surround of the situation here. Hans is just trying to get some form of intel with the current positioning right now, because he just doesn't really have a rough idea so far. Now they know for a fact, okay, probably at the corner of that building, but 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 was able to find punches on the southern side, due for the finisher here. Now they don't have to worry about the southern side, and will be able to focus all resources to the north side of that building here. Although 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 doesn't really have the health, nor does Hanzi here. No first aid, by the way, only bandages in hand here. So can't afford to get any pre-shot, any aggressive shot anytime soon. Mega try to prime that nade to go for the chuck here, but unfortunately gets caught out by 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 here. And we'll be able to clean our house. Iconic Esports, unfortunately, will be the first team to bail out this earlier. So although a good attempt, but then again, Hanzi very quick on the trigger here. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, Hanzi, when he was actually slowly scouting things out, I think it was a little bit of unfortunate scenario for one of the members of Iconic. The first person that bailed out, he had a shotgun in hand, so he couldn't really he wouldn't be able to win out the mid-range duels against the MP5K. That's a little bit of an unfortunate scenario here.
Oh, but look at that. It's signs of life from Shadow Esports already in contention to take over top 8 right now. Team Flash and FW Esports not really in a comfortable situation. 4 kills apart. It's 4 kills apart. That's very doable. It's a team wipe. And there's plenty of teams left in the lobby. 14 if you don't consider the team who's dishing out all the damage itself. Right, so Shadow Esports, this could be the game they require also to get them back up to par. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at the representative from Oceania, and one of them, Aurora, who are currently in test track. Now, they've got a lot of grounds to cover in comparison to Justice for Tomorrow. Their counterpart from the same region here differs by at least 20 points apart.
Which I'm really curious on, like, in terms of the philosophy for some of these guys, right? Because, like, naturally the name of the game is just try to get to that top 8. But as we mentioned before, or stressed multiple times as well, there is no additional benefits in getting to that first 5 spots or first 3 spots. It just puts you in a spot where you don't have to worry about anything else. But what a spray coming in, 𝘐𝑝 That's going to be an unfortunate scenario for dear friend Kurt here. The same scenario almost befell to the other member of Armory Gaming, but he was able to play around within the tree line to get into safety here. So Armory Gaming will be limping into the next at least into the next phase with 3 members strong. But hey, 3 members still pretty doable. Ideally, you want to come in with 4 members, as many members as possible. But this is just one of the few scenarios you just have to deal with. And since I believe Keith, he's not able to retrieve the blue token, I don't think there's going to be any revive from them anytime soon here. Whereas Real Homie, which we saw so far, they have their fair share of being knocked down doing mid rotations here. So hopefully this time that's not going to be the same turnabout.
That's the best we could do. Hope on it, but we did know that some of this circle displayed earlier on does demand some sort of a rotation from the south of the area. So if you're one of those teams playing from south side, you're going to have to go through it eventually, and they're going to cross by NHE if they are not too wary about the reads and the position of some of these teams beforehand. They're projecting at this point. All they can do is look back at his past historical games and identify where these teams are like to drop, and then it's guesswork based on the circle and on the probability of this team taking a certain route. So right now, they're moving on to compounds that they believe, based on their guesswork, that is not going to be occupied for the time being. And so far, they're correct. But until for how long is the real question here.
Now we will slowly buy their time here. Really, Esports, this someone passed by. I believe that is to be Shadow Esports at the same time. Shadow Esports so far, they have been having a really good game these past 3 matches so far. I believe one match, at least 2, they got into top 3s twice now with Shadow. So I believe it was only in the map of Tago they weren't able to get within the top 4, but they did leave the round with a decent amount of kill points on themselves here. So they're still steadily scaling up that leaderboard, although one bit at a time. Still haven't really secured that chicken dinner so far here. But then again, the first 2 maps was Miramar, a very familiar map for a lot of our PUBG players here in the scene. So I'm not too surprised that we see some form of greater success on maps like Miramar and Erangel later on. Armory Gaming, they did lose out Kurt much earlier into the round. Almost lost another member if it wasn't for his smooth driving within the tree line. Get to safety here, Keith. But Armory Gaming, they have their ups and downs here. There hasn't been really a good match for Armory Gaming so far, but they were a team that doesn't really shy away from combat. They came from a region where literally fragging out was the name of the game for these guys. So they never shy from a fight against Sharper Esports, although they did lose out the fight, but they never backed down from it. Nor was it their duel against Buram United as well. So you gotta love that kind of confidence here. Once more, Sharper Esports, they got to a nice good positioning, which is literally going to be the norm for a lot of these guys, right? Phase 1, it's all about that. It's all getting all of that information as much as you can, right? You get a good position, you get this chance to really start peppering down a lot of these teams. You get a knock, that's great. You convert it to a kill, that's even better. But other than that, the teams that's usually going to be seeing teams still making a rotation, taking it one step at a time here. I believe 𝘉𝑃𝑒 𝐻𝑒sports, they were one of the few teams that dropped to the further edges of the map here, as they dropped in much more earlier. So that's pretty much why they're taking various pit stops here to really equip themselves for the final fight here. It's still an open plains here. Not too sure whether it does go to the compound areas here. If I'm not mistaken, the circle that we saw, Keith, was pretty centralized on the map here. There is one massive city here, but the likely chance of the circle still maintaining that direction towards the city area is still, I guess you could say, still pretty slim. But you know, this circle has been pretty unorthodox so far here, so we'll just see how it fares right now. But it's going to be phase 2. The majority of the team is currently within it, except for JFT. They will be coming in last, and if they keep continuing this route of approach, Keith, they will be encountering over 5 teams. Yeah, 5 to 6 teams. Yo, that's going to be a rough entry.
It's a rough entry, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of hoping for that scenario to happen because, hey, I'm coming from a viewership perspective. That's the kind of games you want happening. It's the worst thing you could ever ask for as a viewer.
It's just the forged through trials and combat, right?
Or more like, I like to watch conflict. I like to see the world burn. Sort of attitude.
JFT World? Is that what you're trying to say? Because that's the only team outside, by the way.
Would you like them to just drive past by and we're gonna sit idly by waiting for the next, like, I don't know, God knows, 5 minutes before we see the kill counter starts going up, starts ramping up? No, because then it feels like it's taken forever. So
I mean, there's just too many good places to find cover in right now. Like a lot of forest areas, decent hills, decent compounds. So now it's not like what we've been seeing so far, where it's like flat open areas.
Well,
right?
newsflash, flush them out the covers.
Well, you know, why would you want to flush them out if they can get a good cover for their own, right? So, like, as you can see right now, SavageMan Esports, Win Esports, even, I believe that's Full Sense, right? They all got decent covers at the current moment of time, yeah.
I'd say better on the side of Wind Esports or Windy Esports, whichever that may be. SavageMan, they've got a couple of opportunities for time being, but look at that. Full Sense going absolutely full throttle here. They're wiping out the entirety of 𝘉𝘉. That's them down, annihilated. A nice try out in 15th place as well. So we're going through the packing order, 16 to 15, maybe. Looking at Armory Gaming next, but don't want to jinx that one just yet. Meanwhile, we're taking a look here at FW under the scopes of Aurora. Nedex. Look, could he take the shot? Well, he's taking the shots. It's just not letting. He's under cover of his vehicle right there. So for the time being, he'll be safe, but that's information gathered for the side of Aurora. They will be expecting guests coming on from the northern side.
Yeah. 𝘉𝘉 is definitely not having the best few matches so far with their rotation. I think the fact that we saw the massive kill feed coming in from them fighting against like Full Sense here, I believe it was the scenario where I believe 𝘉𝘉 actually crashed within the compound or driving by the compound where Full Sense is currently bunkered down in. Because that's the only way I can actually see, like, why would this massive fight actually happen this early into phase number 2 as well. There's still a lot of areas for the team to actually really bunker down. Not sure, may not be the best spot, but it's definitely something they can actually work with for now. Because Tigger, oh yeah, it was actually a drive. It actually might just be a drive-by. We're just checking out all this, all the loot boxes nearby them. Actually, they did actually drive by here.
Yeah, absolutely having a great time here, Full Sense. Losing one member, sure, I believe they're within close proximity to maybe go in to get the blue chip and hope to get what the revive. Well, maybe anytime soon, maybe not. It's not worth risking the one member for an off chance to save one. I mean, risking the whole team for an off chance to save one member. But right now, they've got 5 kills, pretty much more than make up for that one member's absence itself. And look at the circle. Close onto Windy, and who else is sharing that space with Windy? It's Full Sense.
Yeah, everyone is just not too far from the other, whether it's the Savageman Esports here. But it's like I told you before, there's a lot of forest areas for these guys to play decent amount of cover, decent ditch. So that's pretty much why although yes, it's just one of the rare scenarios like Iconic, Esports, and real homie, right? This is the only time you ever see going to be seeing conflict with another team. Like this massive casualties is most likely either a nearby drive-by or just coincidentally they just decide to crash or at least visit the same compound as it is here. But other than that, everyone has been pretty comfortable with Phase 3. I don't think we'll see much action anytime soon, at least until Phase 4, because right now Phase 3 is still within the sights of a lot of these guys here. But what a shot coming from Makita on top of Hansi. That's going to be a knock. Even on the other side, it looks like Aurora will be crashing in towards members of JFT, and they were just making their way into the south circle here. One rotation from another here. Aurora is making this toll price pretty heavy for both JFT and even Shadow Esports here.
Yeah, they paid that price handsomely, I might say. Now JFT, a team who plays towards the later stages of the game, only has 2 members. So how they play towards the late stage of the game is going to be severely impacted as well. Yeah, but Shadow Esports right now, great start for them. 5 kills already, moving up the ranks, 12th place, formerly from 16 in just last game itself. Now seeing some signs of life, moving into circle. That's going to be test track, which is going to be scary because Aurora occupies test track last I checked. And now Nedex, being outside of the entire circuits, is exposed. Getting knocks here and there with 1 member in the far side, I recall, having the red bar. Looks like he's going to need a pick-me-up.
Yeah, it's a really good knock from the far side as well. Looks like Dusty was able to go for the finisher for another member from 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports as well. Now we're going to start beginning to see the map gets a little bit more cluster here, because Keith, we are looking at 14 teams here. 14 teams still standing here. Well, yeah, sure. While some teams are not at full strength, it's still a lot of teams that's going to be moving to phase number 4 here. As I mentioned before, sure. Currently, there's enough territory to house for each and every team right now. Sure, there's going to be a little tagging out because they're still pretty close to one another for the DMRs, the marksmanship to come out here. But once we get to that phase 4, we're going to see, depending how the circle shifts here, we're either going to see massive rotation for a lot of these teams, or just a slight shift, especially towards that eastern side. There's barely anyone towards the eastern side. It does go to the southern, quite the shift towards the southern side here. So looks like we're going to see FFL and even Team Flash might need to be the one to making a quick hitaway, whereas the majority of the teams, they don't really need to do much changes with their movement so far. I think Buriram United in particular pretty satisfied with this. However, the same can't be said for 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports here. They're stuck between a rock and a hard play. It's actually more like their vehicle and smokes in an open plains here. So not the best of cover, but the knock was just that significant here. They're just running out of members. They can't afford to lose anymore.
𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports, they're the ones with a strong start today itself, slowly dwindling down, I might say, despite having 2 good games. The previous one, they didn't really get much of a kill points, but they did play for placement, so consistency, it does pave its way towards success slowly and steadily. However, yeah, would look to, not be too comfortable right here, dropping down onto 5th place already. They're just 3 positions away, 3-4 positions away from from barely qualifying it. Meanwhile, as I say that already, losing more members like flies with the likes of Sharper Esports, the sharpshooters, who's got them in their sights for the longest of time. And to echo your sentiments, it's quite literally a rock, and a hard place is really where they're at, or where they're going to be in terms of the placement, as they are eliminated at 13th place.
Yeah, really just want to secure the deals. You do not want to leave any external variables, especially Sharper, so they just didn't want to really take a chance to lose any members, even from unexpected variables here. So Master just clean this out cleanly and make their way in. JFT, they managed to at least get into the circle, but they are still 2 members short. Sure, 2 members short, that just means that you can't be as aggressive as you would like to be. Probably going to be keeping your head down a lot more than usual here. But that's just how JFT has been doing so far this past 3 matches now. They has been pretty silent with their approach here. I believe they only had like 6 or 7 kill points so far. Majority has just been 2 chicken dinners and placements here. So other than that, compared to the rest of the teams here, Win Esports, they were able to balance out both their placements and even the kill points per round so far. Haven't secured their first chicken dinner yet, but they did manage to get to the top 4, and that's pretty great for themselves here. Now, naturally, they intend to farm a little bit more points. The same goes for TDT. It looks like not just them, but even Fight for Life, who originally migrated from the north side of the map towards the eastern side. As we did notice just now, right, Keith? Where the eastern side, there was no teams there due to the flight path as well here. So I think these two teams had very similar thoughts. They said, you know, instead of contesting for the north side, let's move to an area where there's barely any teams. They were right on the money until the knocks comes in from TDT here, and looks like going to be a single fight between the two teams. Once more, the circle shifts towards the southern side. JFT still smiling with glee. Same goes for Aurora. But Team Flash is not too far behind.
Yeah, TDT though, they're now under some sort of an aggravated conflict. TDT, one member in the high, one more down in the low ground. It's Jun, tries to go in with the revive. Hong to come in with some sort of cover fire, but he's getting tapped out from the rear end as well. He's got to be careful though. The moment the top line team, FFL, does look to make a push, they're shooting from up above, so he has to be really, really careful. Meanwhile, eyes now onto Aurora, who has been occupying the test circuit for the time being, now forced to move on forwards into open lanes. Has got to deal with some of these teams. Team Flash, right in their radar. Can they look to get one knock in the backline? At the very least, that's one threat nullified on their point. Akita now goes in for the shot from the flank side back end. But it is FFL now back onto that TDT skirmish who will bow out itself in 12th place right now, at least standing with their points. But Sharper Esports and all these top 4 teams looking like they might run away with cold-blooded murder here. Sharper Esports gunning down on FW.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to leave anytime soon as well. They're still within the circle if they choose to go for it, but looks like they intend to crash into the compound itself here. But meanwhile, towards the north side, we do see Buriram going head to head here with full sense here. This could be a nice chance to shut down one of the top teams currently, as this is a duel between the first and third place currently at this moment of time. Belmont smoked out this vehicle. Really need to keep track of that vehicle here. It's currently smoking out here. We see a couple of great knocks from nades here, and Balance also currently being in the seal across the map so far. And it seems like Savage Man Esports might just join in this fight shortly, as I believe from the minimap as well. Actually, no, sorry. It was a fight between Savage Man Esports and Win the Esports here. So separate duels are happening between each squads for the northern side here. It's been quite chaotic so far.
Oh, what? Windy. They're the ones like wiping the floor and suddenly taking out members of Savage Men, and now they're the ones who get bowed out. So Savage Men, could they look to maybe pick up the members? Could this be the story of the comeback? Meanwhile, JFT doing work. Dusky up across the board. TDT eliminated, but that's expected. They've lost a fair bit too many. The BRU now leaving Riz, the only one left to play behind the tree trunks inside the blue zone. He has to watch his teammate go. That's one of the hardest things a soldier could fathom within the battlefields itself. And now we take a look at the circle and its progression. While Riz try and tank his way through the blue, moved on forward. JFT now in trouble, has to go against Sharper Esports.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough climb. Even Buriram United, they knew they had the backs against the wall. Even Savage Man Esports, they're going to be eliminated away. They choose to stick around in the blue zone a little bit longer because FW Esports, they were drawn in from the gunfight that was happening between the conflict between them and Win Esports as well here. So that's pretty much took them a little bit of a quick while. I think they resolved themselves with the heals, make their way during the migration. They get caught off here. It seems like Buriram United also going to be removed away, and Full Sense will be the one to come up on top here. But now without a prize, 2 members short here, they will have to really take their time with this here. Whereas Sharper Esports, they have the high ground, they have the time as well. They got the vehicles to really make their way in here. And FW Esports here, taking this opportunity to actually try to get a more central positioning here, but it is still an open area here. Although it's going to be at a descending hill manner of the terrain, it's still pretty much very open field for a lot of these guys here.
Like a fish in a barrel, JFD, they're 2 man short, stuck inside this little shed. It's going to huff, puff, and blow your house down, 𝘗𝘅𝑒𝐴 Esports says, as Thunders has got the crosshair lined up right at the entry. The only one way in, one way out. Meanwhile, JFT Dusky, undercover Smoked, is dealing with FW Esports. The blue chip is now disabled, so no more revives from this point on out, but he's got clear shots against FW. Tags him just about a little bit. It was not enough to finish the job, but he moves his crossfire onto a new target. Instead of finishing the job, pays a little bit in the process, but nothing too fatal just yet. Still 2 men strong, but FS, full sense right now, going absolute bonkers. 9 kills already in the board. They can bow out right now in 6th place and it wouldn't matter. It's still a good run for them. All eyes left onto the likes of JFT, the current #1 team.
Very, very considerate of the teams. And now we're down to the final, to our final top 4. Seems like JFT finally is going to be the team to bail out here, but they managed to get the places forward here. But other than that, it's like what you mentioned before for full sense, right? 9 kills, 4 of them being Brewing United, or actually no, it's probably 4 of them being Brewing United, and 3, and the remaining was actually from either struggling players or real homies here, the members of real homies. But other than that, well done with getting that amount of kills. That's almost equivalent to getting first placement score in this game. So once again, still maintaining the lead in the leaderboard. But anyway, with that out of the way, let's just focus on our final top 4 here. AG currently in 10th place here. This is what we were talking about before. Each of our bottom teams is currently looking for a really good game here. This might be an opportunity for Armory Gaming as well here. Although they are being boxed in by Team Flash currently at the moment of time here. And I love the maneuver coming from one of the members of Team Flash. He took his vehicle and tried to do a flanking maneuver here, but that didn't really pan out exactly as he hoped to plan. As AG will find all the shots, they were all the shots connecting to get those knocks here, and they will remove Team Flash out of the picture here, and will actually get a substantial amount of kills from themselves. 5 kills. Currently in 3rd placements, or possibly even a chicken dinner. This is looking pretty bright for them. 𝘗𝘅𝑒𝐴 Esports currently 2 members down, which means that they cannot be the one to provoke conflict there. They're hoping for FW Esports to go toe-to-toe with AG here. But it seems like AG is going to be able to find one of the knockdown members of FW Esports. So doesn't really change the situation so far here until UNQ finds member of 𝘗𝘅𝑒𝐴 Esports, and I believe he does. He sees the smoke trails, he sees the vehicles here. But what about FW Esports here? They're currently, one of the missions being blurred out by UNQ right now. UNQ can't really spot any of the members of FW Esports due to the bunch of forestry and the trees in the ways here. But it looks like FW Esports will find 𝘗𝘅𝑒𝐴 Esports. You get one knock, that's great. One more member of 𝘗𝘅𝑒𝐴 Esports still remains here. FW Esports will come in with the 3rd party, will try to go for the secure, and it looks like they will get it. It's still killing away on Thunders away from FW Esports here. Now they have 7 kills in total. AG versus FW Esports. 𝐾𝐿 is 3 versus 2.
Here comes the aggressive maneuvers coming out from FW. Despite only having 2 members, they made the maneuver downwards. And Shanks, he's not taking a bait. He understands that there's always going to be your insurance policy somewhere in the back lines, and he's there to kind of scout that one out. They've all got the idea on where that one member is. It's about finding another, and I think UNQ just might have the 6th sense or the IQ to spot one out. Riz goes and takes for the shots here. Unable to kill him just yet, and will get the knock that evens things out. Now it's a 2v2 situation. Armory Gaming versus FW. Riz stood out a little bit too much like a sore thumb. Will get knocked down, and now advantages going to the side of Armory Gaming, who could even potentially look to go win with the revive and even things out, or at least get the advantage. He's got an idea. 6 slacks. We're way behind lines, and he goes down with the blue. That is it. Winner, chicken dinner. Goes to the side to the ones with the war chest. That is Armory Gaming.
This is really good. This is exactly the win they were looking for, the number of kills they were going for as well. Love the aggression, especially during the final fight against FW Esports. Don't try to reset. Don't try to go for the heals. Just go. Just be aggressive. Be bold. You got him outnumbered. You got him for the surround as well. That's pretty much why the last fight concluded from, I believe, one of their members from the nodal position was able to spot him out as FW Esports last member was trying to go for the heals here. Really well done with the positioning. Really well done for the frags. Really connected well. Really well done to secure that win. AG definitely all smiles across the board.
I do think they had a chance there, but I guess we'll break that one down further because I believe we're gonna get the privilege to check out the highlights.
Well, that was the highlights for match number 4 here. And of course, once again, we got to see some really close action point of view. Scenes that we probably might have missed while we're really talking things out here. Just to give a little clarity for some of us and even the viewers as well here. But some really great fights coming down here. But of course, naturally, the one who's going to be stealing the spotlight here is going to be Armory Gaming here. And I believe they were in the 10th placing here. With not a lot of points to their name, by the way. Total amount of points in the leaderboard here. But with 7 to 8 kills. I believe it's 7 to 8 kills. On top of getting the chicken dinner 17 or 18 points in total, that should actually allow them to skyrocket pretty high as well and put them in a really decent spot here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we're so early into the tournament that the gap isn't that much of a difference just yet.
Yep.
Besides Full Sense, of course. Like, Common Sense, they're right now performing like the best team in the entire lobby. Even in this game alone, where they bowed out, maybe not in the top 4 positions, but they still got decent amount of kills onto their way, just adding on to the lead that they've already built. So with retrospect to Full Sense, excluding them in the conversations, I think the rest would still be pretty much in the realms of possibility or in being overtaken itself. Now, talking about that game, that last ending could have gone either ways, but I think because the opposing team, the second place team, actually showcased one of their teammates rotating through with the vehicle, doesn't that put you in a back foot though? Now you're one member down because you know that he's going to be under gunfire or people know his position for like the longest of time. Do you think that the outcome would have been different should the both of them played it a little bit slow and maybe spread out into 2 separate parts of the map? Because at one point we did see that the equalizer was there. They were able to turn things into a 2v2 FW.
Yeah. No, the thing is this, right? I believe especially particularly to the final member for FW Esports, right? He hasn't really been spotted out yet. It was only the only member they managed to find. They have a rough idea exactly which direction the final member of FW Esports, right? But they didn't know where was the second last member. That they only realized where he was after he actually got the knock on UNQ, right? That's when the equalize came in, right? Got that equalizer down, that it really came down to the teams really landing those shots here. That's when they came in, and so far AG, their shots have been so good in that round. Even before that final fight within FW Esports, when they fight against Team Flash. And by the way, Team Flash did a very swift maneuvering. One of the members took a vehicle and surround them from multiple angles here. All managed to find their shots. All managed to get those knocks. And they didn't even lose a single member or even get damaged during that time as well here. Sure, in that last final part, it really came down to the wire because the time when Sharper Esports was still kicking around Keith, it was a situation where all 3 remaining teams was really banking on the fact that I hope these remaining last two teams duke it out with each other and I third party, because that was the play. That was how I was trying to go for here. But it was such a large area, right? It's literally a bowl. The final fight was literally pretty much like a bowl terrain design, right? So Sharper Esports decided to take a more frontal positioning. One of them took a very aggressive positioning, to try to get in nice and close, to try to get some intelligence, to get some audio cues in. But unfortunately, he got picked out by one of the members of AG. @Esports joined in the fray as well. That's pretty much when they figure out, okay, roughly who's in which direction there. Sure, if you ask me, in another universe, there's probably in another universe where when @FW Esports was able to equalize and AG wasn't connecting their shots, sure, @FW Esports could have taken that round. But this time, sadly, in this universe, AG could have been more smoother when it really counted for them in match number 4.
Well, I mean, we can go about it all back and forth, but what's set in stone is AG will come out the ultimate victor. And I guess we could say we can wash our hands from the odd maps because we're going back to what's traditional. None of those curveballs, like we don't even know what happened in the Rondo and Tego. It's like it's never even there. Now we're going back to one of the OGs, or actually it is the OG. 𝐿 is up next, and we've got 2 of those. So that's going to be interesting. Some more familiar playing fields, something more comfortable that for all these players. I mean, let's get honest. They're looking pretty comfortable during the Rondo map itself. And so moving on to 𝐿, we might just see like the brunt of their full potential for some of these teams. One of those teams I'd like to look at is Shadow Esports, who's now seen quite some breath of life being exhaled from that team. From the 16th placing, now I believe they went up all the way to 12. I could be wrong, but I guess we've got the stats to pretty much clarify things instead of this guesswork.
Yeah, we can definitely check that out later on when I believe we should be getting the next graphic for the match leaderboard and the total leaderboard later on. But Army Gaming in that round was pretty significant. If I'm not mistaken, they were in 10th placing, right? So 10th placing, roughly around that score line. My memory tells me they were around total of 10 points, 10 to 11 points, 10 to 11 to 12 points, right? So with that chicken dinner alone, 18 points, on top of that is 29. Full Sense will still be in first place because I believe they have 40 plus points, right? They were literally at this point, we could literally say they are going to smash out the door for day number 1, right? For the night of day number 1. But the second place, I believe, is JFT, who's been winning 2 chicken dinners and a couple of placements so far with barely any kill points. By the way, they only had 10 or 9 kill points. They were in 2nd or 3rd place, which was around 20 plus points. I think Army Gaming might actually shoot up to 3rd place. Because if I'm not mistaken, 2nd to 4th place, it's only 20 plus points. Literally 20 plus points. Army Gaming earned so much in this round. Literally, it's the ideal round which most teams is trying to earn for, right? Placement, which is 10 points, on top of getting 9 to 10 kills, right? It's a lot of points.
You gotta give JFT some credit. Okay? So I think they average per chicken dinner game is about seven kills. So they should. Last I checked it, I think they were at 35 points in total. So I don't think.
I think it's less than that, but you know.
Really? God,
I think it's
God dang! I don't know when a universe with JFT scores less than that. But of course,
which is why I was telling you just now, where I was saying that I prefer, although JFT is still top of the leaderboard, right? And one of the top leaderboards, I prefer them, especially when you were talking about they were day oneers, right?
Yeah,
that kind of thing. But I preferred them when they were back during our Master Series, because not only were they securing chicken dinners, they were getting a lot of kills in the progress. They were farming, they were scaling all the way through in. They literally, I remember they ended day 1 night with over 35 to 39 points. It's a very significant amount with the kind of teams that we were facing back then as well. And this is when Happy Squad and everyone and 𝘓𝑪𝑒GO was also in that tournament too here. So this tournament, sure, they're still top 3, but we haven't seen much action so far, except the fact that so far the Goddess of the Circle has been favoring them quite greatly for at least 3 of those matches at least.
Well, now we're going down to the last few matches of the day. I think it's going to be very, very important to keep an eye on these next 2 maps because, again, remember, it's a 3-day run. Once this day is concluded, you only have 2 days to rectify your position, and 2 days go on in a flash. In fact, today itself, it's going on in a flash. We don't, without us knowing it, so also clearly in our minds, it's like the first game was just a haze to us, and it's already past that, and we're going down to the next 2 games, which would solidify the day 1 position and set the tone for their performance coming in tomorrow, whether they're playing from behind, which is going to be very stressful, or you're going to play from in front, like Full Sense right now, who's going to reap benefits from their efforts today itself. So I'm excited for that one. Any particular give or takes or teams that you want to look out for moving on to Erangel based on historical play styles?
Historical play style. Unfortunately, I think it will have to be like teams like, I believe it has to be teams like Full Sense, Buriram United. I mean, that's for, okay, if we go by regions, right? So it's going to be, for Thailand side, it's going to be like Full Sense and Buriram United, might even be FW Esports and Vietnam. I'm looking towards Windy Esports in particular. I would have shout out TDT Esports from Vietnam, but so far their run in both Marama and even Ronda Tego has been pretty not up to par what I expected here. But you know, it's that kind of thing where it's day 1, it's the first match where you're trying to familiarize with the lobby, and then also at the same time we've seen teams where they just don't have a really good night, right? We have seen it before. Teams that never had a good night on the first day, but then when we get to day 2, day 3, woo, they're flying up the leaderboard. Like suddenly on the blue, they're really kicking into the gear, and that's totally understandable because you're finally down to the last 2 nights of the tournament. And if you don't secure yourself at least towards top 8 to go towards the finals, then you're going to put yourself in the spot where I'm going to be solely dependent on on the other teams not earning as much PGS points when they go towards PGS 9 and 10. But no one wants to be in that spot, right? No one wants to be in the positioning where you're hoping the other team is not going to get success, right? But with that being said, let's quickly move forward to our next graphic here. Really excited to see what's going to be our match leaderboards, or at least our total leaderboard, if I'm not mistaken, if I got the queue right. But no, actually, no, it's going to go straight to our player cams here. And this was the previous team that actually winning out the next one.
I like how you briefly mentioned about Windy Esports. To be honest, they should be in the limelight right now, although never taking a chicken dinner, but that's exactly why they should be in the limelight. They're carrying by sheer kill points alone. I believe the last time I looked at the leaderboards itself, they had 8 placement points and like 20 kill points, 23 kill points, or some crazy number like that that's keeping them up afloat on top of the leaderboards. They've been nothing less than spectacular today. I think some of these teams would like to take note of, right? It doesn't take a chicken dinner for you to leapfrog your way, but it does help. Placement does help, but you can totally do it deprived from a chicken dinner.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Especially since it's also shown, the Windy's performances has been shown in these past 4 matches as well, right? They're getting a lot of kills, they're contesting as well. And they're pretty, and they don't really shy from a fight either way, especially for getting those edge controls as well. Sure, they ended up becoming last when they get into the circle, but it's totally understandable because of how the flight path is, right? But they don't shy from it. They say, you know what, all right, we're going to be coming in late, we're going to be running through a couple of teams. That's fine. We're fine with taking those fights. We're fine with crashing into compounds. We're fine with fighting off positioning. That's what I was trying to look for here, right? They Windy Esports, Full Sense, and even Buriram United, these guys has been fighting off position alongside with Sharper Esports, right? Fighting off position so far, probably in the most unideal spots. They still come out the winners here almost every single time here, and that's pretty phenomenal to me here. But of course, naturally, as we mentioned this before, teams, everyone in this lobby is currently farming points, whether it's in the forms of placements or in the form of kills. Even though like right now we talk about Sharper Esports, they're currently 8th place, right? 8th place. We were highlighting them, by the same time when you see the total number of kills, then you start understanding what I'm talking about. Haven't really getting much placements, but getting a lot of kills. That's pretty much what you mentioned before, keeping themselves in the position, at least consistently maintaining their current spot, just from performances alone.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Looking forward for this next game itself. I will have to shake up some of the haze that has clouded my minds for a little bit here. Yeah.
What has clouded you?
The darkness within me has taken over, and that same darkness I'd like to spread across some of the teams down in the bottom, because my God, they are quite depraved, especially for Iconic Esports, it's unlike them to be over here sitting at 16th place, especially when you're one of those teams to come up from the Thailand region. You know you've got something up for show, and I guess we'll see right here over in the match leaderboard for the play-in so far after 4 matches. This is the 4th match's outcome with Armory Gaming here, 10 kills, 10 placement, keeping it at 1 up onto 20 total points itself. Full Sense coming in at 9 kills and only 2 placement points. So this is what I mean, right? Like, it doesn't matter if you bow out early, but you're consistently putting points across the board. It really doesn't matter with the placement. It's totally doable. That 2 placement points, that means you barely make it within a top 8 to be numerated with that points itself. And of course, Sharp Esports with decent 5 kills and 5 placement gets you the total 10. Although FW getting the 2nd place, not enough kills to pretty much carry the entire placement on forward. So in this meta alone, I would say kill points, if you can get it, that's going to leapfrog your way and do more towards your standings than it would be with a placement point itself. And JFD, there you go, they got about 16 kills. I told you they're average about 7 kills per chicken.
All right, yeah, sorry, my bad, because I was doing the math in my head here, just trying to recall the leaderboard there. But yeah, 16 kills. That's pretty nice. Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty quiet so far. But I guess the kills they were earning is towards the later part of the phase here. But I guess it's because they're going for positioning initially, right? So pretty well done. Although I wish to see a little bit more action out of it. I know GFT has the potential for it. Might as well just go through with it. But you see, like I said, AG from the 10th placing going all the way up to that 5th, 6th place. It's a pretty high climb compared to in contrast with all the other teams that's also farming points in this case here. But now we're getting ready to get into match number 5 with Wrangle. It's a classic map. Everyone pretty much got their memory down to the wire here. It's so familiar for a lot of these guys, to the point where they know if they were to, as I say, if they were to make a certain movement to a certain direction at this certain timing, they know for a fact they're going to be running into somebody. They don't know who specifically, but they know for a fact they're going to be running into somebody there.
Talking about running into somebody, it seems like we've seen these faces more often than not today itself. And Team Flash is showing what they have got on the insides. I hope those plastic bags on the sides aren't trash, because if I were the daddies, they're going to get a whooping from me. Take the trash out, boys. Take it out. Until they bring home that $25,000 US prize pool from this 80K, you're still answerable to me.
Yeah, so my Team Flash has also been somewhat popping off as well in terms of kill, in terms of frags as well. Placement wise, I believe they got into at least top 5 at least 2 times at least. So there was, the last match was pretty close. If they won out the fight against AG, they probably would have been the one that at least got towards that top 3 here. But naturally, in reality, AG really pulled out the win here. Some really mad fragging coming from them. Really well done to really set the pace here. But now match number 5, Wrangle. What are the things that we're sort of be looking out for here, Keith?
Things to look out for, I guess. Well, I think point control is more important in Wrangle and than most maps. Like, we understand how Wrangle works. It's a mixed blend of open fields and small compounds. So if you're really good at coordinating attacks and holding down points, I think you're going to do exceptionally well over in Wrangle itself. Rotation's not too difficult. There are some pain points here and there, such as crossing narrow bridges, paying heavy tolls. But besides that, I think this game is pretty much the most even game, the most even map that anyone could ever ask for in terms of playstyle and adaptability. You want to play compound, you've got it. You want to play open lanes, you've got it. You want to play, I guess, go swimming, you can do that too. Decent enough of a water mass here.
Oh yeah, I mean, especially since it's a pretty decently centralized map as well. Teams who prefer to actually drop towards the North Carolina they can actually try to go for those long dives. This also gives them a little bit of a moment to try to keep track for a lot of teams. Where exactly do they like to land? Where they try to go for as well? Who's going to be contested for much more? Especially look towards Georgia Paul, right? One of the few largest areas that we have here, besides your Snyder here as well. No team contesting with win the Esports, so they're going to be having an absolute field day in terms of gathering resources there. Now we do see the final circle here. It does not go towards the south side. It does go towards to the north, at least the south, at least towards the eastern side here. So a really nice circle here is really encircling a majority of the lobbies here as well. But you know, in ranked, it's the kind of map where you really want to try to play for edges, right? You don't really have to worry too much on like things like try to go towards Snooker Island here. Although it is chipping a little bit of parts of it as well. There is I guess you could say, Keith, 20% of it is water areas here. So that's also something you want to take into account too.
Yeah, based on that circle up there, I think it's unlikely, although you do chip a little bit of water. I guess you could use that towards the last few circles if it were to close on there. You know, just float there until you eventually go down to the blue or gets popped in by the hit. But yeah, looking unlikely. However, eyes onto the western side of things. I think a lot of these teams, Buriram United, Windy, and the likes of them, is going to be coming from that area. And so that's going to be the point of interest at the very least in this round alone. We'll see how many teams that have to barge right through in order to get into safe haven.
Oh. Well, of course, in medium, let's be honest. Phase 1 for Erangel doesn't feel as long compared to Marama. Of course, naturally, it does depend on the circle, but it never feels as long as Marama here. So, teams naturally able, especially since it's a relatively nice map, everyone's able to land a really good high loot spots as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if teams really take their time with this as well, slowly make their way in. There will be a slight cause of concern, but hey, guess what? An early crash into a nearby as they were trying to make their way out of 𝐿𝑎𝑏𝑒 here. It seems like Win Esports is going to be finding some of the members of Next House Esports here. Well, I don't blame them for making this early rotation as well, right, Keith? Because 𝐿𝑎𝑏𝑒 is literally on the other side of it's literally the edge of the western side of the map here compared to where the circle currently is here. So I guess Win Esports, they did manage to loot what they can from 𝐿𝑎𝑏𝑒. Got the vehicles they needed and just quickly making headway. I wouldn't miss. It's going to be a very similar policy for a lot of these guys as well, slowly making their way in. Unless for some of these teams who was more confident with their gunplay here, they could just try to play around the edges here, start farming players or start farming kills, or let's just try to gatekeep a couple of teams as they make their way into the circle itself here. Since phase 1 is still a relatively long time before we make their way in, and even if teams choose to play around in the blue zone, Keith, doesn't really hurt as much. You can really tank it out for a good while.
Yeah, that was kind of weird play coming out from Windy. So we thought I think that they took it a little bit more personally than some. So the theory was they crashed by another team on rotation down towards the circle. But then they circle back and they're going to the opposite side of the circle. So it feels
they
almost
going to the circle?
Yeah,
okay.
they turned around and they drove up back north. So it feels like that crash was just personal. It seems like they knew where those drop spots were going to be, go in there, get the kill, and then you just turn around, go somewhere else.
Okay, interesting. So, Keith, yeah, I guess it makes sense, right? Because since they are somewhat at the edge of the western side of the circle, right? So they decide to instead of taking a route where you'll be encountering more teams than usual here and prevent being gatekeep, they will circle north side of the map and enter to the circle through the north side. Least amount of people. The flight path also, I believe there was only like 2 or 3 teams dropped towards the north side, but they're also going to be making their headway towards the circle through the western route here. Unless they have similar ideas, they might encounter each other much more sooner than usual here. But other than that, we see teams like AG, really homely, trying to see if they can try to do a couple of portions for a couple of teams. Good hits though, not enough to surmount to a knock so far, but might as well just take the chance for it. I don't think he's going to make any movements anytime soon, but hey, we did see the P90 during Marama's loot crates or care package here. This is going to be the 𝐿𝑎𝑏𝑒.
The decent, reliable vehicle, but I think the bigger catch there is literally all the level 3 stuff, because it's so early into the game. To be able to have like a level 3 kit is going to, to go a long way. Even right now, we see a lot of players just walking barely naked in that sense. Unreliable piece of leather or fabric that they're wearing. And talking about which, there, NHG gets shut out. Shoe horse with one heck of a marksmanship coming out from this man.
Well done. Really, that's a really good shot here, especially since this is Since he's actually knocked him down, actually forced him down to his knees right out in the open as well, that's going to be a really simple conversion for a kill here. So, although it's just one for now, it's, you know, it's gonna surmount to a little bit more later on. Just really want to keep themselves in this good spot.
You know what's unfortunate about that is it's 𝐿𝐻𝐸, right? Like they had 2 great games and 1 okay game, and then now they're just like dropping off really fast. That's
who?
𝐿𝐻𝐸, 𝘏𝑈HOUSE Esports. Yeah. So they were from first place all the way down now to 7th already because of the past few games that hasn't looked the best for them, right? Dying out early, or at least the bottom 8 position, so they get no points from that, and also not getting a kill points from that. So they're just being surpassed by the likes of them, which could be good news of some of the teams down at the bottom, but also bad news because if 𝐿𝐻𝐸 moves in at 8th place, then they become the new standard to beat for the rest of the teams that are consistently down at bottom itself. It's always harder to play when the top team goes down to the 8th place because then they just set the bar higher and higher.
I mean, it also comes down to how the situation most of these teams is currently in, right? Or at least in this case, it's 𝘏𝑈HOUSE Esports, right? Like, for example, first match Marama, they have 10 kills. They couldn't secure. They managed to secure 3rd placement. They got 10 kills mainly because they had a really good spot, a really nice high ground positioning. They started punishing a lot of teams towards the northern edge circle. I still remember that, and they slowly made their way in. They did bail out in the end, but they still managed to earn a lot of kills here. But yeah, the past recent matches hasn't been fair for them so far, just because of how the circle has been shifting for a lot of these guys, forcing a lot of teams to get in really unideal rotations here, forcing in a really unideal spot. But this is exactly where we like to see, right? How the teams really adapt and how do they interact in at an off-position territory or maybe an unideal territory as they try to duke it out for control. You win up the fight, naturally, that's great. You keep yourself in the game, you get more points for yourself. But it's that kind of 50-50 scenario, right? Whenever you try to crash to a compound, try to find some form of control, there's just a lot of variables you need to try to take into account here. And of course, at the end of the day, you come out the winner, that's great.
Well, talking about coming out winners here, it could be TDT, actually, at least part of a tongue twister. They're shooting onto the side of Savage Men, gets one member, 𝑠icko, fell a little ill, has to bow out, throw up a little bit. It's that's what you get for driving under the influence. And here they are. Yeah, securing that 1 kill. 𝑠icko will now bow out.
Dude, it was such a good priority coming from 777 as well, right? Instead of trying to gun for the gunner, he prioritized the back right wheel here. So practically he just lost the speed necessary to actually just try to force himself out here. So he decided to go out guns blazing. Fortunately, not going to be able to find any knock in the process here. So really well done for 777 there, the priority. Keith, this is what I'm saying, right? Like how the teams really react to the scenario here. This is cool.
To just crash and get lodged into concrete. That's what can you do, right? At that point,
I mean, you lost your torque, right? You lost your back wheel. What are you gonna do about that one?
What are you gonna do about it right now? You took all the way up north, windy, to come in from the northern side, and all the saturation just goes back onto the eastern side of things. And now, what's your next play? Go back up north to come in west? I don't know. I guess it's an interesting circle, a curveball at the very least, to put some of these teams in their track or keep them in check. Meanwhile, talking about getting them in check, Khan from Buriram United spraying down some team. Likewise, can be said onto 𝘗𝑝 Esports, who's had phenomenal games today. Absolutely phenomenal. And Buriram United now holding back in pursuit. Khan falling pretty low, but that backdoor penetration is already in place within compounds. Will get him unsuspectingly, and our BRU will have to play with 1 member down. Will able to cut the losses, run away from Team Flash for the time being.
An unfortunate scenario, naturally, of course. I mean, it just comes with the risk, right? When you're trying to have this 1-1 or 1-1, 2-2 setups, right? You're tasked to defend or hold the ground on your own here, whereas your team will need to try to make it there in time, depending on how long you're able to stall for time, or at least try to survive until reinforcement comes in here. So just a little bit of an unfortunate scenario. Buriram will be moving forward, just 3 members remaining. couldn't retrieve the blue token, so no revives is going to be coming in. Savage Man on the Esports, on the other hand, we did see a little bit of life in the last round here. Slowly getting warm now, kicking into the gear here. But they did go, and they managed to even clear out I believe it was Windy Esports as well from the last match. Although it was FW Esports that was going to be the one that forced them out into the phase 5 blue zone. But still, action, respect is given when it's due here for sure. It's definitely it's not an easy challenge for Sir.
Yeah, going up
currently
against
in 10th place.
Yeah, 10th place right now. Going up against Windy is never, how would you say it? It's never an easy task, because shortly after they won that skirmish, they did also bow out. And it was Windy, who we saw previously, is the one who's been dead with 2 placement points, but 9 kills. So I guess the bigger victory is there. Savage Men, though, we've seen them time and time again pass on opportunities. I do want to see them come in a bit more comfortable this time around in this map of Erangel. Perhaps sees something that's more, I guess, playable or permissible for their strategies, and try and get more points across the board here. They've lost 1 member, but they've not traded one in the process. And now Team Flash is going to have a full squad revival with 𝘏𝑝𝑒𝘏 now back in play. Oh my god, what happened right there? As I talked about Savage Man, Full Sense absolutely destroyed them. What, were they all in the same car?
It was too quick for us. We missed that particular scene, but it was just too quick. The kill feed it wasn't like a step-by-step registration as well. It was just an instant flood of information too. So, but if I'm not mistaken, I saw Savage Man currently in the compound as it is. So you might be right on the fact that they actually full send it into their buildings and really just cleared them all out here. But then again, if I'm not mistaken, I saw only the rest of the full squad of Full Sense only came towards the compound. So I guess half of them came in, flushed out the members of Savage Men in an instance here. So it's practically a 2v3. That's insane. If it's a 1v3, that's even more insane. I guess it was checking the. No, actually, no, it's probably a 2v3. I saw the kill feed. There's 2 separate members of Full Sense here. But with that being said, Savage Man Esports, we were just talking about them, and now they're the first thing to bail out here. 3 additional points from Full Sense. They're currently top 1. They just want to make sure no one's going to be able to contest their spot, at least one of the top 8 teams to move forward towards the finals here. And 𝐵𝐿𝑚orph in his wizard tower here, of his Tower of Babylon, needs to try to pan it out. As you can see, smoke trails are being set up. But is this an aggressive smoke trail or a defensive one to enable 𝐵𝐿𝑚orph to escape here? But he will dig it out as it on. He's not going out without a fight. He's the grand sorcerer of the tower here. He's not going out swinging.
Nah, he's much better than a sorcerer. Right now, he's the hunchback of Notre Dame as he carries his team, trying to do all the work alone on the top side of the hills. He's already got 1 player, and his entire teammates is not making it to Nova. He's got the 2. And now he will be traded with Porches right on time to try and come in with that suppressive fire and that maneuver right there. We'll try and stall things out for the time being and confirm that kill as well. But 𝐵𝐿𝑚orph, man, this guy could have made the books here for best moments of victory.
Well, the fact that he actually got 2 knocks as well. If he transitioned into a 3rd, that might have been a little bit of a game changer of a scenario for him for sure. But in the end, Jamie was able to put a stop to the onslaught here. So right now, they just have to be satisfied they were able to just at least secure 1 member of Full Sense here. Although interesting enough, we did see the smoke trail set up. I guess it wasn't a really offensive one. I think it was just a defensive to allow 𝐵𝐿𝑚orph to actually get out of the tower. But I think 𝐵𝐿𝑚orph just decided, I'm just gonna take this fight head on. Well done. Good show, man. Good show. But of course, coming in real homie. Although this is a phase 3 circle, doesn't hurt as much, but they're slowly making their way in. They managed to find the backsides of Team Flash here. They're going to be able to knock down Long Axe. They're definitely going to give Team Flash a little bit of a surprise here. They were actually trying to scout things out towards the eastern side of the circle to see if anyone's going to be sniping them down here. Within the vicinity, it is JFT here, but Team Flash, they're fighting back hard. They're fighting back good. And now Dusky, also drawn in by the gunfire, will be stealing a couple of kills from some of the knocks being made by courtesy of Team Flash here. It seems like although real homie Gotta respect them for giving in the effort for now, but then Team Flash will be the one to come out the winner for this fight.
That was a close one for 𝘉𝘁𝘅. They haven't had a great game so far, I believe. Always seeing them get losing in some of these skirmishes, and far too soon too. Team Flash will get 4 kills at the very least with that one whole squad wipe. They will have 2 members left to play, but they have to tank the blue, which may not be ideal. Going into this combat, into the zone with so low of HP, and now finally on their knees. At least leave one of them to run amok. But even so, Justice for Tomorrow doesn't want them to see another day longer here in this map of Erangel. But they have no choice. Death hasn't come knocking on their doors just yet. So Team Flash, they have but 1 member left to play. The remnants, the remaining of this map itself. But unless Sharper Esports has got something to say about it.
But we're definitely seeing a lot of teams starting being a little bit more bolder in this final, at least in this map of Erangel, and it's like something we were talking about before, right? It's a map that the teams are being very familiar with. We see GFT also coming to the line side. Now I'm really happy to see about that one for sure. We also see teams like 𝘉𝘁𝘅 also joining into the fight as well. I mean, of course, naturally, since it was a much needed fight to take on, they were within the vicinity, and they also had a chance to backstab as well. It was a good attempt to. SavageMan Esports, I still need to find the VOD for that one. You really need to find out what really went down within Full Sense and SavageMan Esports. Because if I'm not mistaken, SavageMan Esports and Full Sense, they were at 2 different areas actually here as well. I guess we'll find out later on. And a good nade coming in from JFT. Shoe Horse, 1 nade to end them all here. There goes Shallow Esports once more. Not sure where did they come from actually.
It's like they never existed. They are but a shadow that once was with that 1 nade itself. An aftershock. Meanwhile, back eyes onto Iconic Esports, who's done fairly decent, I would say. I mean, 1 kill is decent for them, being like one of the bottom teams.
By the way.
Yeah, they got the 1 Belmoth. Great stuff. You nearly cost your entire team with that 1 kill. But hey, any points their way is a great start. And again, takes 1 good map to now get you in, well, I guess 10th place at this juncture. Not really too far forward as well. But we'll see. Full Sense still in the game here. Looking at that sporadic the patches of teams within the circle, it's looking like it's going to be a bloodbath for the next few couple of minutes within this circle. And Fight for Life, they're not going to go down without any fight from them. Meanwhile, Full Sense is the one stealing the highlights after wiping out some of the members in a single approach. Now they have their eyes onto Icon Esports. Meanwhile, Armory Gaming annihilated the likes from Oceania Aurora down in 13th place.
Good picks, especially since now we're slowly. This is the part where there's just really not much really good decent terrain anymore. Like barely any compounds. Barely any forestry as well. Like even if you find a tree to find some decent cover for this, some team is going to be able to flank you from another angle here, and it gets pretty uncomfortable. But this is pretty much why you see teams like Armory Gaming find a really nice ditch. Make sure the vehicle's in a really good spot as well. Hopefully the tires doesn't really get blown out here. We do see the blue beacon tower. Not sure whether does he want to try. There's no need for him to really try to go for the commitment forward as well. Still 4 members strong, but we do see incoming multiple teams coming within the vicinity as well. Because AG finds there's going to be fight for life here. They were coming in from the southwestern sides here, and the teams will be paying quite the price. Kurt, on the other hand, did great damage, by the way, but will get knocked out and removed from play. AG not trying to count. Not really counting themselves out in the picture as well. But the Blast of the Water and the Sharks are coming in, and WIN Esports picking up the gunfire, trying to see how they want a third party. And it's not just them, even Sharper Esports coming from the northern side also want to join in the fray. 4 teams battling out for control in this northwestern sides before they make their way into that phase 6 circle here. It is gonna be quite the cluster of a situation here, Keith. Not sure how the situation is gonna pan out for either one.
Oh, Marcus falls down. I think that was 2 members of Windy. Unfortunate for them. They were the ones carrying the hope and dreams for those without a chicken dinners, but they are left with 2 members left playing. They're handling 2 teams each. The 2 teams across 2 different members from Windy Esports. One with 6,789 or 6,789 here has got his plates filled with the likes of Sharper Esports. Meanwhile, on the other hand, it's going to be Marcus and Sapao trying to hold back the members of Armory Gaming, who is still about 2 members strong. Last I checked, right now, only one left playing. 2 is up alive still. Shots going on their way. Have to be careful. 6789 here. Tries to go on push. Sapao gets one member of Cao Kong. Marcus just playing in the fray, taking a flash in their eyes. And Sapao, his highlights has been missed as he goes in to clean up the rest of the Armory.
Dude, that was insane. Especially Windy Esports was actually juggling between 3 separate teams, right? It was Sharper Esports, it was FFL, and it was also AG at the same time. Although yes, initially it was AG versus FFL initially here, but they all started scaling up that hill. They all started scaling up as they were drawn in from the gunfire, and they were also a little bit desperate for good positioning here. He barely got into the circle, but sadly just too much damage has been done here. They need to quickly get in. That phase 6 circle is definitely putting in the numbers here. They go for the revives here. They need as many members as much as possible. Whereas on the other side, it looks like Full Sense going head on with another respective team here as they were trying to flush them out. It's Team TDT here. The team that was struggling so far in the bottom part of the leaderboard here now comes in to become quite a threat against Full Sense. Although not really planning to flush them out just yet, they're trying to reset themselves. But with this reset, also gives an opportunity for Full Sense to pick up their remaining allies here, to get back into the fight.
They've got to be careful though. In Full Sense, they wiped an entire squad with 1 grenade and just looking like they could do it again here. Full Sense Tigger still up on the high grounds, perched up, getting his information in. Has even decided not to pick up his allies, who's still crawling. Oh, there are members down in the low ground. On the first floor, that's where it's at. The execution has been commenced, but the neighboring side will spot him out lurking, and Full Sense will be eliminated. 5 kills onto their names.
Well done. Now the familiarity is really kicking in here. Getting a little bit confident too. Doesn't matter who's their opponent here, and even though it's Full Sense, I believe they noticed that once they saw the kill feed. But well done. You knocked down one of the top current rank 1 in the leaderboard here, and keeping yourself into the fight here. Sure, 1 member lacking, but it's still a pretty well done job wiping out the entire squad of Full Sense. Well, at least the remaining 3. JFT currently not having the best of fight as they're being peppered down by not just 1 but 2 separate teams here. Stuck between 2 separate teams is probably not the kind of spot you really want to be in here. And Iconic Esports, ever since after wiping out Belmoth, we haven't seen much action from them ever since.
Last check, JFT's right inside of the circle, and they've got good position. I wonder what happened right there. Can they even go for the revive? And they're doing pretty well. 6 kills already. And the circle advantage they could look to recreate. But now eyes onto Iconic Esports Mega, spraying down members of TDT, who's now having to go into the prone position. They've only lost Jamie so far on the side of Iconic. Can maybe look for the revive if his position isn't too far out. A bit of a risk here. 9 kills on Iconic Esports. From the 16th place, they rise up to the 13 in this match alone, and it's not stopping just yet. They are still theoretically, mathematically 4 members strong once they get this revive. And so they could look to run amok for the entirety left here in Erangel. Spots 1 out though, right through the smokes, but unfortunately did not get the trade in time, and they will go out with 2 members on their knees. Jamie having to re-heal himself back to health, administering that aid, and having to play separately from Choppers itself. However, this stalemate, could this be time to go in for the pickup? They do, they get it onto Porches. And so Iconic Esports, despite that situation right there, they still find themselves in somewhat of a favorable position to equalize their current momentum or their current position. Still looking strong with the 4 teams being able to be picked up.
I mean, it's not just Iconic as well, right? Even Team TDD really stepping up from what they were previously in the bottom part of the leaderboard, the amount of kills they achieve, even the positioning as well. Iconic, 11 kills. That's a significant amount. The only team that hit the double-digit scoreline first as well. making their way in, scaling one step at a time. JFT, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, I believe I saw a 2-2 setup from JFT. If I could be mistaken for that one. But right now, with two remaining members, 𝘗𝘁𝘓 and Suspect being the two of them as well, going to be taking this nice and slow, playing around the edges within a little bit of at least the top part of the hill. Gets spotted out by 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports here, but he also doesn't plan to take this fight head on. Didn't get drawn in by the gunfire. 𝘐𝘐 will get a free pick on the 𝘗𝘁𝘓 to get the knocks and the finisher. Now comes up the Suspect, which eventually decided to succumb to the blue zone to not feed any team any more kill points for themselves here. Now we're slowly dwindling down to our final 5 here. We might even see our final 4 shortly as well, depending on the situation between Team Flash and Buriram right now, as they both teams is currently having 1 member respectively. 𝘐𝑝𝑒𝑟 Esports, the only team that's currently having a strength of the full force here. Just trying to find the right angles here. They got these spot of Vigo covering with the rocks as well. Their only concern is just probably towards the southern and the western sides, because as you can notice as well, that's where the vantage point comes in, and that's currently where the last remaining member of Team Flash is currently positioned in as well.
I like this move coming out from 𝘐𝑝𝑒𝑟 Esports. They know that they've still got all their single members and their supplies. I guess they've been playing passive, only 3 so far. Maybe can get more with NHE, but look at their position on the map. They've taken over at least 50% of the ground coverage, which means they know that the rest of the 50%, these teams, the people that they're supposed to be eliminating, will have to eliminate each other, which makes the job a fair bit easier. Right now, Team Flash, with the new circle update, finds himself smack dab in the middle, but again, it's T-Dye on his own. Already 4 kills for Team Flash with that 1 skirmish, but I mean, they're just happy they made it far this long. We saw that 1 member getting shot down during the rotation itself. So having T-Dye still left to play for placement is as strategic as it gets. A new house is eliminated. Buriram United came in alongside with 𝘐𝑝𝑒𝑟 Esports from the far side with the kill steal itself. Oh, I'm talking about which? Yeah, Porches, go on.
No, I was just saying, like, currently just looking at the final 4 as well. We're looking at just 3 other teams besides 𝘐𝑝𝑒𝑟 Esports just really limping into this final phase. Not really having the best spot, nor do they have the manpower to really cover as many angles as much as possible. It really just comes down to each player in their respective squads to find the shots they were looking for. Although Mega with the Panzerfaust, does it find connection? Unfortunately not. Actually, no, I think it did. On top of 𝘓𝑠𝑎 here, so he's going to be able to do a quick heal up with the first aid. Looks like 𝘐𝑝𝑒𝑟 is going to be able to find one of the last remaining member Team Flash now. The number of opponents is currently dwindling down here. We do have one of the members currently keeping an eye on the members of Iconic Esports here, because that's the only team that currently has visual confirmation on. But not too much on Buriram here, who's currently playing around the shacks. They have a rough idea. We do see the vehicles being relocated so far. 𝘓𝑝𝑒𝑟 still keeping an eye towards the southern side. A single entry, a single action should be able to be enough to really flush out the exact location of the remaining members of Iconic Esports here. 𝘓𝑝𝑒𝑟, he's not willing to give up this angle at all. Now the action comes in. He reveals his intent, like I'm talking. This is what I'm talking about as well. Although they are a little bit of a man disadvantage, they can find that headshot, they can find those shots to connect it, then this might be a possibility here. Although Porches, 1 member shot, he's getting tagged down. Mega decides to go down swinging. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. 𝘓𝑠𝑎 will be the one to be the final nail in the coffin for Iconic Esports here. Buriram, last remaining member, but sadly, just too many contacts. Too many players to deal with. And finally, 𝘐𝑝𝑒𝑟 Esports, who's been dangling around the placements here, around the top 4, finally secures their first chicken dinner of the night here in match number 5 of Erangel.
As sharp as the name goes, it's as true as their shots. They get the mark down on several teams and countless times now, and right now, they are the ones walking away with that winner chicken dinner and a decent amount of kill points going on their way. Credits onto the likes of Iconic though, 11 points. That's not a bad way to go, especially when you're part of the bottom 8 teams. But first, we do have some of the highlights from this match. In case you missed out on how that chicken dinner was earned, go check it out.
Well, that's going to be the highlights for our second last match of the night. It's our match number 5 here. Our first wrangle of the tournament too as well here. But you know, Keith, as we slowly come down to our final match of the night as well, let's just slowly start beginning to take a quick recap on the total leaderboard now. Because at least now we have enough matches in to really see who's really topping things off, at least among our top 8, right? Because like what we mentioned before, day 1 or night 1 is all about the team who's going to be getting out the blocks, right? Who's going to be the one that's setting the tone in this lobby so far. As we can see, JFT, initially the first 3 matches, not a lot of kills, just a lot of placements. And then when we get towards the next following matches, that's when they start racking in those kills to get those placements. That's phenomenal. Full sense. The name speaks for itself here, Keith. Let's be honest here. They're really showcasing their skills. They did not qualify for finals. But let me tell you something, right? Let me tell you this, Keith. The difference of the points between when they got 4th place in their respective regional qualifiers, right? Thailand, at least at Thailand phase 2, right? Mm-hmm. They got 4th place, but do you know what's the point differential between 4th and 3rd place and 2nd place? 20 points.
Oh, 20? That's still significant, dude.
Dude, 200. The 2nd and 3rd place is 290. They got 270 points total. Not 100. Not 105, not 120, 200.
God dang, but I mean, that's insane. I mean, that's you expect these sort of teams to definitely rake in the points if that's the case, right? If they're the caliber, they're kind of like the champion that wasn't supposed to be in here, and they were supposed to be sent on over, but in some unfortunate fate. Not unfortunate for them, but for the rest of the lobby that they're playing here during the play-ins itself.
Which is why I'm saying the name speaks for itself here, but at the same time, everyone is stepping up, and it's also because of the fact that the map that we're playing on, right? Erangel is a map where everyone's very familiar with. You see TDD, you start feeling now, even though it's a lobby they haven't really gotten accustomed with as well against the 15 other players, the 15 other teams in this lobby, but it's a map they know. They just stick it to their guts, they stick it to their playstyle, and they started racking in the numbers here. Same goes for Iconic, although we did not see as much of a significant performance compared to the other teams that's really stepping out, like AG, Armor Gaming, or Sharper Esports, right? Or even currently our team TDT, right? But everyone is starting to show waves in this match alone. So I'm very excited to see that this is exactly what we were hoping for match number 5. When we were talking about it during the pre-show, now we're going to our final match. Final match of Erangel here. Because naturally, we had to of course see how the flight path is going to go. I really want to see some really insane flight paths, some really insane circles as well. Because that's when all our players is going to be forced, will be put to the test, will be put to the trials to show the case why they are here, why are they representing their respective orgs.
I say screw that. Let's just get them playing the games they want to play. Like, show me more, right? Like Iconic, coming up from like what seemed to be game over for them, they were 16th place. Right now, I didn't catch it. Was it 12? Maybe even higher from their performance itself, right? Because they finished the top 3 at that point. So if they're one of those teams who only excel in Erangel, then they got to make sure that every single time an Erangel pops up, they're the ones to claim it. Because there's not much Erangel within a day, and there's definitely not much Erangel within the entire series. We have about 5 more Erangel to match throughout the whole run itself, but first, let's take a look at the progress of some of these teams. At the number 1 spot, of course, Sharp Esports, who's been pretty formidable and pretty good consistently in their performance as skilled mechanical players since even the Miramar match itself. They've been active in putting those points across the board. Icon now comes in at 2nd place despite bowing out much earlier with only 5 placement points, so that's 3rd, but 16 in the total here. And Buriram United finally comes in 9th place.
Yeah, it's the name. That's the name of the game, right? Just don't leave the round with a donut, right? Just try to earn points. Although ideally you want to try to balance out between both placement and kills and be consistent on it across the matches as well. which is something like what we've been seeing so far for some of the teams, Full Sense being one of them, for example, Sharper Esports as well. Although, finally for Sharper Esports, this was the match they were waiting for, the chicken dinner they were sorting out for as well. That should be able to at least bump them up pretty significantly into the ranking here. Although still in third place, but at least getting themselves pretty close to that first and second spot here. A point differential of 1 or 2. Now this is currently our updated one after match 5, and now we're just going to be looking at top 8 because that's the name of the game, right? We're only the top 8 will be moving forward towards the finals. That's just pretty much why you see who's currently highlighted and who's not. FW Esports, it's not too far behind, but you can start to feel the gap is slowly extending away from them, right? Initially, they were pretty close with Team Flash when it was on the map of Tego during match 4. But now after 𝐸𝑟𝑎𝑛𝑔𝐿, now you can start to see the lead is slowly increasing here. You do not want to get that lead to expand too much until the point where there's a no point of no return. But then again, this is just day 1. There's still a lot. There is still the day 2 and the final day to go for sure. But it's the kind of thing where you just at least want to come out. I think it's the same goes for most of the teams here, right? You just want to leave day 1 in a manner where, okay, we want to at least get into the realm of possibilities, right? I believe that's the term you like to use back in Master Series.
Mm-hmm. And I'm glad to say that realm is pretty large. 8 placements. That's all you gotta be at. Fit it within the top 8. Right now it's looking at like 32, 34. That's the benchmark for the 8th placing. Obviously, we're going to have to factor the possibility of even the 8th placing team right now raking in some points, moving the bar and the goalpost on forwards higher and higher. But right now, that's the goal, right? So the realm of possibility is it's far more gracious to the rest of these 16 teams over here. And I think this might work in a way where they're never demotivated in terms of morale, no matter when you go into day number 2 or day number 3, because there's always going to be someone in 8th place, and that's always going to be the number you're going to have to beat. That's it. Right. It's a simple game here. It's pretty straightforward. You just got to execute it, which is, let's be honest, harder than we make it sound.
Yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. I mean, it's like what we mentioned before. It's not like our usual settings where only the top 3 moves forward kind of thing. Top 8 is a very comfortable mindset, right? Top 8 out of the 16 to move forward towards the finals here. Naturally, of course, you still want to at least get yourself in a position where, okay, I don't want to point differentiation, especially for 8th place, particularly for 8th place. We're not going to look towards our top 5, right? Or at least the realm, okay, probably not top 5, at least top 3. We don't want to look towards top 3 anymore because top 3 is like 50 to 40 points. The difference between the 1st and 3rd place and currently the 8th and 9th place, right, is like 2 times the points differential, right? But the name of the game is just the top 8. So we don't look towards the top 3. We look towards, let's be honest, let's just look around the 7th and 8th place, right? Because those are the 2 positions currently right now. The point differential is not too far apart from the 9th and 10th. So naturally, if FW Esports, if they want to live up to the name, the reputation that they have as well, they gotta bucket up at least end day 1 with a bang. This last match, right, closing the gap. So at least that way, when you get to day number 2, at least now you're coming into day number 2 with a mindset where, all right, this is gonna be our goal, guys. Let's keep scaling up and closing the distance here. Now the point differential, I believe, is 8 or 9, right, or 10, right? So closing the distance here. If we see on the kill feed that they got bailed out early by another squad, that this is an opportunity for us to start working up the ladder. But naturally, this is me talking about 9 to 10 place, right? Can't forget about the 11 to 12, especially currently Team TDT, right? Ever since they started making work during the map of Tego, now 𝐸𝑟𝑎𝑛𝑔𝐿, they already put in numbers right now. The point differential is still quite far from the 8th placing, which is literally 30 points, right? But Team TDT is also putting in the work as well.
Yeah, I'd say right now the disparity from top 8 to the bottom 8. Okay, let's not even look at the top 8, right? 8th, 7th, 6th. I think they're all about like the 30 pointers itself. Unfortunately, the disparity between the 9th, from those positions towards the 9, 10, 11 was actually quite significant. If I'm not mistaken, 34 at 8th place, and then the 9th place is holding at about 23-ish. So that's about 10 points different, which is asking quite a fair bit if you're in terms of plausibility, right? That's like saying you got to chicken this next one, like by hook or by crook. But of course, It is not impossible, and that's the main takeaway over here, especially now with 𝐴𝐿𝐴. We've seen some of these teams already showing so much signs of life. Iconic, I'm looking at you. Show us more of the gameplays that, well, puts you in a position where you are now an icon within your region itself. We know you're built for something, and that goes for the rest of the teams here that's trying to claw their way up into the top 8. Don't stop fighting the good fight, and we'll see you towards the end of the day here with match number 6 in the final 𝐴𝐿𝐴 in day number 1.
Oh, this is a very nice flight path. Like everyone should be able to go exactly where they want to be. The only punishing thought would be, particularly for the teams towards the north or southern side, if the circle just shifts towards either 𝘂𝑛𝑦𝑢𝑘 Island or towards places like 𝘔𝑑𝑉𝑛𝑦, right? Because or at least the north side of 𝘔𝘅𝑝ole, right? Because that just means a lot of people, at least half of the lobby, literally half of the lobby, will be making massive rotations to either massive areas of the map here. But so far, once again, no hot drops, unfortunately. Teams was just willing to forego certain spots and long dive to another separate areas, secure vehicles to get more better spots here. But naturally, I'm more curious to see where this could go to be. So far, I also did notice teams like Full Sense and Buriram United, they did love, depending on how the flight path is, they love to try to get towards those edges a little bit more better. Less teams to contest with as well. No need to worry about teams like crashing upon them relatively early. But we do finally get that circle in. There is some water. There is some water areas within the circle itself. So it may not be that perfect phase 1 circle that everyone's looking for in terms of land area coverage. But it's at least something that the team needs to take into account as well, since there's just not much area for this team to play with. And since we did shift towards that side as well, Keith, a lot of mountainous areas too.
Yeah. And it's going to be, I guess, a more ideal situation for some of the 𝘔𝘅𝑝ole teams. Talking about Windy, of course, who's had quite of a strange rotation earlier on, only to have the circle just closed further away from them. So it was a feels bad moment for that team.
It's how it is, right?
Yeah. Meanwhile, talking about Sharper Esports, though, this team has been shown the remarkable performance so far. Like, they're never really under like the tallest of podiums because they don't get the chicken dinner till like the previous game itself. But they've been, since the first Miramar map of the day, they're the aggressors, and they've been able to just shoot from the far side, securing points onto their name. And right now, lo and behold, right here at the 3rd spot, only differing by about 3 points from the number 1 spot here. Looking like they might just come in with the overtake. But of course, that doesn't matter in a play-in. But it's just a testament on how consistency this team are. And I like how you keep highlighting the player and giving him your own name because it's convenient to you, you know? 𝘰𝑗𝑎. It's definitely not a Palooza, whatever you call it.
Pulai, right? Sorry, it was just like in the midst of the moment. And again, I like to say I would like to apologize every time I say the wrong name. Really sorry for that.
Don't apologize. I thought it was cool to hear 𝘰𝑗𝑎. That sounds like party.
I know, but that's not the name he came up from himself. You got to respect the name. It's a very important thing for each and every one of these players here. But yeah, coming back in from that discussion, right? Like, even just looking from the scoreboard, right? Sure, the top 3s, these guys. So here's the benefit of coming out day 1, right? Like busting out the gates of day 1, or at least night 1, right? Is the fact that not only are you setting the tone of the lobby, but you're also at least ensuring that what's going to be your game, what's going to be your play style tomorrow. Like, how many areas of mistakes are you allowed to? Are you going to be forgiven for, right? Because right now, Full Sense, let's be honest, Full Sense, 50 points. That's practically like twice. That's almost like 2 times like the amount of points for what FW Esports has, right? Correct. So they are literally forgiven if they were to lose out. Like in day 2, I'm not jinxing them, in night 2, if let's say Full Sense doesn't have 2 good games in that night, 2 bad games in night 2, they'll still be within the top 8, right? Or even so within the top 3, at least in this case. This is what I'm trying to say, right? This is one of the few benefits when you come out strong, at least in this case, especially with the settings where only top 8 will be moving forward to the final stage, is that you are allowed to have some room or some area of error for yourselves here, compared to some of the teams where currently in our bottom 8 teams, every single match is literally like a high road for a lot of these guys. They need to really put in massive amount of work just to try to get in here. That's the kind of spot they're currently being. They placed themselves in here for day one.
Yeah, I mean, again, you gotta cushion your entire advantage, right? I guess that's one way to look at it. It's also ensuring that you get a better overall average comes towards the determining factor. And well, that thought process will have to come in a halt for the time being, because under gunfire right now, Sharper Esports out of a good game, already losing one member this early on, might not be the best outcome they'd be hoping for. If not, they'd be hoping to replicate some sort of their performance earlier on, but it will be fine, especially with Earth from the top side. We'll be able to pretty much fend for his team, and they are in close proximity, so they could get the blue chip itself to maybe go in with the revive later on. Meanwhile, Windy finally trying to turn the tides towards their favor here. They've had a bad game previously, but I think right now they've already got 1 kill. No member left, no member jeopardized in that process too. So it's more points going on that way. Meanwhile, Iconic now playing 3 members only at phase 1 circle.
Yeah, it's already to be expected, right? You got a really nice fly path. Circle also did shifted towards the southwestern side, so there's a lot of teams that actually dropped early towards that north side will have to do those rotations. I'm not surprised if we do see teams getting knocked down 1 or 2 times. I mean, that's the capability of each player, or at least what we've been seeing so far this past 5 matches, right? Teams getting knocked down by another player during mid rotation. That's because their lines of sight is just absolutely so solid here. You see right now, this, thank God for the household. Who knows how long there's a chance he's going to get out, and there it is, right there. What I was just talking about again, Dusky getting the knock on EDB King while teams are making their mid rotation. This is not a scenario that most of these guys like to have or like to experience, but that's just currently the level of skills that each of these players brings into this current lobby itself here. Something that you really have to deal with and also be concerned about.
JFT now takes up the #1 spot with the 1 kill, kind of evens the odds with the likes of FS, but because of the chicken dinner, obviously that weighs a little more than the kill points itself, so they will occupy the first spot for the time being. Meanwhile, Shadow Esports, EDB King, they have to play without him. Unfortunate for them, as JFT knocks 1 member down, and they had to be the team that came from the same region itself. Well, obviously, they don't know who they're shooting at, but looks like the same can be said with allies. Shoehorse somehow puts Pivy in a bad foot here. Now would have to go with.
I think he got out too early. They got out slightly too early, but of course, here's our second appearance of the BRDM. Absolutely solid armored vehicle. Doesn't have the best torque here, but hey, of course we do see finally one of the emergency pickup going to be utilized one of the team as well. I guess it's totally understandable, especially since a lot of teams did drop early towards the north side. So this is probably one of the most safer entry. Okay, I wouldn't say safer entry, but at least this is one of the few quicker ways to get into the center part of the circle here. Decent high grounds, not a lot, by the way. There is a little bit. There's a couple of compounds that teams can actually try to take advantage of to form as gatekeeping along the roadways here. If teams chooses to take the roads all the way down south here, could be an opportunity. But naturally, it comes with risk when you take the E pickups, right? Sure, you get a nice eagle-eye view, gets a little bit of intel as you're dropping down. But same goes for a team that's currently based at that current bottom position, right? They will spot you from a distance. If they're within range, they'll try to drop you as well. And if you get knocked down in the sky, it's instant. You're instantly gone. There's no revives for that at all. So currently, as you see, some of the teams within the vicinity, TDT being one of them as well, playing a little bit of a 1-1 setup, I believe. Especially since TDT, they were the team that dropped last. They have full control of the south side of the riverbank here. So a lot of time to loot, a lot of time to get as much intel as possible here. Now they also spot one of the teams dropping down here. The question is, how do they want to try to punish them for this? Next circle coming in. Can you imagine if that circle hard shifts towards Sunoka Island?
Yo, that would be a great scenario for TDT. Oh my God, I'm fumbling that one so hard. TDT, yeah, because they were the teams who was from Sosnovka, so they kind of get information and they can confidently say that there was no one there, no one's to gatekeep them. But obviously, with the new circle update, they are not going to make that departure towards the south side of the map, which could be bad news for them because now all the saturation that's happening currently, we've only 60% of the landmass within Circle. A huge chunk of it plays over water. We're going to see, I believe, a much more aggressive earlier Phase 3, Phase 4 than we did before.
Oh yeah, we're definitely, especially with the water areas which I was mentioning before, right? It's definitely clear that we're definitely a phase or two earlier than usual, just because of the lacking land areas. And with this many teams, by the way, Keith, not only are we a phase earlier, we have 16 teams still playing this week. That's a lot of players and just not a lot of good lands to be in, because the remaining lands that's currently available for a lot of these teams is, as you can see right now from 𝘠𝑁𝑥 point of view, a lot of open fields, open lands here. Sure, you could probably find a ditch or two, but the chances of another team like running past you or people bombarding you is going to be an entirely different story here. So once more, Savage Money Esports also going to be eliminated away here. And I believe they was also doing their own form of mid rotations here. Will be crashed upon and removed away as being one of the first team to be eliminated here for night 1. Whereas we see Buriram also making quick headway into to secure a better spot for themselves. Hopefully, it's not this open plains here. As you can see the carnage happening against some of the members of FWE Esports here. It is not looking good for them at all. Not looking great at all.
We called it. We said it was going to be a bit more aggressive than previously, and right now we're seeing that product itself. Teams have been eliminated. That unfortunate to be Savage Men themselves. Aurora, look at them. From the top 5 now grazing in 12th spot. It's been rough for this Oceania team. Thankfully for them, comparatively to JFT, they're going to be a bit more of the consistent Oceania teams to have arise onto this level. So perhaps we could hope on a whim that they might just find a consistency tomorrow itself onwards to try and get themselves back up. Or maybe one good game today in the final game of Erangel to pretty much put themselves back up there and keep on climbing the ladder to join the ranks of their allies, or at least fellow regional mates, JFT, in the top 5 position. But we'll see how this one plays out. Right now, JFT tanking into the blue zone, currently being gatekept by one of the teams, that's Shadow Esports. Within this compound, they will have to take the skirmish if they want to pretty much come out alive. They've lost one member. It's only Dusky. Dusky did trade in the process. 2 kills already for the side of JFT. Might go in with the pickup for the rest, or maybe even just leave the rest to pretty much play the rest of the blue. It's just not worth it. It's not worth it under the pressure of the blue, having to try and come up in confrontation against Shadow Esports this earlier on. Yeah, they might as well just take an alternate route in.
Dude, now with the circle still heading towards the waterway, towards the direction of the ferry pier as well, it seems like team, they already understand this, right? They feel like, all right, even though the circle, there's a chance it may not be exactly on ferry pier, but teams is not going to take that chance here. So I wouldn't be surprised if some teams really willing to gamble it out and just do a compound crash at that location currently at this point of time, or at least try to battle on the edges, because that's exactly how you want to play it right now. You want to get control of the edges as you slowly make your way in, as you scale your way in. And Kong here, splendid spray on 𝘱𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑒. Oh, by the way, I got the pronunciation right now. But a good knock, by the way.
Close enough. Still off. It's 𝘱𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑒.
Yeah, 𝘱𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑒.
It's Zapalui. It was 𝘱𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑒
Zapalui, yeah, no? Alright, but regardless, we have a little bit of a Max Payne situation as both teams driving by, trying to gun each other down, get a better part of that trade. It seems like AG, instead of backing out the fight, they're like, nope, we don't want to crash in. We know you're in a tough spot. You're in a blue zone, choking out. Sure, phase 3 doesn't hurt, but it's still dot damage in. They're gonna try to gatekeep them at the edge here, although they will not be the sole reason for their falling. It looks like Eddie also will be joining in the spray, and Sharper East, so the previous chicken dinner winner, the last match, will be the second team to bail out this early.
That's quite unfortunate. Does create opportunities for the rest of the lobby though. With Sharper Esports not there, their absence is going to be felt in such a positive manner because they've been the ones who's like gunning people down or providing suppressive fire, and talking about which T17 here, Newhouse Esports actually gets one on a whim. Just fast reflexes, close quarter combats. They're trying to defend this entire compound, but T1 has already been taken out, so it's a 3v3 situation. With the backup already driving in, so FFL now going against NHE. NHE needs to get their groove back up again. They have an idea. Pops the head. Unfortunately, does not connect with the shot through those grates. But that is going to be a confirmation. That is the nade toss was good. Catches onto 2 at the very least. Will have to be held back while they try and heal, and I think they know where the position of Brian is with that peak, so they should be looking to make this aggressive push, understanding that these players might need to hold back a little bit to heal up and patch themselves back to health. Let's take a look at a circle though. Meanwhile, they hold this stalemate within this compound. Would have eyes on this circle, and it has been updated. So some of these teams will need to go through blood, sweat, and tears and muddy waters just to fight more teams within this circle. And FFL is one of those teams who would need to clear out the likes of NHE and then face on forwards against FS.
The thing is they can't spend too much time here. The circle is not in their favor as well. They need to make their way out here. Team Flash and Win, and by the way, Win Esports, they're hearing all this. They're spectator of this fight currently as well here. So they need to quickly clear things out and move forward into the circle. Good spray, good aggression. I love it. But sadly, the trades has been pretty equal between both sides. We do see the BRDM slowly rolling in towards the outskirts of the compound here. That's going to be Brian, the driver here. Couldn't find any more other people at the outskirts here. Trying to find a good spot to try to flush them out. I believe this is going to be the last member of Team FFL, unless he's able to get the revive. Oh no, unfortunately not. He heard the vehicle coming in. He decided to deny it. Tried to pick up towards the window as he was drawn in from the running footsteps here. And just masking Brian's presence as he pushes into the house to secure the kill. Now when Newhouse Esports able to secure their fight against FFL, now they have another point of concern to be worrying about, and that's going to be Full Sense, and even I believe it was Win Esports as well. They were the spectators of this fight here, and they're getting ready to greet them in kind. They are rolling in with the BRDM here. It can only tank, sure, it can tank more than usual, but not as much as you can hope for.
Oh, talking about hoping. There we go. There goes his hopes. Shattered dreams right there from Windy Esports. Sapao, he was hoping to get across real clean, but of course, Aurora, Nedex at the mercy of him. You're not gonna get that dream come true, and so we'll have to play with 2 members down for the side of Windy itself. Buriram United looking healthy. Has got the mortar set up just to blindly shoot into the sky and hopefully trajectory hits onto someone. But that's Shadow Esports now eliminated as well. So some of the teams that may look like they might have stepped up previously now also going down real soon. Team Flash versus Buriram United could be one of the things that we might come across real soon.
Yeah. It's just cliff battles and hill battles currently at this point in time, especially towards the northern side. And it seems like FW Esports just couldn't really withstand upon the damage that's being outputted against them by the multiple teams as well. It's not just the team that's close by, it's also the teams close to the eastern side, because it's just a flat open area. It's just one hill to another. You're so easy being able to be spotted by another player with a DMR in hand. Whereas on this side, Buriram and I believe one other team is going to be the TDT here. They are very comfortable with where they're currently at as well. All the compounds being secure for their own here. Although TDT will be doing a little bit more of a very greedy setup with a 1-2 setup here as well. Not the full strength here as well. Despite already one member lacking here, they still split off to get to gain more ground control, intel control for themselves here. Whereas for Buriram, they're still within the sanctity and the safety of the circle here at the edge of the ferry pier, but if that circle pushes out, they need to have another game plan for their own.
I like JFT's game plan so far today. Looking pretty consistent. Already 2 chicken dinners, but as I say that, they get eliminated. There was SmackDev in the center. If they had more members there, they could have tried to play it all out. Meanwhile, full sends into these team here as they get 5 kills already, raking 8 actually total kills. Putting in the numbers across the board right now, expediting the lead in the table, further enhancing and solidifying their place in the #1 spot. 1 kill away before they hit the big 6-0 here, which means they can afford to lose no longer 2 games tomorrow, but they can afford to have 3 bad games instead if they hit that 60.
Well, I'm not really too worried about top 3 currently at this point in time, right? they have practically earned themselves any errors for tomorrow's matches, or at least for this game here. But let's just see how much further for sure, because Full Send might be the team that's going to be hitting within the 60 point milestone for themselves. It's the highest, then there it is. That's the 60 pointer for themselves. Might even try to earn a couple of more points. There's still at least half of the lobby still standing in this game so far. Team Flash, this is definitely a moment for them to try to rack out as much points as possible, because like I mentioned before, the last time we were talking about the point differential between 8th and 9th place, Team Flash had 32 points. Now it's 33. They didn't earn much from the last match. This is the one, but they need to try to earn a little bit more to extend that gap, because like I said before, TTT, the goal for TTT and FW Esports is to try to close in the gap. If they can overtake them to get secure 8th place, that's great. But if they can't, close in the gap, set it up for day 2, and then do the exact same process, and hopefully it will not only will they be able to succumb them, or once they get prepped them for day 3.
I think that dream is dead. You're expecting Team TDT to pretty much rake in about 10 points from this point forward, which means, great, you got 4, now you need just 10 points, which is a chicken dinner.
Yeah, and it's 26 and 33 points. It's not too far behind.
Well, it is TDT, though. So, I mean, historically, they've not been on fire at this point. And I guess we'll see. Maybe the circle that favors them is going to push things their way. One can only hope. As we look at it, yes, they will get the favors of the circle. So if it's setting up for them to get that 10 pointers, they could look to take it over. But it's looking like a far shot for me. Right now, Belmoth down to the count. Flash as well. Long X and Tida still in the game, but not shooting well. Quaysama and Hongvodich, 2 men left to fight for their entire flag here. Belmoth still not being picked up just yet, but they do have the cover of vehicles for the time being, and Tigger to keep and suppress enemies at bay. As he goes in with the trigger, does he hit the mark though? Trying to pretty much sense things out from here on out, but he's got a win on some of the 2 members that have been on their knees. Maybe he can look in with the steal kill. That would go a long way to getting maybe a 10 plus pointers, and they will. 10 kills so far for FS.
Slowly cleaning out the competition. Full says Tigger slowly taking this one step at a time. I think even Dynasty and we even see Rizzi as well coming in to see if they can try to close out. But also they said that I also don't think they expected that the circle was still within the area of Fairy Pier, or at least the edge of Fairy Pier as well. So by the way, they are not currently Buriram is not currently equipped with the full squad here, so they really need to take this step one step at a time and be as cautious as much as possible. I get the goal. You want to join in the fight and try to third party this, or at least try to steal a couple of kills points to secure for the team. And that's exactly what Dynasty has been trying to go for. They already stole 1. He stole a second one, but it's going to be Hongvodich here. Now they're slowly making their way in. I believe the rest of the team is slowly reconvening here, but at the same time, you do see Eddie and Khan trying to keep members of TDT in check from their respective compound as they begin to scale down that hill. Now we do see Shanks getting a really fantastic kill line, and finally we're down to our final 4 as Rio Homie, the 5th team, will be eliminated away. And although we do see a massive full stacks on Buriram, although TTT AG is 1 member short, New Home Esports, now they need to be a little bit more careful. They are currently in the BRDM, but they're driving through within the lines of sight of AG and even TDT.
TDT, they've got 4 points already just by being in a top 4 position. Could they look to get more here? They've got 4 points from the kills already, but as we did the math previously, from this point onwards, they're going to need at least 10. So they've got 4 in the buffer. 6 more kills is required. Meanwhile, Armory Gaming just taking those plausible points off from play here. Try to kill those, get those points onto their own name. TDT, feeling a little bit desperate about it, tries to make their movement forward. They have to make sure they don't get cut off in the process, and that circle draws on downward south. So it seems like it will leave the favor of TDT for the time being, but this could be opening for TDT with the numbers advantage to maybe just get 1 more kill on the side of Armory Gaming, and they will. So they have 5 more kills required before they surpass that 8th position, and it's looking pretty plausible here. Actually, no. It's 6 because they're in 2nd place, confirm, plus the kills that they've had, which is about 5. They probably get it closed already, right? Oh, now we have to remove the 4 because we said from that point onwards. Okay, fine. Yeah. So remove 4 kills from the count. So.
Yeah, which is what I'm saying, right? Even if they surpass them, that's great. Even if they don't, they close in the gap significantly, right? Like initially it was like what, 9 or 10 points, but that's what I'm saying. That's the name of the game, right? For at least these guys, if they can't succumb them, at least set themselves up in a way where they too, the gap is not too far behind. But now it seems like a little bit of a possibility. But it all comes up to this final fight, right? Buriram, naturally, they're already in the top 8. But at the same time, they just want to make sure they're in a really nice. They managed to secure enough points where they at least be in the same spot with Full Sense. Where if I have some bad matches, it's not going to implicate me and my teammates in the ranking for sure. But regardless, 4v3, it's a tough challenge for sure. One of the best few teams in both of these 2 remaining teams, the best team in their respective regions as well, as to go head to head with each other. Although Buriram, they still have the man advantage, but they're not really fully stacked with each other. Khan, on the other hand, is giving them so much intel, by the way, which allows the remaining member of Buriram United to completely focus towards that north side. Just because Khan is positioned towards that southeastern side, he's getting no intel, he's spotting nobody. So they don't even bother looking towards that right side because they know Khan is like, there's no one here, just look to the north. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. Oh, they just pulled ahead. So did he.
TDT, they only need 3 kills, by the way, to be able to surpass that spot. 2v2 right now. Buriram in the low ground. TDT on the high. Oh, they're spread on forward here. TDT has got 1 member trying to go in with the revive, but Khan spots him out with the scopes. Will be able to suppress them and trying to get that revive onto allies. He will go under cover of smokes here to try and make the advancement forward, but Buriram gets Hong Af. And that will be another member down from TDT. That favor is swung onto the side of Buriram United. He's got both Khan and Eddie to play the remnants of this game. And Khan is in such an advantageous position. I don't think they ever realize his positioning as he goes in with the clips on the shoulder a couple of times here. They go in with the revive just to ensure that they're safe. And it is as clear as they win a chicken dinner for the likes of Buriram United Esports.
Really well done, well executed as well. It did really cut a little too close during that final fight, especially, by the way, while they traded that knock, while they traded knocks, one was a nade that was being primed up as well, right? So they got 2 knocks towards there. By the way, Khan wasn't in the picture of that situation, right? Khan was still based towards the southern side of the circle to really keep any live view here. So it really came down to the remaining member of Buriram towards the western side to hold his own, and it seemed he did it phenomenal and did it perfectly as well. So naturally, bought enough time to go for the revive, 1v3. The rest is history. But again, well done from TDT. Put in a lot of groundwork, did really well. And let's just quickly check out the highlights for our final match of night 1 here with naturally our winner chicken dinner. And with that, that will be the last highlight for the night here for day number 1. 6 matches down, Keith. 12 more to go for day 2 and day 3 later on. But with that being said, now we get a really rough idea where the teams is currently standing in the leaderboard. What's going to be pretty much all now the teams will be able to get a really good look at it and have a really rough idea on what's going to be the next mission, what's going to be the next objective, the goal when we get into day number 2 here. Now at this point in time, there's going to be a vote for a lot of these teams to do a quick rundown, do a quick research to get to figure out, okay, where do they like to draw? What's the pattern like? What's the habits? What's the rotation like? What's going to be the philosophy for a lot of these guys here? So a lot of research is going to be coming up for a lot of these teams here, and I can't wait for it, especially once we get to that day number 2.
I just want to say one thing, and I'm so glad it panned out the way you did.
All right.
I'm not gonna lie, I had a little bit of an ego right there that could have been bruised should TDT actually took over the 8th spot. I mean,
really?
So at that point where you said they're running to take over the 8th place, I looked at the board and all the bottom teams are out. So in my mind, all the bottom teams are out. Who are they gonna kill? I mean, who are they gonna frag down to get the points? There's no way. The dream is dead. And then suddenly they got real close. I'm like doing the math in the back of my head. Yo, they just need 3 more kills.
Yeah, no.
They just need 3 more kills, and I don't think they got that. So, I can't believe I'm publicly saying this, but I'm kind of happy for the demise.
Terrible. Shame. But I'm just gonna say that. But like I said, right, if they were able to surpass them, that's great, right? Because that puts them. It's high morale, high boost because they were climbing from the bottom team all the way to that 8th spot. But like I said, it's that kind of thing where the team just come, or at least the IGL come to a realization where, all right, if we can't surpass them in day 1 in today, we'll get them tomorrow. But let's just set this up for it. Let's just close in the gap so at least it's not like what you were talking about before where you're laughing it off and say, oh, it's 10 point differential. It's so difficult for them to do it. But now it's not, right? But now it's not anymore, isn't it, Keith? At least.
But they didn't do it. That's main point is they didn't do it.
But the point, but the point is now we're falling back to plan B, which is at least closing the gap here. Actually, this might be the main plan and surpassing them might be the plan B. We're not sure in which order was it in this case here, but the fact remains, I think they really did a good job closing in the distance here, right? Because I believe it was from the 14 players and 12, they were slowly but surely really climbing up the ladder here. Sure, it was not as explosive or bombastic compared to some of the teams that we've been witnessing so far in this past 6 matches here. But they've been slowly, steadily scaling up the leaderboard here. And now finally they eventually got to a spot where, all right, when we get to day number 2, we just need to outperform one good game, and just be consistent in the next few matches. And then I think the same could be said for our current 8th place, right? Even for FW Esports, I think that's going to be the same goal between these 2 teams. Although I believe there was another team up for the running, right? Although the point differential isn't as close, I believe it was was it 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports or was it Team Flash? I can't remember which one was it. It was quite close by, but the point differential, the lead, of course, the gap's a little bit too far. It's probably also in a similar spot between 8 or 9 point differential. But I guess we'll see it later once we bring up the leaderboard. I'm trying to get the math out, but the math ain't mathing in my head right now. So many points being thrown out into the mix here to really keep track. But I guess it's how close it is, right? Especially since we're just looking for that top 8 rather than the usual setting, which is just the top 3 to move forward here. So a lot more comfortable for a lot of these guys. But Buriram should be in a really good spot. I believe this is their first chicken dinner. Same goes for Shopper Esports here. So definitely still within the top 6. It's just a matter of the order, right? Like it's the third or 4th place. It doesn't really matter, but I guess it's just flex points, right? It's just flex points. I still got 1st place, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, but it's a play-ins, it's the first place.
I know, it's like last chance qualifier, right? Depending on how you see, depending on how or which region you're seeing this from, right? For some region, probably for the EMEA, they'll see this as, oh, it's last chance qualifier. For us, it's the players.
Like great, you're king of the nerds or like king of the rejects or some sort of that sentiment. I don't think these teams are looking to brag at first place or in the play-ins itself. It's just solidifying enough their lead just to maintain an 8th position. It's great for them. Buriram United, I think they're pretty consistent despite maybe having their first chicken dinner. We did see a lot of kills going their way, even in previous matches, about like 6 kills, 7 kills. This time around, potentially higher. Wasn't doing the math as well. It's hard to track with 16 teams. That's why we don't do it. We don't make an attempt to do it. We only do it when ego's at stake, like I did previously with TDT. But the rest of that, hey, we're letting the man in the back to crunch those numbers and then flash it out in pretty visuals.
I'm trying to find ways to support you, but I feel like I'm just gonna like dig a bigger hole for some reason. No, man, come on, you gotta support the teams, man. Like the efforts they're putting into it. Like all jokes aside, right? Like seriously, Keith, all jokes aside, I don't care about your ego, okay, man? Like all jokes aside, right? It's such a tough competition right now because like you're trying to get into, just a reminder to our audience, whoever just joined in, right? By the way, welcome, and of course, thank you for joining in this late of the night. It's the kind of situation, the position that all of our players are currently in, our 16 teams, is they're battling out for the top 8 to enter towards finals. And this finals will be determining which of the top 3 teams will be representing APAC in PGS 9 or 10. This is the second half of the year right now. We're practically... There's no other tournaments besides the PGS events right now, 9 and 10. The farm PGC or PGS points to qualify towards PGC itself, and that's the big event of the year. This is probably the one major thing that a lot of our PUBG esports players currently is working towards in their career. But of course, with that being said, Keith, let's quickly look at the match leaderboard as we currently walk through down. Buriram United going to be walking out with a total of 70 points. That's a significant amount as well. AG, they came in 3rd place, but they're currently in the 2nd ranking here, match leaderboard, and mainly because of the fact that they have a substantial amount of kills. 12 kills. You see what I mean? It's not just TDT. Even Armory Gaming is also stepping up for this. They secured the chicken dinner. Now they're getting the 2nd place as well. That's insane.
Yeah, but it's never a question about Armory Gaming. Like, despite them not having like consistent flow, they always seem to pop up in the highlights because they're doing work. They're trying to contest something, or they're making all these moves, and sometimes it fails, sure, but we see the effort puts in, right? Like eventually, that's what I'm stressing right now. Why I sound so hypercritical is only for teams who I feel that could give a little bit more. But let's take a look at the total leaderboards right now. FS 62. JFD 55, Buriram now 55 as well, losing out only 2 placement points, so I guess that one takes precedence over kills. AG top 4 in the rankings, and right now Sharper Esports at 50. The top 8 though, that's where we want to see. TDT shy by 1 point, and even if they get the 1 point, they're still the placement points priority, right? So they're going to have they're off by 2 points at the very least.
No, but we'll never get to the tiebreaker, right? It's just day 1. We still have 2 more days to go. Sure, and okay, now this is what I'm talking about, right? For FWE Esports currently, right, it's 25 points here. Sure, it's about 10-point differential from the 8th place here, but like I said, the goal for a lot of these guys is just try to close in the gap here. TDT did a really good job there. They had 2 really great games back to back here. Like the previous game was just, the goal was just to earn points. This last game was really trying to secure as much as possible, and they really did a really phenomenal job for this.
Calentura, pura, chula. Te prende el fueguito, el disco en la tula. Le explote la pista, nunca te quita. Tú me castigas. Party, después para el after party. Nuestros labios Bacardi te vuelve super natty. Vamos para el party, guayando todo el tiempo. A rindar todo el cuerpo. Un piquetazo lento.
Raw like tartar, saucy drizzled up passata. I can be a coach like Carter. If you got the fee, we can barter. I got the pack that you need for a starter. Rebel not a martyr. Truth is, nah, they can't do it like me. It's Janset, baby, know what I mean. Look, spice in the scene, and we break it down, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, make it go up and down scene. Rocker that we drink is better than the lean. Flow's got me feeling like it's feeling like a fiend. And the fire in the belly, yeah, lips full of steam. Vibe is mental, know what I mean. Eyes looking mean, you know what I mean. Handle the flow, you know what I mean. Yeah, now it's too keen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. That's pretty much the highlights from match 1 going all the way to match 6 here. It was quite the journey that we have here. 𝐾𝐿 as teams was trying to showcase what is their capability as they're trying to familiarize with the lobby. It's been pretty good stuff that we've been witnessing, but can't wait for that day number 2, 𝐾𝐿.
Yes, day number 2, more action to be seen. But today we conclude our run. That's the first 6. We've got 12 more games to play. My name is Keith, together with Leonard YOLO Lee. We're going to see you same time, same evening, with more jam-pack action. So that being said, we're going to sign off from here and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Calentura, pura, chula. Te prende el fueguito, el disco en la tula. Le explote la pista, nunca te quita. Tú me castigas. Party, después para el after party. Nuestros labios Bacardi te vuelve super natty. Vamos para el party, guayando todo el tiempo. A rindar todo el cuerpo. Un piquetazo lento.
Raw like tartar, saucy drizzled up passata. I can be a coach like Carter. If you got the fee, we can barter. I got the pack that you need for a starter. Rebel not a martyr. Truth is, nah, they can't do it like me. It's Janset, baby, know what I mean. Look, spice in the scene, and we break it down, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, make it go up and down scene. Rocker that we drink is better than the lean. Flow's got me feeling like it's feeling like a fiend. And the fire in the belly, yeah, lips full of steam. Vibe is mental, know what I mean. Eyes looking mean, you know what I mean. Handle the flow, you know what I mean. Yeah, now it's too keen.
Muévelo como tembleque, baila como triple, nalga piquete. Un 𝑘𝐿 baby, estamos al garete. Una muñequita, pero no es un juguete. Party, guayando todo el tiempo. A rindar
Calentura pura, chula, te prende el fueguito, el disco en la tula. Le explote en la pista, nunca te quita, tú me castigas. Party, después para el after party, nuestros labios Bacardi, te vuelve super natty, ey. Vamos pa'l party, guayando todo el tiempo, a rindar todo el cuerpo, un piquetazo lento.
Raw like tartar, saucy drizzled up passata. I can be a coach like Carter. If you got the fee, we can barter. I got the pack that you need for a starter. Rebel, not a martyr. Truth is, nah, they can't be like me. It's Jan set, baby, know what I mean. Little spice in the scene, and we break it down, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, make it go up and down scene. Rock that we drink is better than the lean. Flows got